Want to marry my daughter? Sure, but you have to pay more. The future mother-in-law sneered at Jiang Bai with her hands on her hips. Jiang Bai and his girlfriend Chen Shui were supposed to get the marriage certificate today, but the future mother-in-law asked for the gift to be doubled. Facing Jiang Bai's questioning, his girlfriend's family said, "Young man, times have changed. How can you be qualified to marry a wife without money?" Knowing that his deep love was wasted, Jiang Bai was angry. "I won't get married." As soon as he finished speaking, the system was activated and the sign-in was successful. At the same time, a beautiful, rich and beautiful girl appeared and begged Jiang Bai, "I want to get the marriage certificate with you, is that okay?" Chapter 1 Double the bride price? I 1T Marry her. Comb your hair like an adult and put on a handsome suit. You will be more beautiful than I imagined. In a one-room rental house in Shanghai, lyrical songs are playing on the speakers. Jiang Bai was fixing his appearance in front of the mirror. Although he is not very tall, about 1.75 meters tall, and the suit is not high-end, it makes him look very smart. Today, he is getting married with his girlfriend whom he has been dating for several years. His girlfriend is Chen Shui, a college classmate. They considered getting married a year after graduation, but his mother-in-law said that he had no savings and didn't want to marry her daughter to him for the time being. Jiang Bai felt bitter, but he had no choice but to accept it. In fact, his current income from work is pretty good. The reason he has no savings is that he used it all to support Chen Shui's younger brother to go to college. A few years ago, Chen Shui's younger brother was admitted to university, but because his family had no money, he might not be able to continue his studies. The family was at a loss, so they found Jiang Bai and asked him for help. Jiang Bai did not hesitate at the time and lent the money on the spot. "Anyway, after I marry Chen Shui, her younger brother will be my brother-in-law. We are all family, so why should we differentiate between us?" Therefore, her brother had to pay for his tuition and most of his living expenses for the first 3 years. For this, he usually rents a cheap house and has no savings. In the 4th year, in order to train his brother-in-law's survival ability, he helped him find an off-campus job sorting express deliveries. In this way, you can earn a living and hone yourself at the same time. Jiang Bai felt that it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, when he told his brother-in-law and mother-in-law about this, their faces changed instantly and they pointed at his nose and scolded him. "You have no conscience. My daughter is with you and you don't even show any appreciation? How dare you ask my son to work to earn money? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" The tuition fee for 1 year is only 20,000 yuan, and the monthly living expenses are at most 1,000 yuan. If you are not willing to spend this little money, what kind of man are you? My son's classmates all receive tens of thousands of yuan in living expenses. But you only gave him 1,000 yuan, and now you cut it off directly. Do you want to kill my son? We are suffering so much. Even our daughter's boyfriend wants to bully us. How can we live like this? He still remembers the scolding and swearing at his mother-in-law at that time. With Jiang Bai's personality, if the other party was someone else, he would definitely beat the other party to the point where he could not take care of himself. I clearly contributed the most, but in the end I became the most unforgivable villain in their eyes. How can I justify this? He also decided that after marrying Chen Shui, he would never have any contact with his mother-in-law and just live his own life. The premise is that I can marry Chen Shui smoothly. I've given you 50,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, so there shouldn't be anything to say, right? Jiang Bai looked at himself in the mirror. He was wearing a neat suit and looked very manly. His appearance was no worse than those young handsome guys. After packing, he drove to Chen Shui's house and picked her up to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate. At this moment, in Chen Shui's home, although it was supposed to be a happy day, the atmosphere felt a little off. Chen Shui has a pretty face and a well-proportioned figure. Whether she is studying or working, she is a goddess-level figure. She sat on the sofa with her head down and said nothing, accepting the scolding from her mother. "Xiuxue, listen to me, you can't get the marriage certificate with that boy today." "Anyway, I absolutely don't agree." Her mother put her hands on her hips, looking arrogant and uncompromising. Chen Shui said anxiously, "Mom, didn't you agree before? Why are you going back on your word now?" Mother Chen sneered and said disdainfully, "I agreed to the 50,000 yuan betrothal gift before, but I was blind. Do you know how much money an old sister of mine's daughter asked for when she got married? A full 500,000. 10 times more than 50,000. Is it easy for me to raise a daughter? With a dowry of only 50,000 yuan, where would I put my face? Chen's mother's words were like machine gun fire, and Chen Shui was so depressed that she couldn't even lift her head. Although she didn't dare to respond for a moment, she had already agreed with her mother's words in her heart. Who doesn't want to marry a successful man? She is no exception. After a long silence, she said, "Then, what should I do? Can I regret it?" At this point, Chen's mother became excited and began to dance with joy. "It's easy, just pay more." Why would you hire someone without paying more? Although Chen Shui was somewhat tempted, she was also worried that it was unreliable. Where does Jiang Bai get the money? It would be bad for everyone if we push him too far, right? Chen's mother said angrily, "You are so stupid that you like that fool. He is a man. If he really wants to marry you, how could he not work hard to get money together?" When Chen Shui heard this, she thought it made a lot of sense and her eyes lit up. Yes, as long as Jiang Bai loves me enough, what does a little money matter? I believe he can handle it. At this point, she felt at peace. She has always listened to her family since she was a child, so everything was left to her mother. After a while, Jiang Bai came to Chen Shui's house with a nervous mood. Jiang Bai felt a little uneasy when he faced his mother-in-law, who was domineering and sneering as soon as he entered the door. But today was his and Chen Shui's wedding day, and he didn't want to cause any trouble, so he could only greet them politely. Mother Chen waved her hands impatiently, indicating that she didn't want to listen to his nonsense, and just asked coldly, "Stinky boy, let me ask you, are you really willing to marry my daughter?" Jiang Bai immediately answered firmly, "Of course." Chen's mother asked again, "No matter what difficulties there are, you can solve them just to give Xiaoshui a good life, right?" Jiang Bai didn't know why she asked these questions at this time, but he still said without doubt, "Of course. Xiaoshui and I have been in love for so many years, we..." "Okay, then go get the certificate. I hope you'll keep your word." But Chen's mother had no intention of listening to his nonsense. She interrupted him and pulled Chen Shui downstairs with a smug smile. Chen Shui's younger brother, who had been silent the whole time, also followed. Jiang Bai felt a little upset as he was left behind, but he told himself that as long as he and Chen Shui got the marriage certificate, he would never come to this damn place again. When they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, several people got out of the car. Jiang Bai happily pulled Chen Shui and prepared to run inside to handle the formalities. But Chen's mother grabbed Chen Shui's other wrist to stop her. She said coldly, "Wait, why are you in such a hurry? There are still some things that have not been done." Looking at her eyes, Jiang Bai suddenly felt something was wrong. "What's the matter?" Mother Chen crossed her arms and questioned, "Of course it's about the betrothal gift. You only gave 50,000 yuan, and you're sending away a beggar?" After hearing this, no matter how dumb Jiang Bai was, he knew the other party's plan. He looked at Chen Shui, and felt a little cold when he found that Chen Shui buried her head in her chest and said nothing. But they have come to this point, and he doesn't want to give up so easily. Holding back a trace of anger, Jiang Bai asked her, "Didn't we agree on this before? Why are you changing your mind now?" Seeing that he dared to be angry with her, Chen's mother was not polite at the moment. "My daughter is spoiled, you want to marry her? You have to pay more. You have to pay more." These three words were like a big hammer, hitting Jiang Bai's heart hard. "Humph, a flat price. Add another 310,000 to make it 360,000. It's a good start. Not a cent less." Chen's mother spoke in a strong tone, showing no intention of backing down. "Don't look like someone has died. For an ordinary person like you, marrying my daughter is already a blessing for 3 generations. If you don't pay enough, don't even think about taking her away." At this moment, she was too lazy to even look at Jiang Bai, even though he was on the verge of exploding. "The reason why I didn't beat her to death was because of Chen Shui." Jiang Bai took a deep breath and explained, "Mother-in-law, I..." Mother Chen glared at him and said, "Shut up. Without the money and the marriage certificate, you have no right to call me mother-in-law." Jiang Bai was speechless for a moment. Seeing the couples coming and going to handle the formalities looking at this sight strangely, he wanted to turn around and leave. However, he and Chen Shui had been dating for so many years, and now they were standing at the Civil Affairs Bureau, so how could he just give up on her? He can't be so cold-blooded. "Auntie, I've used up all my savings to pay Chen Yu's tuition and living expenses, and I still have to pay rent for the rest, so where can I get the money?" For the first time, Jiang Bai felt powerless about life. Hearing him say this, Chen's mother became even angrier and loudly accused him, "How dare you say that? You selfish guy, you stopped my son's money and forced him to go out to work. Do you know how miserable he is? When his classmates were drinking and picking up girls, he could only pick up parcels to make money. He almost got sick from working so hard. Don't you plan to reflect on this? Jiang Bai was so angry after being scolded by her that he didn't care about so many things. He also roared loudly, "Damn it, I am just an ATM, right? Helping you is a favor, not helping you is my duty." At that time, he and Chen Shui were just boyfriend and girlfriend, but he had already helped to this extent, which was really the most he could do. Not only does this woman not know how to be grateful, she also treats him as a sinner. Who can tolerate this? Jiang Bai pulled Chen Shui's wrist and angrily asked her, "One word, are you still willing?" Chen Shui didn't expect that there was something going on here for her. She panicked, I don't know." After getting this answer, Jiang Bai gave up. He dropped Chen Shui's wrist, his eyes red and filled with infinite sorrow. "Okay, from today on our fate is over, I won't marry you." Jiang Bai's words made Chen Shui's pupils dilate and she felt it was incredible. She couldn't believe her ears. She held Jiang Bai's hand and asked anxiously, "Why? Don't you love me anymore? Didn't we agree to be together forever?" Jiang Bai's eyes were determined. "It's not that I don't love you, it's that I can't afford to love you anymore. Their family is so ruthless. If 300,000 had been agreed upon before, he would have tried his best to get it together. But we clearly agreed on 50,000, but he raised the price when we were getting the marriage certificate. Is he still a human being?" Jiang Bai's money didn't come from the wind. Chen's mother was also a little panicked. If Jiang Bai ran away, where would she get the money? Her tone softened immediately. "Jiang Bai, my Xiaoxue loves you so much, can you bear to abandon her? How about this, I won't urge you to ask for the gift, just gather it together within half a year, how do you think?" Chen's mother generously offered leniency. Jiang Bai looked at him with contempt and sarcasm. "Do you agree that we should get the marriage certificate now?" Mother Chen sighed and said, "Alas, I can't interfere too much in the affairs of you young people. You live your own lives anyway." She spoke with such sincerity that it seemed as if she was really sensible. But Jiang Bai knew exactly what kind of person she was and would not be fooled by her just a few words. He sneered and said, "Sure, the tuition and living expenses I funded Chen Yu before should also be included." Hearing this, Chen's mother once again revealed her true colors and said sternly, "No. You did it voluntarily. Did we force you? Didn't you do it to please Xiao Xue?" His brother Chen Yu, who had been silent the whole time, also jumped out, pointed at Jiang Bai and loudly accused him, "Your little money is useless. If I hadn't worked on my own, I would have been broke a long time ago. Do you think you deserve the hardship I've endured?" The mother and son sang the same tune, as if Jiang Bai had become an unforgivable villain. "In fact, it was their whole family who came to me and begged me for money in a nice way. Chen Yu also vowed that she would pay it back when she got a job in the future. Moreover, Chen Yu started working part-time because she couldn't bear it anymore in the second semester of her senior year, and he was the one who supported her in the first few years. I have paid the most, but now I have raised a pair of ungrateful wolves who are biting me back. How ironic and ridiculous." Chen Shui also persuaded, "Jiang Bai, this is a test for you. As long as you get through this, we can be together forever, okay?" Looking at this handsome and familiar face, Jiang Bai felt strange and sad for the first time. Jiang Bai silently shook off her hand, his tone so cold as if he was talking to a stranger. "I said, I won't marry you, I don't want to go through your test, so let it be." Who would say that if they weren't completely heartbroken? As soon as he finished speaking, a reminder sounded in his mind. Ding! The system has been activated, and the novice gift pack has been distributed. Please check it out. Chapter 2, System Activation, Get the Marriage Certificate with the White, Rich and Beautiful Girl. Jiang Bai, who was angry, was also stunned when he heard the system prompt sound. How could he not know the system when he subscribed to so many genuine novels on QQ Reading? Although I didn't quite believe it, I still tried to open the beginner gift pack. The gift package is opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving 600,000 cash and 2 Doom cards. Cash has been issued to the host account, and the Doom card has been stored in the system space. Jiang Bai was a little confused. He subconsciously picked up his phone and found that there was really an extra 600,000 in his account 1 second ago. 600,000. He had never seen so much money before. The system is real. Chen's mother and Chen Yu were still accusing Jiang Bai, as if they had suffered a great injustice. You are repaying kindness with hatred. My daughter has wasted several years of her youth to be with you, and now you say you don't want to marry her? Why would you get married if you don't have money? We have finally seen through you. You really disappoint us. The two of them sang the same tune, venting their dissatisfaction. But Jiang Bai ignored them completely and even wanted to laugh. I have my own system in hand, why should I care so much about you? Only Chen Shui seemed to have been seriously ill, her body trembling. She asked weakly, Jiang Bai, why do you have to do this? Are you so heartless? Jiang Bai sighed, it's not that I'm heartless, it's you and your family who have pushed me to the brink of despair. Chen Shui is good in every way except that she cannot distinguish right from wrong. She is a mama's girl and just listens to whatever her mother says. She has no opinion of her own. If you marry her, you will only have more and more troubles in the future. Chen's mother looked disdainful, remember, it's you who can't afford it. My daughter must marry a rich man, so a piece of trash like you can forget about it. You don't even have 300,000 yuan, and you're still a nobody. Jiang Bai looked at her coldly, you greedy fool, how much money your family has spent on me, don't you have any idea in your mind? Humph, a man who is petty will never achieve anything great in his life. You don't have the vision to do this, you are not worthy of my daughter. Chen's mother was shameless. Chen Yu also echoed, sister, ignore him, he is a waste, I will introduce you to some of my classmates later, they are all rich second generation. Several of my wealthy classmates have their eyes on you. When you marry them, I'll be rich. Chen Yu became more and more excited as he spoke, and had even begun to enjoy a bright future. When they were having a conflict in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, a beautiful girl was sitting in a Maserati in the distance. This girl has skin as white as cream, and looks like a fairy from heaven. Whether in temperament or beauty, she far surpasses Chen Shui. She has been following Jiang Bai for a long time. The corners of the girl's mouth curled up in a proud and playful arc, is it finally my turn? Little brother Jiang, you really can only belong to me. The sound of the Maserati's engine rang out as it drove towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. As for Jiang Bai, he already wanted to leave and didn't want to waste time with this family. At this moment, I heard a low and powerful engine sound. I turned around and saw a girlish pink Maserati driving over. When Chen Yu saw the car, his eyes lit up. He knew it was a luxury car. Maserati? It's really nice, this is the car that rich people drive. Jiang Bai, you can throw your broken geely into the recycling yard. Compared with Jiang Bai's domestically produced geely worth tens of thousands of yuan, this Maserati is really cool. Chen's mother didn't know much about cars, but she thought this car was very special. Son, what kind of car is this? Is it expensive? Chen Yu sneered arrogantly, of course, at least millions. Even my classmates can't afford it. Hearing her son's words, Chen's mother was stunned, oh my god. Millions? How many bowls of snail noodles can I eat with that? Daughter, if you want to marry someone like this. Other people in the Civil Affairs Bureau also looked at the Maserati curiously, wanting to know the identity of the person inside. Mother Chen sneered at Jiang Bai, you little bastard, if you can afford this kind of car, let alone your daughter, I can even give it to you. Jiang Bai walked a few steps away from her in disgust and said proudly, first, I don't eat plain cabbage, second, I also have a luxury car, this is nothing. If he can't make any progress even with the system, he will die on the spot. Chen's mother thought he was just talking nonsense. You can't even afford a 300,000 yuan betrothal gift, but you say a car worth several million yuan is nothing? You are so self-righteous. Chen Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter, you ignorant thing, this is Masha, not your domestically made rubbish geely. As she was speaking, Martha stopped. When everyone thought that some tall, rich and handsome man would get out of the car, what they saw first was a straight, slender, white leg stretching out from the car. Then, a girl with unparalleled beauty, pure yet a little sexy, got out of the car. She wore a short skirt, exposing her perfect legs to the air, but it didn't look too ostentatious at all. It seemed like any clothes would fit her perfectly. With her every frown and smile, she sometimes looks like a cute elf, and sometimes like a sexy and domineering president. Two completely different temperaments are perfectly combined in her. The eyes of the people around her were involuntarily attracted to her, and several men were so shocked that they couldn't even walk. In the end, he was carried away by his own woman, holding his ears. After getting off the bus, the girl walked straight towards the side. Chen Yu, the pig head, had his eyes wide open. It's not like he hasn't seen beautiful women before, but those so-called school beauties were nothing but a joke in front of her. She isn't coming for me? If I marry her, won't I be able to enjoy a life of luxury? Chen Yu became more excited than ever before. Beauty and money seemed to be within easy reach. Chen's mother also widened her eyes. Son, if we can get her, we can enjoy our life. You are so handsome, you can do it. If someone drives a car worth several $1,000,000, his net worth must be at least tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, right? This is the ultimate young rich woman, you can live off her for the rest of your life. Chen Yu held his head high and took the initiative to greet him. Hello, I am. However, the girl passed him by and ignored him, leaving only a gust of fragrant breeze. Amid the astonishment of the crowd, the girl came to Jiang Bai with some excitement and joy, as if she was very happy. Hello, you are not getting married now, right? Looking at the delicate and lovely girl in front of him, Jiang Bai was confused. Yes. Hee, that's great, will you marry me? I don't want a dowry, but if you want, I can give you at least $1 million in gifts. The girl's eyes were full of anticipation, and she didn't look fake. By the way, my name is Chu Ruoling, let's get the certificate quickly. The girl named Chu Ruoling took Jiang Bai's arm familiarly, as if she was not unfamiliar with him at all. Jiang Bai's brain was too slow to react. Get a marriage certificate? With you? Chu Ruoling smiled sweetly. Yes, what else? Since you and her have broken up, why not give it to me? Or do you think I am not as good as her? There was a glimmer of cunning and pride in her eyes. Compared with other women, she had never lost. Chen Shui, who was standing aside, had a dazed look on her face, and was so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to admit that there was a huge gap between her and Chu Ruoling. In front of Chu Ruoling, she had no confidence at all and didn't even dare to look up at her. And this almost perfect girl actually dragged her boyfriend to get the marriage certificate? Chu Ruoling didn't care about that and took Jiang Bai to go through the formalities. Seeing her take out her ID card and household registration book, Jiang Bai was stunned. How could someone carry a household registration book with her? It's unscientific. He completed the formalities quickly, but he still couldn't believe that this was true. He was going to marry a perfect girl like this? Holding the marriage certificate, Chu Ruoling finally breathed a sigh of relief, her heart filled with sweetness. She knew that brother Xiao Zheng definitely didn't remember her, but she had always missed him all these years. This feeling can even be traced back to kindergarten. She originally wanted to see brother Xiao Zheng for the last time today and completely let go of her obsession from now on. But I didn't expect that Chen Shui's family was so ruthless that they actually forced brother Zheng away. She knew she had a golden opportunity, so she quickly got the marriage certificate before he could react. Handing a marriage certificate to Jiang Bai, Chu Ruoling said with a smile, "From today on, you are mine. The book with the seal is legally binding. You are not allowed to regret it." Her amazing move stunned everyone present. Is this okay? I cracked. The most shocked were undoubtedly Chen Shui's family. Chen Shui's heart felt as if torn apart. Looking at the little red booklet, her whole body was frozen like a sculpture. She always thought that Jiang Bai loved her so much that he would definitely compromise for their future. All I have to do is persuade him again. But, in the blink of an eye, he married another girl. The key point is that this girl absolutely crushes me in terms of appearance, temperament, and figure. Even if I wanted to snatch Jiang Bai back, I didn't have the courage. Is she still qualified? Chu Ruoling took Jiang Bai's hand and got into the Maserati. Before leaving, Chen Shui's eyes were fixed on Jiang Bai, hoping that he would turn around and hug her. However, Jiang Bai and Chu Ruoling just passed her by, got into the Maserati, and drove away amid the envious gazes of everyone. Chapter 3 opens the gift pack, money and bad luck card. Impossible, it's all fake. How could that kid be so lucky? Chen Yu was in great pain and was extremely envious and jealous of Jiang Bai. He felt that he was the one who fell in love with Chu Ruoling first, so no matter what, it would never be the turn of that kid Jiang Bai, right? That guy has nothing, so why would the goddess fall for Jiang Bai? Mother Chen was also dumbfounded. In her eyes, Jiang Bai has always been a poor boy, and being able to marry her daughter is a blessing he earned in his previous life. If Chen Shui didn't marry him, considering his poor appearance, it would be good enough for him to find a woman. But within just a few minutes, a nearly perfect girl showed up and got married to Jiang Bai. The key point is that the girl didn't want any dowry, and was even willing to pay 1,000,000 yuan in gift money, as if she had found a treasure. She was so shocked that she was completely stunned. The people around them also looked at this family with gloating eyes, thinking that they deserved it. Everyone can see how ugly this family's faces are. In order to get money, she deliberately raised the bride price just before getting the marriage certificate and forced the young man away. What is even more ridiculous is that the young man immediately got married and left with a more outstanding girl. This is really gratifying. I wonder if this family regrets it now. Chen Shui seemed to have lost her soul and didn't even know how she left the Civil Affairs Bureau. Today was supposed to be her and Jiang Bai's wedding day. A long time ago, she had fantasized about their happy life in the future. He was just one step away from success, but he gave it away. She regrets it very much now, with endless regret. If God gave her a chance to start over, she would definitely hold Jiang Bai's hand tightly and not let him leave. But she also knew that it was all her own fault. If I hadn't been so indecisive, Jiang Bai wouldn't have left me. In the Maserati, Jiang Bai looked at Chu Ruoling, whose profile was also extremely delicate and whose skin was smooth and moist. He always felt that this girl was somewhat familiar. But he has never known such a rich girl? Thank you for helping me out today. I made your fake play become real. You can get a divorce anytime you want. Jiang Bai was very grateful. He felt that Chu Ruoling was a good person, and that she must have helped him to get back on track because she saw how miserable he was. I've owed you such a big favor, it's not right to take advantage of them, right? Chu Ruoling said seriously, who said we want a divorce? You are already mine, for the rest of your life. Jiang Bai looked at her, are you really going to marry me? What else? I have been eyeing you for a long time, brother Jiang. Chu Ruoling was very happy. She had picked up a treasure and brought it home today. Hi. Jiang Bai was very surprised, but later he realized that this rich girl might want to use him as a shield for a family marriage. This is what is written in urban novels. However, it was not bad to pick up such a lovely girl for free. Well, if you need anything from me, just tell me. I will do my best to help you. He believes in reciprocity and will not be stingy if others help him. Chu Ruoling gave him a mischievous look and said meaningfully, I'll need you a lot in the future, so you have to work very hard. Jiang Bai, I will. By the way, have we met before? I think you look familiar. Chu Ruoling rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, I won't tell you. Go by yourself if you want to. Jiang Bai pursed his lips awkwardly, realizing that this road was not the way home. Miss Chu. Chu Ruoling seriously corrected him, don't call me that in such a strange way, I am your wife, in the legal sense, you have to call me wife. Jiang Bai had no choice but to follow her words, wife, I'd better go home first. What did you call me just now? Chu Ruoling asked knowingly. Jiang Bai, my wife. Chu Ruoling was extremely happy, hey. Jiang Bai suddenly wanted to touch her forehead to see if she had a fever. Why did she look so stupid? He still couldn't help asking, have you taken a nucleic acid test? Is your health code green or red? Is your temperature normal today? These questions made Chu Ruoling feel puzzled. Brother Jiang, what do you mean? I was quarantined for 14 days when I first returned to China. Jiang Bai could tell that the girl had just returned to China. Perhaps just as he guessed, she came back for a marriage into a wealthy family. And he just happened to like me, so we got married and became nominal husband and wife? Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go home right away. My father will definitely be very happy to see that he suddenly has a son-in-law. Chu Ruoling was very excited. She hadn't been so happy for a long time. Jiang Bai was shocked by her words. Meet father-in-law? I'm afraid that my cheap father-in-law would be frightened instead of happy when he sees me. He quickly waved his hand and refused, no, I'm scared. Chu Ruoling then realized that she was too happy and that brother Xiaojiang really needed some time to adapt. Although she was a little reluctant to let brother Xiaojiang leave her side, she had no choice but to send him home. The car turned around and drove back to the community where Jiang Bai lived. Jiang Bai was surprised, hey? How do you know where I live? Chu Ruoling said arrogantly, Humph, I also know what color panties you are wearing today. She would secretly look at Jiang Bai several times every day, and she almost knew his living habits. She said confidently, the light blue pants you're wearing today have a tiga pattern on the front and are a little faded at the back. I suggest you get a new pair, or you'll get holes if you wear them again. After being exposed by her, Jiang Bai panicked and embarrassed, his old face flushed red, and Chu Ruoling was so amused that she trembled with laughter. Soon, the Maserati stopped at the entrance of the community. This is an old neighborhood. Except for the elderly, everyone else living here is an office worker. The Maserati felt a bit out of place here, and its appearance quickly attracted the attention of others. Girly pink? Nice color. It must be some rich second generation guy who came here to pick up girls? Scumbag, ah. It's great to be rich. Just with this car, you can trick a lot of girls, right? I admit I'm jealous, it's totally something I can't afford. Residents passing by the community were all whispering, feeling either envy or jealousy in their hearts. Some girls are eager to come over and chat, to see if they can feel the thrill of driving a luxury car. The car door opened and Jiang Bai got out first. Wow! He's quite handsome. Is this the rich second generation? He has such a good temperament. But the suit he's wearing seems very cheap. Is he really a rich second generation? What do you know? Real rich people are like this, low-key and sophisticated. He looks a bit like the guy who drives a Geely in the neighborhood? Huh? No way? While the girls were secretly discussing, Shu Ruoling also got down from the driver's seat. A pair of legs that are so white and glowing that they make all other girls pale in comparison. Her perfect body proportions and fairy-like appearance drive men crazy and girls silent. Wrong. Was it this gorgeous girl who was driving the car just now? In other words, this boy is actually being kept by someone? A gigolo? Wow, what a great guy. I have seen many rich second generations driving luxury cars to pick up girls, but this is the first time I have seen one being kept by a white, rich and beautiful woman driving a luxury car. When passing by the security booth, the security guard who always loved to joke was unusually silent. He stopped Jiang Bai, and his low voice made him look more melancholy. Xiao Jian, how did you do it? The security guard was very puzzled, and he touched his bald head and sighed. My appearance is better than yours, why am I not so lucky to be favored by a fairy like this? Several boys gathered around, their faces full of curiosity. One of the boys even had an address book of rich ladies in Shanghai hidden in his arms, and he was staring at Jiang Bai with anticipation on his face. Surrounded by so many people, everyone wanted him to share his experience, so Jiang Bai could only say calmly, it's very simple, first do this, then that, isn't it? Everyone was confused. This is it? That is it? What exactly is going on? Jiang Bai shook his head helplessly, spreading his hands and said, this kind of thing can be done with hands, is it difficult? After saying that, he walked away, leaving them with only a tall figure, hiding his achievements and fame. The security guard and the others seemed to be thinking about something, but they couldn't come up with any answer. They felt that there might be some profound truth hidden in Jiang Bai's words. Once they comprehended it thoroughly, they would be invincible in defeating all the rich women. Jiang Bai returned to the rental house and checked his account immediately, and found that the 600,000 was real. System, won't the account be checked for an extra 600,000 yuan for no apparent reason? System, am I still a system if I am investigated? Wow, so honest. Jiang Bai, what is the bad luck card? System, it can make the recipient suffer misfortune other than death. If the host uses it on himself, the same effect will occur. Jiang Bai smiled coldly, use it on yourself? Am I sick? However, it is just right to use it on Chen's mother and Chunyu. The more unlucky those two scumbags are, the happier he is. Jiang Bai immediately used two cards, one on Chen's mother and one on Chunyu. Time limit 15 days. Wake up, it's bad time. Chapter 4, the bad luck card takes effect, the miserable mother and son. Chen Shui and her family left the Civil Affairs Bureau and prepared to go home. Chen Yu complained, we still have to pay for the ride back. That guy brought us here, so he should at least send us back, right? He really doesn't know how to behave. Thinking that Jiang Bai married a beautiful goddess, he still felt jealous. Mother Chen said disdainfully, that boy is a traitor who repays kindness with enmity. Can we still count on him? Seeing her daughter depressed, Chen's mother comforted her, Xiaoxue, it's not worth it to be sad for that scumbag. He gave up on you on his own initiative. He is so heartless and ungrateful. That's right, sister. There are so many good men. With your looks, it won't be difficult to find a rich man in Shanghai. Chen Yu also said with a pout. But now Chen Shui only has Jiang Bai in her heart. Every time she thought of the backs of him and Chu Ruoling together, her heart ached. Chen Shui couldn't help but burst into tears. Do you think he will come back? We gave him 6 months to raise money, why did he do this? Chen's mother was very impatient, he is just a money grubber. He drooled when he saw that woman driving a luxury car. What does a money-worshipping man like that? Puff! With an intriguing muffled sound, the iron pipe was thrust deep into the body. Chen Yu's face looked extremely ugly. He couldn't tell whether he felt uncomfortable or comfortable. Anyway, something was wrong. Such a thick iron pipe disappeared for more than 10 centimeters. Son, what's wrong with you? Seeing that her son was motionless, Chen's mother pushed the bicycle over. But she didn't notice the banana peel under her feet and stepped on it precisely, causing her to lose her balance instantly and fall headfirst into the green belt next to her. Many residents nearby have dogs, and every morning they take their dogs out for a walk. This green belt is equivalent to a public toilet for dogs. As luck would have it, she fell headfirst into a pile of dog excrement, with her face covered in it. She climbed up in a panic and tried to escape, but stepped on the damaged manhole cover again. Mother Chen only had time to let out a scream before most of her body fell down, leaving only half of her stuck outside. Help! Help! Mother Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. Why was she so miserable today? Can something happen while walking? Chen Yu had just pulled himself off the bicycle, and before he had time to feel the emptiness, he was knocked over by the bicycle that flew out of his mother's hand. Both mother and son are more unlucky than each other. Chen Shui hurriedly helped them up, but Chen's mother's face was covered with dog excrement, and even she didn't want to get close. Chen's mother burst into tears, aggrieved. "Oh my God, what is going on? Why do you let us suffer this kind of misfortune?" She fell down and had dog shit all over her face. She had never been so unlucky in her life. Chen Yu covered his bleeding anus. He was very sad. The family of 3 supported each other and now had no choice but to take a taxi to the hospital for a checkup. But there happened to be an old lady riding a bicycle passing by the side of the road. When she passed them, she was also hurt by the banana peel and fell on her back. The old lady got up from the ground in pain, and without thinking, she pointed at Chen Shui's family and cursed, "You hit me? Pay me. You must pay me." Chen Shui's heart sank, and to make matters worse, even an old lady came to commit fraud? Chen Shui finally took her mother and brother to the hospital for examination. The doctor said that they both had multiple fractures and had to be hospitalized. Especially Chen Yu's anus was badly damaged by the bicycle, and she needs to go to the anorectal department for surgery. She flipped through the bill and found that the surgery alone cost 5,000. Adding other expenses, all medical expenses exceeded 50,000. 50,000? Chen Shui turned pale with fear. Isn't this expense too huge? The doctor also sighed and said, "I have been practicing medicine for so many years and have seen countless patients fall down, but this is the first time I have seen someone fall so badly. It would be okay to break 1 or 2 bones, but it would be incredible to have multiple bones all over the body." Soon, a proctologist came with a diagnosis sheet. "Your brother's rectal rupture is quite serious. We recommend immediate surgery." Looking at the diagnosis sheet, Chen Shui had no choice but to sign it quickly and let the doctor perform the operation first. Not long after, the 3rd doctor came with another diagnosis sheet, which was about Chen's mother. "The dog feces on your mother's face caused severe allergies on her facial skin. We recommend that you change to another imported medicine, otherwise it may cause ulcers. To put it simply, the shit is poisonous and her mother is poisoned." Looking at these lists, Chen Shui felt more helpless than ever before. She thought, if only Jiang Bai were here, he would be able to handle everything. "Jiang Bai, where are you? I really need you." She regretted more and more that she shouldn't have pushed him away. Now it was really hard for her to bear it alone. The medical bills of tens of thousands really made her feel suffocated. After a busy day in the hospital, her brother's operation was successful and her mother's condition was under control. The 2 patients are now lying on the hospital beds, with a lot of plaster on their bodies, like 2 mummies. Chen's mother had gauze wrapped around her face. Chen Yu could only lie down, not lie down. How miserable these 2 people are. It was clearly just a minor accident, but the severity of the final outcome was far beyond their imagination. At this point, Chen's mother still didn't forget to put all the blame on Jiang Bai. That brat is really the reincarnation of a disaster star. I suspect he brought bad luck to us. She didn't expect that all this was really brought to them by Jiang Bai. This is the effect of the Doom card. This is the effect of this card. Even the smallest bad luck can turn into something more serious. Moreover, the effect of the card can last for half a month, and their good days have just begun. Chen Yu said weakly, "Fortunately, we have gotten rid of him, and life will be better in the future." However, just as he finished saying this, a group of people rushed into the ward aggressively and stared at Chen Shui's family at first sight. Among this group of people was the old lady who had fallen off her bicycle. The aunt pointed at Chen's mother and Chen Yu and shouted in surprise, "They were the ones who hit me." The old lady's family members were so angry that they lost their minds and started attacking without asking any questions. The poor mother and son had just laid down for a short while when they were dragged off the bed and beaten up. The mother and son had no way to express their grievances, but they had no way to fight back and could only passively take the beating. If the security guard had not arrived in time, they would probably have gone into the operating room again. However, several of their bones were broken and there were few intact bones in their bodies. In contrast to their misery, Jiang Bai was now leisurely dining in a high-end restaurant. The average consumption per person here is around 5,000 yuan, and just a few dishes can eat up most of his salary. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not dare to spend so much. But now with a huge sum of 600,000 yuan in his pocket, he has the confidence to splurge. He originally thought that he might be sad for a while after breaking up with Chen Shui. But he found that he felt relaxed, like a bird that had regained its freedom. You don't have to worry about that weird family anymore. While I was eating, a fragrant breeze blew over from the side, and a girl wearing a cool suspender, revealing a large area of her fair and tender body, came over. "Little brother, may I have a chance to sit here and have my meal?" The girl's eyes were full of spring, her breath was as sweet as orchid, and her soft tone was very seductive. She could see that this boy was handsome, generous, and had an extraordinary demeanor. He must be a rich second generation, right? As a socialite, how could she miss this opportunity? She is also very confident about her beauty. Add to that her alluring eyes, which man wouldn't fall at her feet? Since he has offered himself to her, there is no reason for this young man to refuse. Just as she was confidently waiting for Jiang Bai to invite her like a gentleman, Jiang Bai really stood up. "Jiang Bai, okay, you can sit down, I'm full." After saying that, Jiang Bai paid the bill and left, leaving the girl with a confused look on her face. She had no idea what was going on. Why was it different from what she expected? Shouldn't he act like a prince, invite his princess to sit down for dinner, and then take her to a 5-star hotel like a gentleman? She had even thought about what position she would use tonight, but this? Looking back at Jiang Bai's figure disappearing out the door, the girl was intoxicated. What a unique man. When she came to her senses and chased after him, she could no longer find Jiang Bai, which made her regretful. Jiang Bai had just returned home after taking a shower and lying on the bed when he saw the call from Chen Shui. He was silent for a while, then blocked her number and turned off his phone. Chapter 5: White, rich and beautiful woman becomes a young wife. The next day, when Jiang Bai got up and looked in the mirror, he suddenly received a prompt from the system, signed in successfully at home, appearance improved to 95. Jiang Bai didn't quite understand, appearance 95? Does that mean I've become more handsome? System, an average person's appearance score of 60 is pass. I understand. 60 points is a passing score, and between 60 and 90 points is the average level. Those who score over 90 points are generally recognized as having high looks. Those who have scored 95 points like Jiang Bai are the top in terms of appearance. If you go higher, it will be difficult to find such people. Jiang Bai looked at himself in the mirror carefully and found that the faint acne marks had disappeared. The bridge of his nose seemed to be more straight, and his eyes were sharper and brighter than usual. Anyone who was stared at by these eyes would probably find it difficult to remain calm. He found that even his height seemed to have increased. It seems that the evaluation of appearance is comprehensive, not as simple as just looking at facial features. After washing up, Jiang Bai considered whether to contact Chu Ruoling. At least I got a cheap wife, and a goddess at that. But on second thought, he felt that as a beautiful, rich and white woman, she must be very busy, right? They may not have the time to care about ordinary people like me. He would never do such a thing as trying to please a cold but. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was an impatient knock on the door outside. Then, there was a rough and loud voice urging, "Stinky boy, your rent has been overdue for 3 days. When are you going to pay it? Otherwise, I'll kick you out." Jiang Bai has become accustomed to hearing this voice. His landlord was a 45-year-old single woman, big and strong, with a bad temper. When she asked for the rent, it was like asking for his life. If the rent here wasn't cheaper, Jiang Bai would have moved out long ago. Jiang Bai opened the door and said indifferently, "I will transfer the rent to your account soon." "Which month did I give you less?" The landlady had a fierce look on her face and was ready to say something sarcastic to Jiang Bai, but as soon as she raised her head and met his piercing eyes, the words that were on the tip of her tongue could not be uttered. Jiang Bai's eyes were cold, as if containing 2 sharp swords. His facial features are clear and three-dimensional, with no blind spots, and his high nose bridge is heart-wrenching. The stubble on his chin that he hadn't had time to shave gave him a masculine look. The landlady only felt a charming masculine scent coming towards her. She had no interest in men for decades, but at this moment her heartbeat quickened, and her dark old face flushed with a rare blush. So handsome. Seeing that the old lady didn't say anything, Jiang Bai was about to close the door, but was immediately stopped by her. Xiao Doma's father. The aunt was confused, as if she was worried that she would not be able to see this handsome face again. Being looked at like this by him, the aunt lowered her head shyly and said, "There's no rush to pay the rent. If you're free today, let's have dinner together. My pussy is delicious." Jiang Bai was speechless for a moment and even wanted to call an ambulance for her. The old lady looked like she was mentally ill. Did she change her style? From fierce woman style to forest girl style? Imagining the scene of a big and fat old lady wearing a fresh and clean dress, Jiang Bai felt inexplicably frightened. "No, I have something to do today." Jiang Bai was so scared that he quickly closed the door and locked it to avoid any problems. The old lady outside the door felt lost and walked away in despair, still mumbling, "Is this what it feels like to be in love? How wonderful! I'm in love? I'm in love." Hearing this vaguely, Jiang Bai's face turned ugly and he couldn't help but complain, "No way, I'm just handsome, is it that troublesome? Has the improvement in appearance ruined the chastity of those middle-aged ladies? No, we must leave here early." Jiang Bai decided to move out immediately. Otherwise, with his small body, he might be raped by the landlady if they really did it. In a villa in Shanghai, Chu Ruoling got up early and wore silk pajamas. The loose pajamas not only failed to hide her figure, but made her chest look firmer. The wide neckline reveals a touch of amazing whiteness from time to time. After making herself a cup of milk, Chu Ruoling lay on the bed holding her cell phone, her face full of confusion and anxiety. That pighead, why hasn't he contacted me yet? Has he forgotten that he has a fairy wife? No, I have to stay calm. He may just not get up yet. That must be the case. But he didn't contact me after he got back. What should I do? Chu Ruoling's mind was completely on her cell phone, and she would check every few seconds to see if there were any new messages. But every time it ends in disappointment. There was another extremely beautiful girl on the bed. She was Chu Ruoling's best friend. Her name was Jiang Xiaoyan, and she was also fair, rich, and beautiful. Jiang Xiaoyan found it incredible that her best friend, who was usually so cold and aloof and never paid attention to other men, was now head over heels in love with a man. Linger, are you crazy? Getting married to a strange man? You don't have to be so desperate. Jiang Xiaoyan lay on the soft big bed, with a hint of snow whiteness revealed at her collar. Chu Ruoling said happily, "He is not a stranger, he is my brother Xiao Jiang. We have known each other for 20 years. Jiang Xiaoyan was almost speechless and jokingly said, "We went to the same kindergarten, so that counts as knowing each other for 20 years? Of course. If my dad hadn't insisted that I study abroad, I would definitely hold on to him." Chu Ruoling snorted. In her heart, Jiang Bai is more important than anything else. It's funny to say, just because Jiang Bai often shared white rabbit milk candies with her when they were children and beat up those who bullied her, he lived in her heart forever. It's such a naive and childish reason. Seeing that she was hopeless, Jiang Xiaoyan could only perfunctorily say, "Yes, yes, yes, whatever you say is right." "But does your father know?" "I didn't tell him," Chu Ruoling said as a matter of course. Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't help but worry, "Your father won't agree. He has such high standards that he doesn't even look at the excellent juniors in the Magic City. No matter how outstanding your brother Xiao Jiang is, how can he compare to those people? The top young men were all born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Their starting point is a destination that ordinary people cannot reach even if they work hard for their entire lives. It's impossible that the guy named Jiang is better than them, right? I'm afraid your marriage won't be so smooth." Jiang Xiaoyan also knew that this sentence was very direct, but also very realistic. She was very worried that Chu Ruoling would lose miserably. Chu Ruoling obviously didn't think too deeply about this issue. Now that her best friend reminded her, she also became nervous. But she will never regret what she is about to do. Chu Ruoling said firmly, "I am just holding on to what belongs to me. No one can help me." Jiang Xiaoyan could only sigh inwardly. She really had no idea what kind of drug had drugged this girl to make her so obsessed. Where is the image of a cool, rich, beautiful lady? Chu Ruoling held the phone and sighed with a sad face. What's going on with brother Xiaojiang? He doesn't have a new woman, does he? Impossible, he is definitely not that kind of person. At this time, Jiang Bai was driving the broken domestic Geely car he had just got back from the Civil Affairs Bureau to the hotel. There is a risk of running into the landlady at any time in the rental house. It is no longer safe, so it is better to find a place to stay first. He remembered that there was a pretty good 5-star hotel in Shanghai, the Rainbow International Hotel, which was built on the riverside. The upper floors offered a view of the gorgeous night view in Riverview. It costs a lot of money to stay for one night. After finding a place to park the car, Jiang Bai walked straight to the front desk. The lady at the front desk is tall and wears a fitted uniform that highlights her graceful figure, which easily makes men take a second look. Hello sir, how can I help you? The beautiful receptionist was very polite and sweet. To work in a place like this, you must have high qualifications and face any kind of customer with a smile. The beautiful receptionist has long been accustomed to this professional smile. However, when her eyes fell on Jiang Bai, a rare blush flashed across her face. She has seen too many glamorous men. However, the only one who made her heart beat fast was this young man. No matter what domineering CEO or dandy young man, they are no match for this little brother. Jiang Bai was calm and said calmly, "Open a room." The beautiful receptionist immediately asked enthusiastically what kind of room he wanted. Jiang Bai didn't even think twice and said, "One of the best presidential suites." The beauty was stunned and reminded in surprise, "Sir, the best presidential suite is 48,000 per night, you." It's not that she said this deliberately, but just looking at the way he was dressed, he really didn't look serious. Even in Shanghai, not many people stay in presidential suites every day. What she didn't expect was that Jiang Bai said calmly, "It's okay. It's not very expensive." Now he has 600,000, which is not a lot, but with the system in place, is he still worried about money? The young lady was stunned for 3 seconds, and when she saw that he didn't seem to be joking, she quickly asked him for his ID and went through the check-in procedures. He first opened it for a week, which was 336,000. After completing the formalities, the waiter who had been waiting on the side respectfully led Jiang Bai upstairs. The lady at the front desk couldn't take her eyes off him until he got into the elevator, then she sighed in disappointment. What a handsome boy, I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Never mind, someone like me won't have a chance to be with him, forget it. With the improvement of the system, Jiang Bai's overall image has improved a lot. The temperament she exudes in every move is extremely attractive. Now he has become a female killer. Chapter 6, Mother-in-law Gets Rich? Bad luck continues. Jiang Bai's room covers an area of 245 square meters and provides private check-in and check-out services. The suite includes a dining area for 10 people, extra-large reception and living space, supreme ceiling height and a private bar. The room is made of exquisite materials and has fine workmanship. From carpets to sofas, table lamps and chandeliers, all are top luxury brands. The bathroom is also very luxurious. The faucets are all gold-plated. There is a bathtub next to the window. It is a real pleasure to lie in it and take a bath. Mr. Jiang, if you need anything, please contact me. I am your personal butler and can provide you with any service. The beautiful butler said respectfully. She was about 30 years old and was wearing an elegant housekeeper's uniform. Although this dress looks rigid and old-fashioned, it unexpectedly highlights the beauty and tall figure of this beautiful private housekeeper. The beautiful housekeeper's eyes seemed to be able to speak. She looked at Jiang Bai respectfully and admiringly, waiting quietly for his instructions. Okay, thank you for your help. Let's get something to eat first. A bowl of snail noodles will be fine. Jiang Bai felt a little hungry. The beautiful housekeeper was stunned. Snail noodles? Which guest staying in a hotel doesn't order red wine, steak, etc.? At least it's high-end Chinese food. But this gentleman only ordered one serving of snail noodles? Isn't that just a little street gadget? In the presidential suite, a distinguished guest wanted to eat snail noodles. It was the first time she had seen this. If she wasn't confused, who would be? Seeing that she looked troubled, Jiang Bai asked, "Why, can't you do it?" The beautiful housekeeper said awkwardly, "Of course, but the hotel doesn't make snail noodles, so it takes some time to go out and buy them." Jiang Bai had no choice but to say, "Forget it, just order a steak, a few more pieces, at least it will fill my stomach." The beautiful housekeeper was as if she had been granted amnesty, and quickly told the waiter to order a plate of excellent sirloin steak. When she went downstairs, she could vaguely hear Jiang Bai muttering, "How come such a big store doesn't even have snail noodles?" The beautiful housekeeper immediately reported the problem seriously to her superiors, hoping that the hotel would be able to make snail noodles in the future. In this way, we can better meet the needs of every customer. Jiang Bai closed the door, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and overlooked the ground beneath his feet. The crisscrossing roads, the towering high-rise buildings, the vaguely visible flow of people on the streets, and the unparalleled river view not far away. All of this was easily seen by him. Now it's as if he is in control of half of the city. No wonder those domineering CEOs on TV like to stand like this, it's really pretentious. Is this what is called pattern? After a while, the butler came up pushing a cart. On top is a generous portion of sirloin steak, as well as appetizers, red wine, and more. While eating steak, Jiang Bai was also making plans in his mind. I definitely can't rent the house anymore, and even if I do, I'll have to find a better neighborhood. After lunch he went out to look for a house. In the hospital, Chen Shui was busy with her brother and mother's affairs. It's only been one day and she's already spent almost all her savings. The more difficult the days became, the more she missed Jiang Bai. But thinking of the nearly perfect Chu Ruoling, how could she have the courage to look for him again? Mother Chen, lying on the hospital bed, groaned weakly, as if she would die at any time. Seeing her daughter coming back, she asked weakly, "Daughter, how is the situation?" Chen Shui pursed her dry lips and said, "I have paid for yesterday and today, a total of 50,000. What? 50,000? Why don't you just rob it if it's so expensive?" Chen's mother was so angry that she cursed loudly, with full of energy. How could she look like she was seriously injured? Chen Shui said, "This is only for 2 days. You will have to spend money for the next few days. You will also have to pay for hospitalization fees when you are discharged. The total will be about 90,000. When talking about money, Chen's mother almost fainted. Almost 100,000? All the family savings were gone in an instant. The younger brother Chen Yu's voice also trembled. "Sister, do you still have savings?" Chen Shui looked gloomy and said, "I usually spend whatever I have, where do I save money from?" In the past, Jiang Bai supported all expenses, and she used her own money to buy skin care products or luxury goods. Damn if I can save money. She was seriously injured and had to spend a lot of money. Chen's mother hated Jiang Bai as much as she could. If we hadn't gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau yesterday, we wouldn't be in such a miserable situation. It's all his fault. Chen Yu also gritted his teeth and said, "When I get better, I will definitely settle the score with him. At least make him pay for the medical expenses." Jiang Bai was already unhappy that the perfect goddess Chu Ruoling followed him, and when he recovered from his injury, he had an excuse to teach Jiang Bai a lesson. Chen Shui lowered her head and gritted her teeth, "But what about our medical expenses? I can't hold on for a few more days." The mother and son, who looked so ferocious just now, were stunned in an instant. After a while, Chen's mother's eyes lit up and she thought of a good idea. "Yes, ask Jiang Bai for it, that boy must have it." Chen Yu also suddenly understood. "Sister, just say that the betrothal gift can be postponed for 2 years, and he will agree." He believed that there was still affection between his sister and Jiang Bai. As long as the operation is done well, not only will the medical expenses be solved, but Jiang Bai and Chu Ruoling will also be separated. In this way, wouldn't Chen Yu have a chance to get Chu Ruoling? It really kills 2 birds with 1 stone. How could that silly boy Jiang Bai be qualified to be with a goddess like that? Unless it was him, Chen Yu. Chen Yu was complacent about his own cleverness. Chen Shui was in a dilemma. Is this okay? Things got to that point yesterday. "Hey, for the sake of me and Mom, why are you hesitating, sister?" Chen Yu urged impatiently. Chen's mother also did her ideological work. "That boy won't let you go so easily. Besides, I have agreed to postpone the payment of the betrothal gift. What reason does he have to disagree?" She was full of confidence and felt that she had a clear shot at defeating Jiang Bai. Chen Shui, who was very resistant in her heart, had no choice but to call Jiang Bai again. But she was sad to find that not only her mobile phone number but also her WeChat account had been blocked. Usually she gets angry and blocks Jiang Bai, but this is the first time Jiang Bai blocks her. In desperation, I had to call in using Chen Yu's cell phone. "Hello, Jiang Bai, it's me." Chen Shui just opened her mouth when Jiang Bai on the other end hung up the phone. Hearing the beep sound coming from the phone, Chen Shui and the other two looked at each other in shock. Helpless, she had to borrow someone else's cell phone and call him. After answering the phone, Jiang Bai asked impatiently, what do you want? We are no longer related. Chen Shui sobbed, I. Mother Chen snatched the phone away and said in a gentle voice, Jiang Bai, I'm your mother-in-law. Don't hang up yet. Let's chat first, shall we? Jiang Bai couldn't help but sneer and mock, sorry, we haven't got the marriage certificate yet, how can I be qualified to call you mother-in-law? Mother Chen was not angry, and continued to smile and said in a flattering manner, it's like this, I agree to give the betrothal gift in 2 years, what do you think? Jiang Bai didn't even think about it, I don't think it's that good. Yesterday he tried to talk to them in a nice way, but ended up being a clown. What do you want to do today? It's like this. Mother Chen almost burst into tears, full of resentment. Everyone in the same ward looked at her with disgust, wishing they could sew her mouth shut. Only a man with a bandage on his head came over after seeing Chen's mother. You are Sister Chen? The man looked to be in his 50s. He was wearing a well-tailored suit, a shiny gold watch on his wrist, and even his tie was neatly tied. You can tell at first glance that this is the attire of a successful person. However, he was unrecognizable with a bandage on his head. You are. Mother Chen looked confused. The man quickly introduced himself, it's me, Jin Yuqian. The junior from college. Mother Chen thought about it for a while, then suddenly realized, Yuqian? It's you? Seeing Jin Yuqian's high-end outfit, Chen's mother's eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 7, 1.5 million, Start Investing. Jin Yuqian and Chen's mother are both alumni and were acquaintances when they were studying. Sister Chen, why are you in the hospital too? What happened? Jin Yuqian asked with concern. Mother Chen sighed, don't talk about it. I was harmed by a heartless boy. It's better not to mention it. What happened to your head? Jin Yuqian had a bandage wrapped around his head, and blood was faintly visible on the wound. He chuckled and said, I bumped into the doorframe myself. It's no problem. Chen's mother chatted with him awkwardly for a while, then curiously asked about his situation. Yuqian, judging from your appearance, you are doing well now, right? Jin Yuqian smiled modestly and said, it's normal. I work in finance and only have 2 companies under my name. My annual income is probably tens of millions. It's not worth mentioning. Ha ha ha. Hearing him say this, both Chen's mother and Chen Yu's eyes widened. In finance? 2 companies? Tens of millions a year? A wealthy person? Chen's mother immediately sighed, you are really amazing. You have become a big boss. I am so miserable. I can't even afford the medical expenses. As he said this, he secretly glanced at Jin Yugen's expression to see if he planned to pay for his medical expenses. But Jin Yuqian just kept smiling and didn't show any expression at all. Chen Yu, on the other hand, flattered him enthusiastically, Uncle Jin, you are also very capable, right? Can I learn from you? Even serving tea and water is fine. If he holds on to this thigh, he will never have to worry about food and clothing in his life. No matter if you are Jiang Bai, Bai Fume, you are all scum. Jin Yuqian was in a dilemma. Well, our company implements a meritocracy, and we value quality over quantity. We don't have any open positions at the moment. His words were flawless and reasonable. But in reality, where did he get his company? As for tens of millions a year, that's just nonsense. This is only true in the financial sector. Because he is a financial fraudster who specializes in making up lies to trick big bosses into investing. I went to the hospital today because my head was broken by a debt collector, so I came here secretly to get the bandage done. After all, Jin Yuqian is a liar, so isn't it natural for him to say such things? Jin Yuqian saw that her family seemed to be short of money, so he gave her some advice. You can't make money by working, only by doing projects can you double your money in a short period of time. Uncle Jin, do you have any projects to introduce? Shen Yu heard the trick and was so smart that he immediately grasped the key point. Jin Yuqian lowered his head in thought, as if wondering whether to take this family with him. Shen's mother also played the emotional card. You gone, we have known each other for so many years, and you have been forgotten about any good things. After a long while, Jin Yuqian finally made up his mind and sighed, okay, to be honest, there is a financial project recently. If it is handled well, the profit will be at least 6 times. It's just. Jin Yuqian began to pause tactically. Sure enough, the mother and son became anxious. 6 times the profit? It sounds like a good project, how could they miss it? Mother Chen hurriedly urged, old classmate, don't hide it anymore, can you take me with you? Jin Yuqian was embarrassed. What are you talking about? It's just that the entry fee is at least 1 million, and I don't want you to take this risk. When they heard about the $1 million investment, the family was stunned. It's hard for them to even get 50,000 now, so where would they get the million? Unless you sell the house. Do you really want to spend all your money on this gamble? However, with a piece of fat meat right in front of them, they couldn't help but be tempted. Mother Chen gritted her teeth and asked, Yu Chen, are you sure you can make money? Jin Yuqian patted his chest, full of confidence. Of course, I have been working in the financial industry for so many years, and I rarely come across such a good project. 6 times the profit is no joke. After hearing what he said, the mother and son were itching to invest right away. Jin Yuqian saw their reactions and was already beaming with joy. Are these two fools? Do you believe this? I would be unworthy of our status as old classmates if I don't give you a chance. Shen Yu continued to ask, Uncle Jin, does it have to be 1 million to join? A little less is fine, right? This. Jin Yuqian hesitated for a long time, and finally, in the anxious and expectant eyes of the mother and son, he compromised. For the sake of our old classmates, if you really want to invest, 800,000 is fine as a starting point. The mother and son were overjoyed to get his promise. 800,000 will do. Multiply it 6 times and it would be 4.8 million. It's sent this time. Shen Yu fully demonstrated the rationality and caution of a college student and did not get carried away by the surprise. He asked again, Uncle Jin, what is the investment period? How long will it take to get a return? Jin Yuqian burst into laughter, praising him for his courage and carefulness, and for being a man of talent. Shen Yu was so flattered that his mouth almost stretched to his ears. Good question. The project is already halfway through and now is the late stage of investment. You can get a 6-fold return in as little as 7 days. These words made both mother and son's hearts tremble. 7 days? So, in a week they'll have millions? It's become prosperous. The more they talked, the more they got interested. Seeing that the time was almost up, Jin Yuqian glanced at the gold Rolex watch on his wrist and said apologetically, I have an appointment with my boss to discuss stocks today. Let's talk another day. Chen's mother was also reluctant to leave. Hurry up and add WeChat. Once we have considered it, it will be convenient for us to find you for investment. Jin Yuqian, okay. After Jin Yuqian left, the mother and son were so excited that they almost stood up. I'm rich. I'm rich this time. Millions. It's so cool. Shen Yu burst into laughter and had completely forgotten the pain of the bleeding anus. All he thinks about is money, girls, and luxury cars. Shen's mother was also immersed in the fantasy of getting rich and had already begun planning how to spend the millions she got. Fortunately, Jiang Bai was kicked out, otherwise I would have to give him some money. How could he have done that? Mother Chen thought thankfully. You can only bring your family members with you to make a fortune, so Jiang Bai is always an outsider. Only Chen Shui felt something was wrong. Is he really reliable? Isn't this too exaggerated? Chen's mother, however, was confident, it must be true. I noticed his expression. He was in a difficult situation. And the minimum entry fee is 1 million. He knows we can't come up with 1 million, which means he's not afraid of scaring us away with too much money. Or he didn't expect us to actually consider joining. Chen's mother's analysis was very logical. She didn't understand investment, but she was very good at judging people. You can tell the truth from every move. It was very difficult for him to agree to lower the entry standards for us. He must have struggled for a while, so it's no problem. Mother Chen became more and more confident as she spoke. Shen Yu also used his college student intelligence and wisdom. Uncle Jin is a good man, and he has principles, high standards, and he wears gold and silver. He can't be wrong. He has met many rich second generations, and many of them have this temperament in society. Follow. Just go all in. This kind of opportunity is rare. It's worth selling your house. There was a hint of ecstasy and madness in Chen Yu's eyes. The more capital you have, the more you will gain. This is absolutely true. Not to mention Chen's mother, she had long planned to sell the house for investment. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. If not all in now, when? Although Chen Shui was also listening, she was thinking more about Jiang Bai. As for Chen's mother and Chen Yu, they are both money-loving and absolute materialists. It's normal to make such a decision when you are affected by the bad luck card. After leaving the hospital, Jin Yuqian sneaked away in a stealthy manner to avoid being discovered by his creditors and being beaten with a small steel stick again. This family is really obsessed with money. They believe such nonsense? I would be unworthy of my professional ethics if I didn't lie to you. Jin Yuqian sneered. He didn't even use any sophisticated speaking skills, but they believed him without a doubt. According to his experience, within 3 days, this family will definitely come back to him and give him money. In the next few days, the Chin family began to raise money and sold all the houses as quickly as possible. In order to save money, he was discharged from the hospital despite the doctor's opposition. By saving and borrowing, they managed to get 1.5 million. Now that the capital has been almost accumulated, all that's left is to enter the game and reap the profits. Jiang Bai stayed comfortably in the presidential suite, occasionally going out for a stroll or signing in. Over the past few days, he has received quite a few rewards for signing in. Sign in successfully, and get 3 bags of super stinky snail noodles as a reward. Successful sign in, reward of 500,000 cash. Sign in successfully, reward skill, advanced arm wrestling. In the presidential suite, Jiang Bai, wearing a large bathrobe, looked at 3 bags of super stinky snail noodles and felt that the system was sometimes not very reliable. 500,000 in cash is not bad. Excluding the money for renting the hotel, he now has nearly 700,000. Under normal circumstances, how could he have so much savings? As for the skill of advanced arm wrestling, Jiang Bai was a little confused. What is this? Forget it, let's go out and look for a room. After changing his clothes, Jiang Bai suggested to his beautiful personal housekeeper to help arrange a car for the trip. This is a treatment only available to VIP guests in the presidential suite. When he got downstairs, a special driver was already waiting for him. Parked next to him was this year's Mercedes-Benz S500L 4MATIC, the body of which was brand new and shiny, which made him very satisfied. After getting in the car, Jiang Bai asked the driver to go directly to Yunshan Villa. Chapter 8, Sign in successfully, a villa. Yunshan Villa Resort is full of single-family villas, a place only rich people can afford to live in. Especially in Shanghai, where can you buy a villa for millions, let alone how expensive it is? After a while, the car arrived at Yunshan Villa. The driver came to the back seat and helped Jiang Bai open the door. Thank you. Jiang Bai nodded. The driver appeared calm on the surface, but in his heart he was somewhat surprised by the politeness of this distinguished guest. People in his line of work have a very low status, but the people he comes into contact with are all glamorous and famous people. After driving the car for so long to entertain so many distinguished guests in the presidential suite, Jiang Bai was the first one to say thank you to him. Everyone else takes it for granted. Just 2 short sentences made him feel flattered. It seems that there are differences in quality among rich people. Some people are used to being superior and being served, so how can they see the lower class people? But some people are very well educated, like Mr. Jiang. Jiang Bai gave him 100 yuan and said, "Wait for me here, let's find a place to have a cup of coffee first." The driver was flattered and didn't dare to take his money. "Mr. Jiang, we have a rule that we can't accept tips from customers privately." Seeing how determined he was, Jiang Bai had no choice but to give up. Before he even reached the gate, the system had already given a notification: successful sign-in at Yunshan Villa District, reward, a Tianzi Villa. Jiang Bai was stunned when he heard the prompt. He actually came here today just to look at houses, hoping to find some for rent. Even if you can't rent it, it would be nice to just look at the villa and enjoy yourself. Why can you just check in and get the reward? When I arrived at the sales office, a beautiful girl came to greet me with a respectful attitude. I have seen so many beauties in the past 2 days, and any one of them is no worse than Chen Shui. Maybe this is the world that rich people see? Sir, how can I help you? The girl's eyes are sparkling and quite attractive. Before Jiang Bai could say anything, the girl shouted in surprise, "You are Jiang Bai? High school classmate?" Jiang Bai looked at her curiously and called out familiarly, "You look like Li Hui?" Li Hui nodded and smiled, "Yes, it's been a long time. You look much more handsome. I couldn't recognize you." Compared to how skinny he was in high school, Jiang Bai is now in much better shape. Jiang Bai looked her over and said, "You're not bad either. You've changed a lot." "Really?" Li Hui puffed out her chest proudly. This is her biggest change. After knowing that it was an old classmate, Li Hui relaxed a lot, without the professional stiffness just now. "Are you here to buy a villa? How did you become so rich?" Li Hui was very surprised. As far as she knew, Jiang Bai came from an ordinary family and couldn't afford a villa, right? Jiang Bai explained, of course not, I don't buy a villa. His villa was given by the system, not bought by himself. This statement is reasonable, right? Li Hui nodded with an expression of, just as I expected. No matter how outstanding Jiang Bai is, it is impossible for him to buy a villa, right? I have been working here for so many years, but I never dared to have any ideas about the villa. Are you here to hang out? Li Hui asked. Recently, many internet celebrities like to go to luxurious and high-end places and pretend to be rich. She thought Jiang Bai might also want to broaden his horizons? But he shook his head and said, I'm here to see my villa. Li Hui nodded, it's normal that I can't afford a villa. I can't afford a villa either. You? She was halfway through her words when she suddenly realized that she seemed to have heard it wrong. He said he was here to see his villa? Li Hui was so surprised that her red lips parted slightly. She felt a little unbelievable and thought she had heard it wrongly. You mean, there is your villa here? Jiang Bai nodded and asked calmly, yes, is there any problem? Li Hui was confused. How is this not a problem? This is a big problem. How come your villa is here? Stop joking, okay? Li Hui thought Jiang Bai was teasing her on purpose, so she quickly told him not to talk nonsense, as it would be difficult to deal with him if he was thought to be causing trouble. Jiang Bai, I know you want to go in and take a look, but this won't work. The guard won't let you in easily. Li Hui explained. The security in the villa area is definitely much better than that in ordinary residential areas. It is difficult for outsiders to enter. Li Hui, if you really want to go in, I can take you, but you can't say anything nonsense. Seeing her big reaction, Jiang Bai was too lazy to explain and just said, I really have a villa, but I haven't received the key yet. Li Hui frowned, Jiang Bai, you are talking nonsense again. You can't joke about this. Didn't you just say you didn't buy it? How come you have it again? Jiang Bai took it for granted, yes, there are some even if you don't buy them, isn't that unreasonable? Li Hui is going crazy. How could you have it if you didn't buy it? How is this reasonable? Even if the King of Heaven came today, he would still be unreasonable. What kind of messed up logic is this? If it weren't for the fact that he was an old classmate and was so handsome, Li Hui would have thought he was here to cause trouble. Li Hui, what's wrong? A male employee felt something was wrong and walked over. His appearance made Li Hui feel a little unhappy, but due to their relationship as colleagues, she couldn't say anything. It's okay, I'm just chatting with my friend. Li Hui said lightly. The male colleague felt that Li Hui and Jiang Bai had a close relationship, and he immediately felt unhappy. He has been eyeing Li Hui for a long time. Li Hui has always been unkind to him, but now she is getting closer to another man. He feels like he is being cuckolded. Hello sir, my name is Yin Jun, how can I help me? The man named Yin Jun extended his hand to greet. He behaved relatively politely, but his sour tone and slightly hostile eyes could not fool Jiang Bai. So, Jiang Bai just nodded lightly as a response. Since the visitor has bad intentions, there is no need for him to try his best to please him. Yin Jun was turned away and felt very upset. He just put his hands in his pockets and didn't care. But Jiang Bai didn't want to waste time with them here. He couldn't wait to see his big villa. Li Hui, take me in first. Jiang Bai said with a smile. But Yin Jun spoke up, wait, let me take you in? Do you know what's inside? Oh no, of course you know, don't you just want to show off? He stared at Jiang Bai teasingly, feeling that he had exposed Jiang Bai's true purpose. Just wait and see Jiang Bai's embarrassed and awkward look. But Jiang Bai just looked at him like an idiot and said, does your mother know that you are so stupid? Yin Jun was furious, what did you say? Say it again? This kid is so abominable, actually mocking me like this? Do you want to get beaten? Jiang Bai curled his lips, are your ears not good? Do you want me to recommend the best anorectal hospital to you? Yin Jun was furious, and what made him even more panicked was that he didn't understand why this guy wanted to introduce him to the anorectal hospital. Could it be that he knew that I had hemorrhoids? This kid is a little scary. But this still couldn't scare him. Today in front of Li Hui, I must teach this kid a lesson, otherwise where will I put my face? Yin Jun simply blocked Jiang Bai's way and said righteously, I'm here, don't even think about going in and causing trouble. Li Hui reminded him in annoyance, Yin Jun, he is my friend. Can't he just come to chat with me? What does it have to do with you? Seeing that his woman was not on his side, but defending others, Yan Jun seemed to hear the raindrops falling on the green grass. Yan Jun warned coldly, Li Hui, this kid is not qualified to go in, I advise you not to make a mistake. Li Hui, I. She was speechless for a moment and was caught by Yan Jun. She really couldn't bring Jiang Bai in. The commotion here attracted the manager. The manager asked coldly, why are you making so much noise? Yan Jun, you have such a loud voice, I'm afraid even 18 kilograms of pineapples can't hold it in, right? Seeing the manager coming, they were both scared and didn't dare to say anything. Yan Jun pointed at Jiang Bai and explained aggrievely, Manager, this kid wanted Li Hui to bring him into the villa area to open his eyes. I just stopped him. Hearing this, the manager was very unhappy. He hated this kind of behavior the most. He glared at Li Hui fiercely and coldly ordered Jiang Bai to leave. Sir, we don't allow outsiders to visit the villa area. I'm sorry. Jiang Bai slowly raised his eyes, smiling, oh? What if I have to go in? The manager said in a cold tone, that I'll have to ask the security to kick you out. Drive the owner away? Is this your way of service? Jiang Bai's eyes were indifferent, with a hint of sarcasm. Hearing this, the manager looked at him curiously. Although he felt unhappy, he did not ridicule him immediately out of professional ethics. Instead, he asked Jiang Bai, which building does the gentleman live in? I remember every owner's information, but I have never seen you. Yan Jun impulsively stepped forward and prepared to give Jiang Bai a ruthless blow. Manager, why are you talking nonsense to him? This guy is a liar. Don't believe him. But the manager stopped him. Li Hui anxiously used her eyes to remind Jiang Bai not to talk nonsense. If he angered the manager, he would definitely be fired. However, Jiang Bai acted as if he hadn't noticed anything, and said to the manager nonchalantly, I just bought it today, so of course you haven't seen it. By the way, my villa seems to be the Tianzi Villa? When they heard the words Tianzi Villa, the three of them were shocked and looked shocked. Neither Yan Jun nor Li Hui took it seriously. Only the manager clearly remembered that the last Tianzi Villa was sold just now. Could it be that? Chapter 9, Messy Beauty Classmate. Don't be ridiculous. Tianzi Villas are the best villas here. You said you have one? You are kidding. Yan Jun reacted quickly and thought Jiang Bai was just bragging. There are only 10 Tianzi villas. Each one is unique. The total price exceeds 100 million. Many big bosses can't afford it, how could this kid afford it? Not to mention the Tianzi villa, even the cheapest one costs at least 10 million, not everyone can afford it. Li Hui also became anxious, Jiang Bai. Here, she is the one who knows Jiang Bai best. Therefore, she knew very well that Jiang Bai could not afford a villa, let alone the most expensive one. More than 100 million, are you kidding? She just hoped that the manager would show some mercy and not take it too seriously. However, she found that the manager's face didn't look very good at this moment. Why did he look as if he had been drained by the young widow next door? She didn't know that the manager was already half believing and half doubting. The last Tianzi villa was just sold and this guy came. It can't be a coincidence, right? Although it seemed unreal, he still cautiously asked Jiang Bai's name. Then the manager rushed back to find the latest information. After he found the information and compared it, he knew that Jiang Bai was actually the new owner. Moreover, it is the Tianzi villa. Seeing the manager running out with the contract, Li Hui and Yan Jun were both confused. They just felt strange. Why was the manager sweating profusely? Jiang Bai asked calmly, did you see it clearly? The manager wiped his sweat quickly and smiled respectfully, I saw it clearly. I saw it clearly, hee hee. Yan Jun immediately felt something was wrong. Manager, you weren't fooled by him, were you? This guy is just here to gain some experience. These words made the manager so angry that he wanted to give him a sliding tackle and tell him to shut up immediately. The manager slapped the contract on his face, and the sound was even louder than the sound of the young couple next door fighting at night. The manager said angrily, can you shut up? Look for yourself, isn't he the new owner of Tianzi Villa? Yan Jun took it and looked at it, and was instantly stunned. How could this happen? His eyes were full of shock. There was no way that the words written on paper could be wrong. Even the manager said so, what is there to doubt? But he still couldn't accept it. How could I have seen it wrong? Isn't this guy just more handsome than him, has better temperament than him, and is a little taller than him? Apart from these, it looks pretty ordinary. How can one be qualified to own a Tianzi villa? Li Hui was also so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Could it be that Jiang Bai was not joking just now? But how did he do it? Is this still the high school classmate she used to know? The manager knew that he had to quickly apologize to Jiang Bai for his offense, and then, at Jiang Bai's urging, he completed the handover procedures. Li Hui, take Mr. Jiang to the villa, the manager ordered. Since Li Hui and Jiang Bai are old acquaintances, it would be best to let her handle this matter. Yan Jun was left in the sales office by him. Knowing that he had caused a big disaster, he felt like sitting on pins and needles, like a thorn in the back, and uncomfortable all over his body. Yan Jun asked the manager weakly, "Manager, if you have nothing else to do, can I go and do my work first?" The manager patted his shoulder with a cold look in his eyes and said, "Resign on your own. I will ask the finance department to settle the salary you are owed." Yan Jun panicked. Why? Is it because I said something to that kid? The manager was very disappointed with him. Have you not realized that he is a distinguished guest who owns a villa? And you still speak in this tone? Then it is not difficult for you to understand why I asked you to resign, right? Yan Jun's face turned pale. He knew that this was definitely irreversible and he had made a low-level mistake that he shouldn't have made. But he regretted it very much. If he had not been so impulsive just now, would he be fine now? This position was so good, but he lost it because of his own stupidity. On the way to the villa with Jiang Bai, Li Hui still couldn't believe this was true. She was full of doubt and confusion. Jiang Bai, is this true? It can't be fake, right? It's not that she is suspicious by nature, but the impact of this incident was too strong for her to digest for a while. Jiang Bai, the same question for the 7th time. Li Hui smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I haven't recovered yet. But didn't you say you didn't buy it? How come you really have a villa? Jiang Bai smiled and asked her, do you need a reason to own a villa? Li Hui, don't you need it? Jiang Bai, do you need it? Li Hui laughed to hide her embarrassment. I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously. But when she turned her head away, she quietly repeated, don't you need it? There are only 10 Tianzi villas in the entire Yunshan villa area, so you can imagine how precious they are. The villa covers an area of 850 square meters. It is a duplex with 2 floors. There is a lawn and an outdoor swimming pool outside. Li Hui introduced it skillfully. Jiang Bai expressed that he was very satisfied. There was a sense of luxury everywhere here and all the hardware facilities were in place. Just need to buy some soft furnishings. If he has time, he would go back to the rental house and get some things. Li Hui added him to a WeChat group, which had dedicated property management, housekeepers, etc., who were there to serve him alone. This is also a unique service for every owner of Tianzi Villa. After looking around, Jiang Bai felt that it was about right. Li Hui followed behind him, her long legs restricted by the narrow skirt, so she could only jog. She was very shy. After thinking for a while, she finally mustered up the courage to talk more with Jiang Bai and strengthen their relationship. Jiang Bai is now tall, rich, and handsome. If she becomes his girlfriend, she will be able to live in this big villa in the future. She was so excited that she couldn't close her legs as she imagined a beautiful life in the future without shame. Jiang Bai, where do you live now? I can help you when you move here, Li Hui said with a smile. Jiang Bai walked in front without looking back. No need, I live in the presidential suite of the hotel, I can ask the hotel staff to help me. Li Hui was dumbfounded again. Presidential suite? It costs tens of thousands to stay for one night. He actually lives in the presidential suite? Too rich, huh? The more Li Hui thought about it, the more excited she became, and she became more determined to get Jiang Bai. We can't let this tall, rich, and handsome guy get away. She was wearing high heels and followed Jiang Bai with difficulty. Her voice became delicate. Jiang Bai, please go slower, it hurts. Jiang Bai indeed slowed down, but he secretly despised her in his heart. Women are such a burden, they only affect his walking speed. Li Hui breathed a sigh of relief, looking relieved. Yes, this is the speed, it's much more comfortable. By the way, do you have a girlfriend now? Li Hui asked nervously. Jiang Bai frowned impatiently. He thought that the two were old classmates, so he chatted for a while longer. But why does this woman talk so much? He said perfunctorily, yes. After getting this answer, Li Hui's heart sank instantly. He actually has a girlfriend? Doesn't that mean she has no chance? No, what if his girlfriend isn't as pretty as her? There's still a chance, right? Which man is not a pervert? You can hide from a beautiful face, but you can't hide from a big chest, right? Li Hui forced herself to stay alert and asked nervously, so, is she prettier or am I? Jiang Bai asked calmly, makeup or no makeup? Li Hui thought for a moment and said, let's put on some makeup. Jiang Bai asked again, do you mean colorful makeup or light makeup? Li Hui? Then, makeup. Li Hui asked him curiously. Jiang Bai, I don't like girls wearing too much makeup. Somehow, Li Hui suddenly felt like vomiting blood. She took a deep breath and said, just bare face. She is still very confident about her face. Jiang Bai hesitated for a moment, but I've never seen you without makeup. It's working hours now, so she still has to put on makeup. Li Hui took another deep breath, pursed her lips and asked seriously, I don't care, I just want to know who is more beautiful in your heart. Jiang Bai asked calmly, do you mean the face or the figure? At this time, Li Hui was about to faint, but she had come to this point and could not back down no matter how difficult it was. This is the dignity of a woman. She suppressed her increasingly anxious mood and said, compare both the face and the figure. Jiang Bai thought about it and told her truthfully, in terms of figure, she is better. Hearing this answer, Li Hui felt like she was struck by lightning. Indescribable sadness, heartache, and loss filled her heart, as if she had lost her soul. Did I lose just like that? Seeing that her interest suddenly dropped, Jiang Bai reminded, you haven't asked about the face yet. Li Hui, who was originally depressed, immediately recovered after hearing what he said. The two eyes are filled with star-like light, that is the light of hope. Since he said so, it must be, he. Li Hui asked him with a smile, what about the face? Do I look better? If I win with my face, at least I have made a comeback and I haven't lost yet. Jiang Bai smiled mercilessly, she has a pretty face too. Li Hui. I regret it now, very much. Why do you want to seek this excitement when you are doing well? If God could give her another chance, she would never ask that question, let alone jump into this pit. Li Hui was so disappointed that her legs went weak and she almost fell to the ground. When I first started working, the blow of being rejected by the electronics factory was not as big as the one today. What's wrong with you? Do you need my help? Seeing that she looked uncomfortable, Jiang Bai quickly showed concern. Li Hui was angry now, so she said angrily, I don't need your help. I'm fine. Unexpectedly, Jiang Bai actually stood aside and ignored her. Instead, he praised her strength, you are very independent. You are worthy of being a woman of the new era. I want to learn from you. Li Hui? Chapter 10, just 200,000, is that a lot? Li Hui finally understood that this guy could not be measured by normal standards. Too straight. Jiang Bai took over the villa and solved his housing problem, and he felt much more relaxed. After leaving Yunshan Villa, he asked the driver to go to Yida Plaza. There was once a joke that if a city has built Yida Plaza, it means that the city has developed. Although this is too exaggerated, it also shows the importance of Yida Plaza to a city. There are so many international brands gathered here. It's okay if you just want to stroll around, but if you really want to experience the fun of shopping, you have to ask yourself whether your wallet can bear it. He glanced around and entered the Huawei flagship store not far away. His cell phone is an old model from many years ago and can no longer keep up with the times. It's not that he doesn't want to change his phone. But every time a new flagship phone came out, his ex-girlfriend Chen Shui would ask him to help her buy a new one. When the new Apple 12 phone first came out, Chen Yu shamelessly asked him to help buy it. Jiang Bai was unwilling of course, but Chen Shui, at the instruction of her brother, kept crying, making a fuss and threatening to commit suicide for Jiang Bai, so he had no choice but to agree. They didn't leave the old machines they had discarded to Jiang Bai, but gave them to other relatives and friends, pretending to be very generous. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be using this old Xiaomi 5 phone. Once you enter the store, the waiter greets you as usual, but he isn't too enthusiastic. Many people come to offline stores just to experience the products, and then go shopping online. She felt that this young man was no exception. Jiang Bai didn't care, and didn't even touch the prototype on the booth. He asked directly, which is the most expensive Huawei phone at the moment? The waiter said, the Huawei Mate X2 is the most expensive now. This is also our flagship phone. The high-end version is priced at 18,999. Jiang Bai nodded and asked the waiter to introduce its configuration in more detail. After hearing that it was a folding screen, Jiang Bai stopped considering it. He has a low acceptance of foldable screens. The waiter didn't care, but just felt a little bored because there were many people asking random questions like him. asked but didn't he buy. If their store manager hadn't been strict, she wouldn't even bother to serve them. At this time, Jiang Bai took a fancy to another one. The waiter introduced, "This is the Porsche design made for RS, the top model is priced at 13,999. After looking for a while, Jiang Bai decided, "Please help me get one, and also help me get a pair of the best headphones." The waiter was stunned and asked in surprise, "Sir, do you want to buy it?" To be honest, she didn't think Jiang Bai would buy it. Most people would not spend more than 6,000 yuan on a mobile phone, let alone one that costs tens of thousands of yuan. But now Jiang Bai doesn't he seem to be joking? Jiang Bai said calmly, "What else? Help me get a collector's edition of ceramic black." Okay. Okay. It'll be done right away. The waiter, who had been very calm just now, immediately became extremely enthusiastic and trotted back to help Jiang Bai prepare the phone. After scanning the code to pay, Jiang Bai replaced the SIM card on the new phone on the spot. After weighing it, Jiang Bai was quite satisfied. This action made many customers in the store look over. Everyone comes here to experience it, and only a few actually buy it. It is unheard of that someone would buy a mobile phone worth tens of thousands of yuan without even thinking about it, as he did. There were several girls with stars in their eyes, their hearts beating fast with nervousness, and they really wanted to come over and chat with me. But it was this hesitation that made them miss the opportunity. When they came to their senses, the handsome boy had disappeared. The girls looked around anxiously but couldn't find him. They became dejected. In fact, Jiang Bai had already taken the elevator upstairs. Clothes make the man, so you still have to buy new clothes. But he was not very good at dressing, so after walking around, he walked into a Gucci store. "Sir, how may I help you?" The good-looking female salesperson appeared at the right time. Looking at the dazzling array of men's clothing, Jiang Bai was also in a dilemma, so he simply said, "Introduce me a few clothes, and I'll match them according to your taste." It was the first time the waitress had encountered such a request and she was a little surprised. However, out of professionalism, she quickly and enthusiastically introduced Jiang Bai. There were also quite a few customers in the men's clothing area. Seeing Jiang Bai looking like he knew nothing, they all secretly found it funny. "This kid looks like a greenhorn. Is this his first time visiting such a high-end store?" The woman who was helping a middle-aged man choose clothes smiled and said, "The handsome boy is quite good-looking." The middle-aged man couldn't help but feel jealous. He glanced at Jiang Bai and said sourly, "What's the use of being handsome? Money is king. This guy is dressed in ordinary clothes and holding a Huawei bag. You can tell at a glance that he is an ignorant otaku." The woman also agreed deeply. She was only paying attention to Jiang Bai's appearance and ignored other aspects. There was also some disdain in her eyes. They used Huawei's garbage before, and now some people are using domestic ones? Shouldn't they use iPhone 12? She always felt that only Apple phones were for human use. Only an Apple phone is worthy of me. As for those domestically produced machines, aren't they just there to cheat otakus out of their money? Only poor people would buy it. The middle-aged man smiled with satisfaction and took out his iPhone 12. He said proudly, "You're right. I don't understand why there are still people who don't use iPhone 12. It's obviously very cheap, only tens of thousands of yuan." The two of them worked together to show off their wealth in a high-profile manner, making people around them suspect that they were sick. But I have to admit that they are right. Jiang Bai is very handsome, but he is too ordinary in other aspects. He doesn't look like he can afford Gucci. Jiang Bai naturally heard it as well. He gave the other person a cold look and then ignored him. The world is big, it's normal to meet one or two idiots. But his ignoring look made the two of them unhappy. They both thought, how come this guy is so ordinary yet so confident? Are they wrong? What right does this kid have to ignore them? Seeing Jiang Bai trying on clothes, the middle-aged man touched his big belly and couldn't help but say sarcastically, "If you can't afford it, don't try it on. How can you let others buy it? Isn't it just buying a few clothes? Is it necessary to spend so much time choosing?" I laughed. "Baby, it's a good thing you followed me. I would never let you live like this. This is the typical life of a loser. A rich man like me will never be able to enjoy it in this lifetime." Ha 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 ha. The middle-aged man did not hide his ridicule towards Jiang Bai and even deliberately raised his volume, as if he was afraid that Jiang Bai could not hear it. The woman hugged the man's arm sweetly and said coquettishly, "I know my husband is the best. Can I buy 2 more bags?" The man laughed loudly, kneading her thighs and saying, "As long as you serve me well, don't worry about a bag." The woman blushed with shame. She ignored the stunned eyes of others and punched him in the chest with her little pink fist. "You're so annoying. We'll talk about this tonight." The two of them showed off their wealth and flirted with each other. Jiang Bai became more and more certain that he had just run into a moron. After taking off a new piece of clothing, he tried on a few more and said to the waiter, "No need to try them on, let's just leave it like this for now." Waiter, don't you want to try them on? There are still a few new styles you want to try? No need, these are all, pack them up for me. Jiang Bai said. If he bought too much, he wouldn't be able to carry it, so this is enough. The waitress was very disappointed. She was addicted to helping Jiang Bai change clothes and she wanted to change a few more pieces. After calculating the total price, the waiter said, "Sir, the total is 200,000. Would you like to pay by cash or card?" She started to get a little worried, as she didn't think the handsome boy had the ability to buy it. A full 200,000 is already an ordinary person's savings for a year. The couple couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha, 200,000? Even I don't dare to spend that much, are you serious?" The woman also sarcastically said, "I advise the store owner to call the police immediately. This guy might be a scammer who ran away after passing through. Not everyone can afford clothes worth 200,000. This kid is even more impossible." They looked at Jiang Bai with disdain, gloating on his misfortune and waiting to see the show. Other customers in the store were also paying attention to the situation here, and everyone was watching the fun. For a moment, everyone's eyes, whether mocking, indifferent, sympathetic, or regretful, were all focused on Jiang Bai. Everyone wants to know, how will this young man resolve this matter? Even the store manager came over and kindly reminded him, "Sir, 200,000 is not a small amount. Are you sure you want to pay it all at once? Or you can buy one of them first." In order to save his face, the store manager did not speak too bluntly. But it also gave Jiang Bai a way out. If he couldn't afford the 200,000, he could just buy one of them. This way the pressure will be much less. Jiang Bai simply asked back, "It's only 200,000, is it a lot?" As he spoke, he took out his newly bought mobile phone, opened the payment code and paid directly. Under everyone's gaze, the list slowly emerged from the machine. Chapter 11: Jiang Bai's counterattack. At this moment, everyone either closed their mouths or opened their mouths but could not make any sound. The men's clothing area of the store seemed to have entered a state of silence in an instant, and everyone was silent. This eerie silence is in stark contrast to the noisy area nearby. The store manager originally thought that Jiang Bai couldn't afford to pay, but now the receipt has come out, proving that the payment was successful. But she seemed like she couldn't react and looked a little dazed. Jiang Bai couldn't help but remind her, "Please help me wrap it up, or do you have any other questions?" The store manager came to his senses instantly and helped Jiang Bai pack it up with a bright smile. She and the beautiful salesperson were packing clothes while looking at Jiang Bai. They found that the man was tall and straight, handsome, and his words and actions revealed an indescribable confidence. Really so handsome. Moreover, anyone who spends 200,000 without blinking an eye must be a low-key rich second generation. How great would it be if I could be his girlfriend? Thinking of this in their hearts, the two of them were so excited that their hearts were beating fast and they couldn't close their legs in anticipation. "Sir, I've packed it for you." The beautiful saleswoman held a few bags in both hands and handed them to Jiang Bai respectfully, secretly expecting something in her heart. But before Jiang Bai took it, the store manager quickly grabbed it and handed it to him personally. The manager felt the touch of Jiang Bai's fingers against her own, and her heart was slightly moved, and two blushes appeared on her cheeks. "Sir, this is our gold membership card. You can get a 10% discount on your purchases in the future." The store manager handed over a golden card. Jiang Bai took it, but found that there was another card under the gold card, which was the store manager's business card. "This is?" Jiang Bai was a little confused. The store manager crossed her white arms between her legs and said shyly and awkwardly, "This is my business card. If there is any problem with the clothing, you can contact me at any time. Of course, you can also contact me if there is no problem. I can do it." She secretly looked at Jiang Bai and found that he had no disgust or rejection, and she felt a little excited. Maybe the handsome boy will ask her out for milk tea in a few days? As we were drinking, we went somewhere else. Thinking of this, she couldn't help drooling. The beautiful saleswoman had 1,000 horses running through her mind. She also wanted to have close contact with Jiang Bai, but she didn't expect the store manager to get there first. How hateful. Jiang Bai didn't say anything and threw both cards into his pocket. The others also had surprised expressions on their faces. Although they didn't say it, they felt that Jiang Bai definitely had no money. But now he spends 200,000 at a time, which is more than the monthly income of many people here. If these are considered poor, then what are they? They immediately put away their contempt and looked at Jiang Bai with awe and curiosity. This young man may look ordinary, but he is actually very extraordinary. The demeanor displayed in his every move doesn't seem like that of a nouveau riche whose temperament can't keep up. More like some rich young man. No wonder the two staff members had such love in their eyes, looking like they were ready to throw themselves into my arms. If I hold onto his thighs, won't I be able to eat and drink delicious food in the future? Many people wanted to come over and talk to him, wanting to get to know him and expand their network. The man and woman who were acting weird just now looked like they had eaten shit, and their faces looked extremely ugly. Just now they were laughing at Jiang Bai for not being able to afford it, and mocking him as a liar for trying on clothes, but when the bill for the 200,000 was paid, they couldn't say a word. The man's face turned green. He was an executive of a company and had a high salary, around 100,000 yuan a month. Looking across China, there are high-income people everywhere, and they can enjoy a good life no matter which city they go to. But in front of Jiang Bai, all his advantages were gone. At least, there is no way he would spend 200,000 at one time to buy several sets of clothes. The woman was stunned and also overwhelmed by Jiang Bai's generosity. Normally, she would pester men to spend money on bags, and spending 50,000 or 60,000 yuan at a time was already good, but 200,000 yuan? She couldn't even think about it. Not to mention someone like Jiang Bai, who spends 200,000 as if it were just a few coins and doesn't care at all. Her vixen-like eyes began to secretly look at Jiang Bai, and her beautiful eyes began to shine. The man seemed to be unable to bear such a blow. In order to save his face, he stiffened his neck and said, as expected, he is just a geek using a poor man's phone. He spent 200,000 yuan just because I provoked him. He will never achieve anything great if he is so impulsive. As he spoke, he took out the latest model of Apple mobile phone to show off. In his mind, only high-end people are worthy of using Apple computers. But before he could be proud for too long, someone couldn't help but remind him, the handsome boy is using the Porsche design Mate 4RS, the top configuration is priced at 13,999. The lowest end configuration of this model is more expensive than your highest end configuration Apple. What? The man was stunned. The Apple computer he was using cost 11,899, but it was actually cheaper than the other person's Huawei? It would have been fine if he lost the money buying clothes, but he even lost his proudest Apple computer? Even the woman found it unbelievable. Today was the first time she heard that there were other mobile phones that were more expensive than Apple phones, and they were domestically made. Isn't it incredible? I just laughed at him. But now that things have come to this, the woman feels that she cannot lose. Isn't it just a competition of spending money? Let us compare. She hugged the man's arm and began to pout and beg in a bitch-like manner. Husband, what's a mere 200,000 yuan? Why don't we just buy 250,000 yuan? Otherwise, people will look down on us. She has a lot of calculations going on. She also knows that men value reputation, so if she takes the opportunity to ask for large value merchandise, she can kill two birds with one stone. But no matter how she stimulated the man, he would never do that. Instead, he scolded her, "Stupid, I'm not like that loser. I use my money for business. This is what a decent person should do. Let him spend 200,000 at one time to buy a bunch of meaningless clothes? How could he bear to do that?" Jiang Bai watched coldly. He didn't quite understand. He was just buying a piece of clothing, so why were the man suddenly became so angry that his mouth went dry. He wanted to refute, but he didn't have the confidence. Jiang Bai casually spent 200,000 yuan to buy clothes and used a high-end mobile phone that he had never even heard of. Not only that, her figure, appearance and temperament are all far better than his. What right does he have to complain? The irony is that he had just mocked Jiang Bai for being a poor guy, but now he was mocked back by Jiang Bai. The man held the woman's hand tightly, as if swearing his ownership, and said angrily, "My woman can only belong to me, you little white face, get out of here." "Ha, really? My pretty face can be eaten as a meal, but can your bald head and beer belly be eaten as well?" Jiang Bai couldn't help laughing. The man was panicking, feeling that the 3 strands of his bald hair were in danger of falling off. The customers around were all enjoying the show. Jiang Bai smiled and said, "It's no use trying to compete with me. I always respect women's choices. If she refuses, I will leave immediately." Hearing this, the man's eyes lit up, thinking, have he finally turned the tables? He has been supporting this woman for 2 years, providing her with good food and drink, and buying her brand name bags whenever he wants. This woman's loyalty to him is unquestionable. The man proudly gave Jiang Bai a provocative look, then turned and asked the woman confidently, "Do you want to go with him or with me?" The woman hesitated and wavered. The man suddenly had a bad feeling and asked loudly, "Didn't I buy you enough bags?" The woman was having a difficult struggle in her heart. She wanted to throw herself into Jiang Bai's arms, but she was reluctant to leave the man's money. Just when she couldn't make a decision, Jiang Bai said coldly, 300,000 as your pocket money today." 300,000. Pocket money. Everyone was shocked. This was not a small amount of money and they couldn't take it out on the spot. And this young man promised without hesitation to give it all to the woman as pocket money? Too luxurious, right? Countless men around felt frustrated, and in front of this young man, they suddenly couldn't raise their heads. This money instantly broke the woman's heart and made her choose Jiang Bai without hesitation. "My handsome boy, from now on I am yours, you can do whatever you want with me. I have learned gymnastics, so I will give you a brand new version and a different experience." The woman hugged Jiang Bai's arm passionately, as intimately as possible. If you didn't know better, you would think they were a couple. Jiang Bai coldly shook off her hand to avoid getting himself dirty. The man was furious. How could you do this? Why? Am I not good to you?" The woman had already given up, so she naturally didn't care about that. Facing the man's accusations, she smiled and said, "You treat me well, but he treats me better." To her, whoever gives her more money is the best. This is a hard standard. The woman took Jiang Bai's hand again, ready to leave here and go somewhere else to spend the 300,000 pocket money. But Jiang Bai shook her hand off again and said to her with a smile, "Tell him why you lost. If you make me happy, I'll give you another 100,000. Oh shit. If you are happy with my service, then add another 100,000? This guy is a ruthless person. Even if you have money, you can't be so wasteful, right?" Everyone around was shocked and almost suspected that they had heard it wrongly. This young man who is the least conspicuous is actually the real boss. The woman was overjoyed. Under the impact of the money, she pointed at the man and started to criticize him harshly. "You country bumpkin, do you think you're great with a few filthy bucks? Every time I serve you, you ejaculate at the critical moment. Are you still a man? He's ugly and wretched, 10,000 times worse than the handsome boy. Every time I serve you, it feels like torture. I don't want to be with you anymore, you're a piece of trash. A piece of dirt." A woman's swearing mouth is like a machine gun, and she uses this opportunity to vent all her dissatisfaction. This scolding made the man's face turn blue, and his expression was as ugly as it could be. The woman he had raised for so long turned against him in an instant and became his enemy. Where could he seek justice? Moreover, having all of one's shortcomings pointed out in public is simply a large-scale social death scene. The people around couldn't help but point and laugh. This made him even more tormented. "Damn it, you bitch, believe it or not, I will beat you to death?" The man was completely enraged, and his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. But the woman was fearless and stood in front of Jiang Bai, taking advantage of the situation. "Come on, hit me. Do you dare? The handsome boy will protect me." She was extremely flattering to Jiang Bai, their bodies were almost pressed against each other. Jiang Bai watched all this with satisfaction, and it developed just as he expected. Just when the woman thought she had become Jiang Bai's, Jiang Bai pushed her aside coldly and said sarcastically, "Did I say I would protect you?" This sudden change stunned the woman. What the hell? Wasn't it fine just now? The woman smiled unhappily. "Little handsome boy, what are you talking about? I am already your woman, isn't it normal for you to protect me?" Jiang Bai shook his head coldly. "Trash like you is not qualified to be my woman, get out." After hearing this, how could the woman not understand? It turns out that I was fooled. She still didn't give up, and asked with trembling lips, but didn't you just say you would give me hundreds of thousands? Shouldn't a man keep his word?" Jiang Bai almost laughed out loud. "Let me tell you something, men's mouths are deceiving." After saying that, Jiang Bai picked up his things and left, completely ignoring the woman's desperate look. Everyone who watched this drama was very excited. This time, the handsome boy is in the atmosphere. Seconds. It was brilliant to use the ugly face of a gold digger to slap these two people in the face. Jiang Bai quickly disappeared through the gate, and the woman instantly fell into despair. She has completely offended her old sponsor and now has been abandoned by her new sponsor. What should she do? Wouldn't that mean completely cutting off her source of income? He, who can escape the punishment of heaven? I don't dare to do anything to him, but do I dare not do anything to you? The man also revealed a sinister smile at this time. Jiang Bai's action also surprised him, but it was just as well. Without Jiang Bai's protection, wouldn't the woman fall into his hands? The woman knew she was scared. No. Husband, don't you want me anymore? I'm your baby. How about we try something new tonight? Don't you like group sex? I promise you. The woman begged for mercy in panic, but she had already offended the man to death. The exposure and cursing of him just now was simply a public execution. How could he possibly let him off? The man was filled with rage and was filled with evil. He grabbed the woman's head and started beating her wildly, until her skirt was torn, revealing her red panties. The woman knew she couldn't escape this disaster, so she just started scratching herself madly with her freshly manicured nails. The two of them were having a lot of fun fighting, and the audience was having a lot of fun watching as well. They ended up like this and don't deserve any sympathy at all, so many people were very excited. Many people also took out their mobile phones to shoot short videos and then posted them online for more people to watch. Jiang Bai, who directed this drama, has already returned to the car. He doesn't care what happens to men and women in the end. At this time, his mobile phone actually received a text message, and 50,000 yuan was deposited into his account. He was stunned for a moment, and then received another strange text message saying that the previous betrothal gift had been paid off and the two parties owed each other nothing in the future. Jiang Bai couldn't help but sneer. Oh, you paid back the money so quickly? Have you changed your character? He originally thought that, given that family's character, the 50,000 yuan would take at least a few years to pay back, and then slowly not be paid back. Didn't he expect that the money would arrive in just a few days? What he didn't know was that the Chen family had so much money by selling their house and borrowing money. In the hospital ward, Chen's mother and Chen Yu are almost recovered and in excellent mental state. They had previously raised 1.5 million for investment, so these 50,000 yuan were nothing. Mother Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. The 50,000 yuan has been repaid. When we become rich, that kid won't have any excuse to try to get close to us. Chen Yu seemed to be living in a dream, and was very proud. That money-hungry kid is not worthy of being our son-in-law. He can't afford this rich life. Not long after, Jin Yuqian came with a briefcase, slicked back hair and powdered face, looking like a successful man. Chen's mother immediately and enthusiastically handed over the bank card, fearing that Jin Yugan would change his mind at the last minute. Yuqian, here is 1.5 million. All your assets are here. It depends on you whether you can become rich. I didn't expect you to be so sincere. I guarantee with my personality that the first dividend will definitely be given to you first. According to the profit multiple, it will be at least 9 million, or even 10 million. Jin Yuqian seemed to be moved by them, and he also solemnly showed his sincerity and accepted the bank card. Chen's mother and the others were secretly delighted but also very surprised. They thought he was indeed a successful person who had seen the world and could spend 1.5 million so casually. In fact, Jin Yugan's hands were shaking. 1,500,000. How could he have imagined that this old classmate was so stupid, yet so rich, and had made 1.5 million? Fat. This wave is fat. After a brief chat, Jin Yuqian even wrote a letter of guarantee to show his attitude, promising to return the bonus within 3 days at the earliest. Then he took the money and left. After leaving the hospital, Jin Yuqian immediately took a car to the airport. He had already booked the fastest flight to go abroad. Damn! It feels so good. This stupid woman and stupid son are so stupid, they believe this? I would feel sorry for myself if I didn't lie to you. My old senior sister, please don't blame me if I stab you in the back today. You were the one who begged me to take the money, and I had no choice. Ha ha ha. Jin Yuqian was overjoyed. This huge sum of money would allow him to live happily abroad for a while. As for the life or death of the Chen family, what does it have to do with him? Inside the hospital, Chen's mother and Chen Yu were holding the signed letter of guarantee and were also in ecstasy. Chapter 13 Sign in, Top Boxing Skills. With almost 10 million, we can buy a new house. Chen's mother has already started imagining the future. Chen Yu also expressed that she wanted a $1 million luxury car so that she could drive it wherever she went. How cool would that be? Thinking about it, he simply sent a group message in the friend list, "Excuse me, cars below 3 million are all rubbish, can you recommend any cars above 3 million? After receiving this message from him, many people regarded it as spam. Some people were curious and asked a question. After learning that Chen Yu was about to become a multi-millionaire, his friends instantly became like a different person and began to fawn on and compliment him. Even a goddess in his former class changed her usual aloof attitude and took the initiative to talk to him. This greatly satisfied Chen Yu's vanity. He knew that this was a good opportunity to get the goddess, so he might as well strike while the iron is hot and ask the goddess out. After thinking about it, he felt that he could no longer be a bootlicker like before, he had to stand up straight. So, he made an invitation in a very firm manner, "Tomorrow I want to go to McLaren to see if there is any car worth buying." Based on past experience, his invitation would definitely be rejected. But this time, his goddess agreed without hesitation. Chen Yu was so happy, it's good to have money. With money, cars, and women will all come to you. He is looking forward to his date with the goddess tomorrow. Chu Ruoling has been very unhappy these days. Because Jiang Bai never took the initiative to contact her once, as if he had forgotten her. How can this be possible? They are husband and wife now, right? They should at least show some love to each other? Inside the high-end hotel, Chu Ruoling said to her best friend Jiang Xiaoyan seriously, "No, I have to take the initiative." Jiang Xiaoyan was drinking milk, and when she saw that she started to get serious, she was so surprised that the white milk leaked out of her mouth. You have to stay calm, men are mean, the more you take the initiative, the less he will take you seriously. You have to be cool and aloof, then he will chase you. Jiang Xiaoyan was very suspicious that her best friend had really been drugged by that guy named Jiang Bai. Why do you feel like you have lost your soul? Have you lost even the most basic critical thinking ability? Chu Ruoling was like a deflated ball. What should I do? I don't take the initiative, and he doesn't make any move. Do I have to be a widow passively just after getting married? As a newlywed wife, she didn't even have a proper wedding night, and she was really curious about what the two of them would do that night. She suddenly thought of something. Today seemed to be the day when Jiang Bai went to the boxing gym for training. She could just go to the boxing gym and maybe create a chance encounter? That's right, let us do it. After dragging Jiang Xiaoyan to change her clothes, Chu Ruoling drove out in her cute pink Maserati. The boxing gym is very large. In addition to the area for boxing practice, there is also a fitness area. As soon as Chu Ruoling and Jiang Xiaoyan walked in, they attracted the attention of several coaches at the front desk. Both of them were wearing tight gym pants, which were very light and fitted, perfectly outlining their graceful body curves. Both of them have proud busts, and wrapped in the same tight fitness clothes, they look like they are about to explode. Chu Ruoling and Jiang Xiaoyan are both beautiful, one is cold yet a bit innocent, the other is sexy yet a bit cunning, they are of different types. With the appearance of two beautiful women, how could the men present hold back? After entering the fitness area, some fitness members and some boxing members couldn't help but look at them and couldn't move their eyes away. Excellent. When did this place have such excellent members? So beautiful, the goddess of goddesses, if I could just hold their hands, I would even live 3 years less. I must chat them up today, or I will regret it for the rest of my life. Besides me, who else is qualified to be their girlfriend? All the male members were like wolves seeing delicious meat, and they couldn't wait to pounce on it. However, when they really couldn't help it, they lost the courage. The two of them are too dazzling. Even the most confident men will become as timid as dogs in front of them. This is a huge gap in status and temperament. Jiang Xiaoyan seemed to like this place very much. There are a lot of handsome guys here. It's not a wasted trip today. I wonder if I can take a shy gym boy away. She turned around and wanted to share with Chu Ruoling, but found that Chu Ruoling was not listening to her at all. Instead, she was looking around for something. Ruoling, what are you doing? Jiang Xiaoyan frowned, slightly dissatisfied. Chu Ruoling has been looking for Jiang Bai, but Jiang Bai is not here. This made her a little disappointed. Xiaoyan, Jiang Bai is not here. Do you think he will not come? Then I won't be able to see him. Seeing her best friend looking so infatuated, Jiang Xiaoyan was completely speechless. What kind of magic power does Jiang Bai have that can make a rich lady so infatuated with him? Jiang Xiaoyan said helplessly, there are so many handsome guys here, why don't you always think about your little brother Jiang, okay? Chu Ruoling rolled her eyes at her and said seriously, besides my little brother Jiang, how could there be any other handsome guys? Jiang Xiaoyan. She saw a video on TikTok yesterday, in which a woman praised her boyfriend for being handsome to everyone she met, and she was very excited. In fact, the woman was ill, suffering from a disease called peach blossom madness. Thinking of this, she quickly went online and searched for related diseases using Baidu. Peach blossom madness mainly occurs in March, when peach blossoms are in full bloom in spring. It could also be due to endocrine disorders in the body, or even cancer? What? Cancer? My bestie has cancer? Jiang Xiaoyan was really scared. She didn't expect that her best friend would be diagnosed with cancer just by checking it with Baidu. She hurriedly pulled Chu Ruoling and wanted to take her to the hospital for chemotherapy. Hurry up. It will be too late if we don't leave now. The 100 Poisons says you only have half a year left to live. Chu Ruoling was left in a state of confusion by her. How come she only had half a year left to live? Is Xiaoyan stupid? Xiaoyan was almost crying in anxiety. I just checked Baidu.com and it said that your illness is very serious. If you don't go to the hospital for treatment immediately, you will die. A living fairy is a fairy, and a dead fairy is just a dead fairy. Chu Ruoling was completely confused by her, and she suspected that her best friend was possessed by a ghost. Just when Jiang Xiaoyan was about to take her to chemotherapy, and she wanted to take Jiang Xiaoyan to have a brain checkup, a tall and handsome coach came over. Is this your first time here, ladies? I'm the coach here. My name is Cheng Yi. How about I take you through some practice so you can get familiar with it? The coach named Cheng Yi cut his hair into a neat short style and used a lot of styling spray to make his hair look like a hedgehog. His sunny smile and strong muscles make him full of masculine charm. This smile is also Cheng Yi's killer weapon. Using this method, he was able to win over many female members, and even many of them would hint at him something after the training. In the boxing gym, his salary reached more than 30,000 yuan a month, which was very good. So, he believed that he could handle these two girls. But his smile quickly froze. Because these two beauties didn't listen to him at all. Jiang Xiaoyan was worried about Chu Ruoling's condition. Chu Ruoling was worried about Jiang Bai and also worried about Jiang Xiaoyan's brain. In short, the two of them were absent-minded. You too. I can give you 2 free trial classes for 2 days. What project would you like to try today? Cheng Yi was not discouraged, this setback was nothing. Jiang Xiaoyan glanced at him and was quite interested in his figure, but she only looked at him twice more. Not to mention Chu Ruoling, there is only Jiang Bai in her heart. Chu Ruoling refused coldly, no, we are ready to leave. Since Jiang Bai is not here, there is no need for them to stay. Just when they were about to leave, Jiang Bai appeared in a sports outfit. As soon as he arrived here, the system gave Jiang Bai a prompt, automatically sign into the gym and get top boxing skills. Hearing this prompt tone, Jiang Bai was delighted, he knew he had come to the right place. The system signed in automatically. He signed up for boxing classes a long time ago, but he was inconsistent and couldn't stick to it. But he always believed that it is better for men to have some strength and have some boxing skills. It would be much easier if the system could sign in and get rewards. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived, the system automatically signed him in and rewarded him with top boxing skills. Chapter 14 Competing with Jiang Bai? You're giving it away. Since it is a system reward, you can obtain it directly or absorb it directly. At this moment, he appears to be as ordinary as Louis Koo, but in fact he possesses top boxing skills. Even the best coach in this boxing gym could never be his opponent. Chu Ruoling, who was ready, happened to see him at this time, and her originally disappointed mood suddenly turned into happy. Her happiness is back. Brother Xiao Jiang, you are finally here. Chu Ruoling, who was indifferent just now, jumped into Jiang Bai's arms with joy, not caring what others thought. For her, being with Jiang Bai was enough. Everyone in the boxing gym was stunned and even very upset. Who is this guy? Why is it that as soon as he appears, the goddess throws herself into his arms without saying a word, and even looks so surprised? What's going on? At this moment, Jiang Bai has become the public enemy of the boxing gym. Because the treatment he has is something that no one else has. They really wanted to say something to Chu Ruoling, but they didn't have the courage. The goddess is always cold in front of everyone, why does she seem to melt in front of this boy? Is that too much? Jiang Xiaoyan was very curious about Jiang Bai. After seeing Jiang Bai, she immediately understood why her best friend was so devoted to him. This boy is so handsome. There is a reason why Ruoling ate alone behind my back. This girl is too much. She doesn't even want to share such a handsome boy with me? It's not that she hasn't seen handsome guys before, but Jiang Bai's handsomeness is really different from that of the others. This is not just a visual experience on the facial features, but also an indescribable charming temperament. Based on this point alone, how could those idiots in the boxing gym possibly compare to him? If it were her, she would definitely chase after Jiang Bai. Chang Yi's face didn't look very good. Why did the prey he had targeted throw himself into the arms of someone else? He was even more upset when he saw him again. Isn't this Jiang Bai? He has only signed up for classes here and hasn't come many times. He is just a weakling. A weakling like this is qualified to marry a beautiful woman? The more he thought about it, the more unbalanced he felt, because this was unscientific. Jiang Bai was also very surprised to see Chu Ruoling. Why was his cheap wife here too? This is soft and fragrant. Chu, wife, you are here too? Jiang Bai scratched his head. He was still not used to calling her wife. However, having such a beautiful bride is not a bad thing no matter how you think about it. This call made all the men dumbfounded and heartbroken. What? Wife? He calls her wife? Are they married? Is this true or false? Or is this guy just taking advantage on purpose? An unknown anger surged in their hearts, and everyone wanted to jump out and beat Jiang Bai up, not allowing him to defile the goddess. Unexpectedly, Chu Ruoling did not refute, but blushed and said shyly, "Hubby, I haven't seen you for several days. I came here specially to meet you by chance." Everyone was stunned, everyone was in a state of panic, everyone was concentrating and calming down, their breath was weak. What the hell is going on? Why did you agree to this? Are they really a couple? Such a perfect goddess, at the prime of her youth, is getting married like this? It's over, no hope. In the fitness area, several men even had their feet hit by the dumbbells that fell from their hands. If they heard correctly, this perfect goddess had been suffering from loneliness for several days and couldn't bear it anymore, so she took the initiative to find this boy? Damn, what is this kid's merit? So infuriating. Zhang Xiaoyan, with a gossipy face, came up to them with a smile, and looked at the two of them with her big, clever eyes. What are you looking at? Why don't you call me brother-in-law? Chu Ruoling felt embarrassed by her gaze and poked her hard with her elbow. Zhang Xiaoyan laughed exaggeratedly. Is this my brother-in-law? He's so handsome. You made Ruoling lose her mind. You really have some capital. Jiang Bai felt a little embarrassed by what she said. Chu Ruoling had a younger sister? Was she his sister-in-law? After chatting for a while, he realized that Zhang Xiaoyan was not his sister-in-law, but just a good friend. Brother-in-law, let's exercise together? Zhang Xiaoyan hugged Jiang Bai's arm enthusiastically and pulled him and Chu Ruoling to the treadmill. Chu Ruoling glared at her fiercely and warned her not to touch her husband, but Zhang Xiaoyan, the heartless one, ignored her. Jiang Bai also felt that he needed to develop a relationship with his new wife, so he naturally did not refuse. With his current abilities, it would be easy for him to give them some guidance. However, Chang Yi, who had long disliked him, immediately found an opportunity to come over. Jiang Bai, you haven't practiced a few times yourself, how can you teach them well? Why don't you hand them over to me and I will train them? Chang Yi came out enthusiastically. His strong jealousy made it difficult for him to give up. At least, he had to prove in front of Chu Ruoling and the others that he was indeed stronger than Jiang Bai, the weakling. However, before Jiang Bai could speak, Chu Ruoling took the lead and coldly rejected him. No need, my husband will teach me, we will come to you if we have any questions. Zhang Xiaoyan also smiled and said, yes, you can leave now. We have brother Xiao Jiang, and that's enough. Shang Yi's face turned black. Were these two goddesses rejecting him too straightforwardly? Moreover, is this the rhythm of treating him as a tool? He really couldn't accept that he would lose to a nerd member. What made him most desperate was that these two goddesses didn't even look at him. Their minds were all on Jiang Bai. He didn't stand a chance at all. Jiang Bai was a little unhappy at the moment. No matter what, Chu Ruoling is still his wife, and Zhang Xiaoyan is his sister-in-law. What does it mean that Cheng Yi, this guy, flirts with my woman in front of me? What if Jiang Bai doesn't exist? Jiang Bai looked at Cheng Yi with cold eyes and asked, why, do you think I'm not qualified to teach? Cheng Yi was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help laughing. Is this guy suddenly confident in front of a woman? Okay, big brother, I'll let you know the price of making mistakes. Chang Yi said with a hint of disdain, that's not the case. It's mainly because you can't make a flower yourself. I'm just thinking about the two ladies. He knew that now was the best chance for him to defeat Jiang Bai. So he took the opportunity to challenge, if you think I'm wrong, we can compete and see who wins and who loses. Chang Yi was secretly happy. I thought I had no chance to show off my skills, but I didn't expect this guy to walk right into my trap. God help me. He was worried that Jiang Bai would give in and not dare to fight. However, no man would back down in front of his woman, right? Jiang Bai glanced at him, frowned, and hesitated, but won't this be too much of a bully for you? He now possesses top-notch boxing skills and is definitely stronger than Chang Yi. Although Chang Yi has a good appearance, he usually neglects training, so he doesn't want to bully others too much. Chang Yi immediately laughed in surprise when he heard this. This weakling is so arrogant that he can even say such self-righteous words? Do you believe that I can kill you with one punch? Now, there is no way he can let Jiang Bai go no matter what. Chang Yi said coldly, I don't want to bully you either, let's have an arm wrestling match and the winner will be decided in one round. In his eyes, Jiang Bai was just a worthless fighter, and it would only take a few minutes to beat him up. Jiang Bai thought about it, should we arm wrestle? This is also fine, and it's not considered bullying if you win. Anyway, I have signed in before and obtained the advanced arm wrestling skill. It is definitely more than enough to deal with Chang Yi. However, in order to make sure Chang Yi was serious, he asked one more question out of kindness. Do you really want to give yourself away? You can't regret it. Chang Yi, yes, I am sending my head away. Bah! No, who am I sending my head away? You are the one sending your head away. He was so angry at Jiang Bai's words. This kid was so ordinary, yet so confident. How annoying. Okay, let's start. Jiang Bai smiled with relief and asked Chang Yi to find a place to arm wrestle. Soon, Chang Yi asked someone to clear out a place. The other people in the boxing gym knew there was something good to watch, so they stopped training and all gathered around to join in the fun. However, none of them was optimistic about Jiang Bai. Everyone knows how strong Chang Yi is. In the entire boxing gym, he is at least ranked in the top 5. Even if it's just an arm wrestling match, it can make the otaku cry. The two stood opposite each other. Chang Yi couldn't wait to put his hand on first, staring at Jiang Bai with a cold smile. Remind you, it's not too late to admit defeat now, otherwise you will lose miserably. Chapter 15. The strongest head coach appears. The people around all looked as if they were enjoying the show with a gloating look on their faces. Everyone was unhappy that Jiang Bai had gotten the beauty. Jiang Bai, however, looked relaxed. Are you in such a hurry to deliver it? I'll satisfy you. The two men put their right hands together, and before they officially started, they had already exerted their strength secretly. Jiang Shayan was a little worried about Jiang Bai. Is your little Jiang brother okay? That coach's arms are even thicker. Shu Ruoling was also a little nervous, but she still believed that Jiang Bai could win. No matter what, her little brother Jiang is the best. Chang Yi's palm is 2 inches wider than Jiang Bai's, which makes him feel that Jiang Bai's momentum has weakened. After the fight officially started, Chang Yi did not knock Jiang Bai down immediately, but instead calmed himself down and deliberately humiliated him. Chang Yi's arms are bulging with blue veins, and he looks full of strength. He sneered contemptuously, with your little strength, you are not even qualified to shake me. As soon as he finished speaking, his face changed. Because Jiang Bai's arm transmitted extremely terrifying power, like a train crash, devastating and unstoppable. Before he could react, he was easily pinned down by Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai smiled and said, I won. Audience. No one reacted. Wasn't this just the beginning? How did it end? Moreover, why didn't the expected scene of Jiang Bai's tragic defeat occur? Didn't Chang Yi lose too quickly? Chang Yi was dumbfounded. He was just pretending to be cool when he was killed instantly. It was so embarrassing. How could he be killed instantly by Jiang Bai, a weakling in combat? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Great. Shu Ruoling jumped up happily. She knew that brother Xiao Jiang was the best. The flustered Chang Yi was so angry that he slammed the table to express his dissatisfaction. You took advantage of others' misfortune, shame on you. You attacked me before I was ready. Jiang Bai sneered disdainfully, it has already officially started, you insist on showing off, what does it have to do with me? I don't care. It's a best-of-3 game. You only won 1 game against me. I haven't lost yet. Chang Yi was furious and refused to admit it. Chu Ruoling and Jiang Shaoyan looked down on him. It was he who said the outcome would be decided in one game, so how did it become best of 3 games? Isn't this cheating? Not a man at all. Jiang Bai looked at Cheng Yi, who was stubborn, but said mercifully, "Okay, you think that breaking you once is not enough? Then I will break you twice more." Having said that, he once again placed his right hand on the table. Chang Yi's face was filled with anger. He would definitely not take it lightly this time and let Jiang Bai take advantage of him. The two men clasped their hands tightly, and Chang Yi, who had learned his lesson, immediately exerted force to defeat Jiang Bai. The veins and muscles in his arms bulged as he used all his strength at once. But he was shocked to find that he couldn't shake Jiang Bai at all. What? Looking at Jiang Bai's smiling, calm face, Chang Yi was stunned. Was he holding a steel rod? Why can't I open it? The people around saw that the two people's hands remained motionless and thought they had not started yet. One of the talkative ones even scratched his head and asked, "Coach Chang, why don't you fuck him harder?" After hearing this, Chang Yi was so angry that he cursed in his heart. His face was almost red. Isn't this enough to say that he tried hard? If he wasn't worried that talking would make him lose his temper, he would definitely give this talkative brat a good scolding. Compared to Cheng Yi, who looked as ugly as if he had eaten a fly, Jiang Bai was much more relaxed. He has advanced arm wrestling skills, so winning or losing is entirely under his control, right? Jiang Bai smiled and teased, "Coach, you are too weak, aren't you?" That's it? Cheng Yi was so angry that his face turned black, and he gritted his teeth and wanted to kill Jiang Bai. The scary thing is that Jiang Bai's hand is as steady as a mountain and cannot be shaken at all. Jiang Bai exerted a little force with his arm and instantly pressed Cheng Yi's arm down, without any preparation or concern. Anxious. Cheng Yi was unable to resist this force and was crushed. Everyone was stunned. How come Cheng Yi lost again? And lost so miserably? Just now it could be said that Jiang Bai was making a sneak attack, but what about this time? But where did Jiang Bai get the strength to fight against Cheng Yi? Cheng Yi had already lost, but Jiang Bai did not let go of his hand immediately. Instead, he grabbed it and pressed it down hard. Pull it up and push it down. Pull it up and push it down again. Is that enough, kid? Is this enough? Do you want some more? Jiang Bai's tone was as gentle as that of the cafeteria ant in school. After being defeated again and again, Chang Yi's mentality began to collapse. Don't bully people like this. Isn't it too humiliating? Everyone around was dumbfounded. Cheng Yi was beaten to a pulp? He had no power to fight back? How could this happen? What happened to this world? I lose. Cheng Yi's hands felt like they were about to break, and he gasped in pain. Jiang Baishao asked, "What are you talking about? I can't hear you." As he spoke, the strength in his hands increased again. Cheng Yi felt that his bones were about to break. If he didn't let go, he would be really useless. It hurts. It hurts so much. I can't do it anymore, my body is going to break down, it's really going to break down. Be gentle, I can't take it anymore, it's too strong. Stop now. If you keep going on, my vagina will really get broken. Cheng Yi was sweating from the pain and begged for mercy loudly. Dad, let go, I can't stand it anymore. Dad. Jiang Bai didn't let him go until he seemed to be suffocating from the pain. Cheng Yi was as if he had been granted amnesty. He knelt on the ground, holding his hands, and lost miserably. Now he didn't care how embarrassed he was just now. It was good enough that his palm was preserved. The others were silent and looked at each other. No one expected that Jiang Bai, who looked like a weakling, was actually so powerful. Even Cheng Yi lost so miserably. I'm afraid Cheng Yi won't be too embarrassed to go out and see people in the next month. Great. You're worthy of being my husband. Chu Ruoling excitedly threw herself into Jiang Bai's arms. She knew how could her husband be worse than other men. Jiang Bai only felt a soft girl's body pressed tightly against him, and a faint fragrance came from her hair, which smelled very good. The other men were drooling with envy, but who dared to object? Didn't you see Cheng Yi was about to call someone dad? Chu Ruoling was too proactive, making Jiang Bai blush. Wife, there are so many people here. Humph, let them be envious, I don't care. Chu Ruoling said she didn't care. Jiang Shaoyan teased with a sour tone, TSK, before we had to do some preparation before killing the dog, but now, we kill it right on the spot. We agreed to be single together, but you got married secretly. Is this what a good girlfriend does? Shu Ruoling said proudly, I didn't find brother Xiao Jiang before, but it's different now. She hugged Jiang Bai's arm tightly, making their bodies close and intimate, as if she was afraid that he would run away. Two soft lumps were rubbing his hands intentionally or unintentionally. Zhang Xiaoyan was also a little envious. Jiang Bai had a very strong physique and seemed to be able to last very long. Wife, are you still practicing? If not, let's go. Jiang Bai also took the opportunity to put his arm around her waist and prepared to leave. Yeah. Shu Ruoling nodded obediently. She always listened to her husband. The two of them are a perfect match, just like a couple from heaven, making people envious. However, they caused such a big commotion in the boxing gym today and crushed a coach, so it would not be easy for them to just leave like that. Many coaches looked at him unfriendly, thinking that this guy was just here to challenge and provoke. A tall man in a tight suit pushed aside the other coaches and stopped Jiang Bai. The man was estimated to be about 1.9 meters tall, with thick and strong muscles and firm and sharp eyes, giving off a fierce and terrifying aura. When they saw him come out, the members were slightly surprised, even a little awed. Because this man is called Xiongba, he is the head coach here and is recognized as the strongest. His training style is also the most rigorous and fierce, which makes many members afraid to buy his classes. However, anyone who can finally hold on in his hands will not be weak in the end. Only masters can teach masters. Xiongba is more than a head taller than Jiang Bai, and the size difference seems to be too great, as if he naturally suppresses Jiang Bai's momentum. He looked down at Jiang Bai with cold eyes and said in a cold tone, You want to leave after defeating our people? Have you asked me? His appearance made even Shu Ruoling, who was always cold towards men, feel pressured and couldn't help but hide in Jiang Bai's arms. Only in this way can she find some sense of security. Everyone was in awe of the man Xiongba, except Jiang Bai, who remained calm and unmoved like a mountain. Although he looked up and made eye contact with the other party, his spirit and momentum were not weak at all. In fact, he became stronger when facing a stronger opponent, and was almost superior to the other party. This is a stronger kind of self-confidence and pride. When a carefree tiger meets a hungry wolf, the nature of the king of beasts can finally be revealed. Chapter 16, Kill in One Hit. Facing the other party's fierce gaze, Jiang Bai was not afraid. If I want to leave this shabby place of yours, can you stop me? Hiss. Hearing these words, everyone gasped in shock. How dare this kid talk to Xiongba like that? You're stubborn to a certain extent, right? If Xiongba is completely pissed off, he won't be able to leave the boxing gym today. There was anger in Xiongba's eyes, and there seemed to be a hint of murderous intent emerging. As a gold medal coach, he has strong practical skills and his presence in the boxing gym is like that of a devil. Anyone who sees this will tremble in fear. Where does this kid get the confidence to speak so arrogantly? No matter what the reason is, Xiongba will not let Jiang Bai leave here easily today. Xiongba said coldly, Want to leave? Either apologize or fight. Jiang Bai teased curiously, Want to fight me? Does that mean you are brave? Before Xiongba could react, the coaches were already upset. Wasn't this kid's tone too disrespectful? Needless to say, Mina brother is super brave, isn't he? Do you think he is as lame as Cheng Yi? That Cheng Yi is lame. But if Beige makes a move, he can beat you into a pig's head. The coaches were so excited that they wanted Xiongba to beat Jiang Bai up to vent their anger. Cheng Yi's face turned black after being evaluated like this by his colleagues. But he did lose, so how could he have the face to refute? I can only endure it silently. Do you dare to fight in the ring? If you are afraid, I can give you a hand. Xiongba taunted with great confidence. He felt that he didn't need to use his full strength to deal with Jiang Bai, and that using about 50% of his strength would be enough. Shu Ruoling, the young wife, also knew how terrible Xiongba was. She was worried that Jiang Bai would get hurt, so she whispered, Little brother Jiang, there's no need for us to agree to him. If I want to leave, he can't stop me. After all, she is a beautiful, rich and innocent girl, and her family is very powerful. What as a small boxing gym? But Jiang Bai was very interested in Xiongba and agreed without hesitation, If you want to fight me, you have some qualifications. I will give you this opportunity to fight me. Upon hearing this, Xiongba and everyone else became angry. What did you say? Say it again, if you dare? You little brat, don't think you're invincible just because you beat Cheng Yi. Mina will teach you a lesson. You deserve to be beaten for being so arrogant. There was also a raging anger in Xiongba's eyes, and he couldn't wait to press Jiang Bai to the ground and rub him. Without saying a word, he went on stage first, his eyes full of provocation. Under the angry gazes of the crowd, Jiang Bai put his hands in his pockets, smiled, and nonchalantly walked onto the stage. The two men stood facing each other, and it seemed as if invisible lightning collided between them, which was suffocating. This kid is too impulsive. Why does he have to fight Xiongba when there are so many other people he can fight with? If nothing unexpected happens, Coach Xiangba can end the fight with just one punch. Isn't this the result of trying to show off in front of a woman? You deserve it. The members were gloating. The worse Jiang Bai was beaten, the happier they were. Xu Ruoling and Jiang Xiaoyan, who were standing nearby, also heard their conversation and became even more nervous. Jiang Xiaoyan approached the two members and asked with a frown, "Is this big guy very powerful? Are you so afraid of him?" "Of course not. He is the champion of the Magic City's light heavyweight boxing tournament." "Do you think he is strong?" "Yes, even if your brother-in-law is quite capable, he is at most a welterweight. Whether in weight or strength, he is far behind Xiongba." Seeing that the goddess took the initiative to talk to them, the two members were more active than anyone else. Unfortunately, Jiang Xiaoyan was too lazy to pay attention to them and was only concerned about Jiang Bai. They didn't understand the weight classifications in professional boxing, but after hearing what these people said, they felt very uneasy. "Ruoling, what should we do? Should we call him down?" Jiang Xiaoyan asked in a low voice. Chu Ruolingxiu frowned, like a sad Lin Daiyu. She shook her head to indicate that it was impossible, because since Jiang Bai was on stage, he would never come down easily. Her man is not someone who will give up easily. She thought about it and simply took out her cell phone to send a message to her bodyguards, asking them to gather near the boxing gym and be ready to be dispatched at any time. After putting away her phone, a cold light flashed in Chu Ruoling's eyes. If anything happens to her little brother Jiang, she will make everyone here pay the price. At this moment, she was no longer the delicate little girl in Jiang Bai's arms, but a cold and serious young lady. Below the ring, Chang Yi, who had just lost all face, clenched his fists excitedly. He believed that Xiongba could pin Jiang Bai to the ground and rub him. "I can't defeat you myself, but I want to see you lose completely and humiliate yourself in front of your woman." Chang Yi's eyes were sinister and excited. He couldn't wait to see that scene. In the ring, they have already put on their gloves. Jiang Bai had never played boxing before, he just practiced it a few times before. But when he stood on the ring and put on gloves, his eyes instantly became sharp. It feels like being a professional boxer. Xiongba also noticed this change. He was a little surprised. It seemed that this kid really had some skills. However, he was not worried. No matter how strong a person was, he was just a paper tiger in front of him. You still have one last chance to admit defeat and beg for mercy. Xiongba reminded coldly. Jiang Bai smiled calmly, "Let me see your weight first, I hope you won't let me down." Xiongba was angered by his words and didn't bother to say any more nonsense. After a brief test, he punched Jiang Bai in the chin with a heavy punch. His punches are extremely fast and powerful, and he once knocked out an opponent with just one punch. The chin is a vulnerable area. If Jiang Bai is hit by this punch, he will definitely lose. Everyone thinks so. Just as the force of the fist hit Jiang Bai's chin, Jiang Bai lowered his body and dodged it in an instant. The light and graceful steps are like a butterfly flying through flowers, gorgeous and practical. Ha! He actually dodged it? Everyone was surprised. The punch just now was clearly destined to hit, so how could he dodge it under such extreme circumstances? Xiongba was also surprised. He keenly noticed that Jiang Bai's steps were very light and agile. He must have practiced. Is it luck? Or strength? Xiongba was a little unsure, because if it were him, he might not have been able to dodge so perfectly in the situation just now. And my strength is far beyond Jiang Bai, so it is probably just luck, right? Xiongba started to take it seriously. He did not attack rashly, but instead judged Jiang Bai's rhythm and weaknesses before attacking. As a professional boxer, he has enough experience, and once he finds the opponent's weakness, he will launch the most powerful attack. Now! After a while, Xiongba finally moved. Each of his punches is quite terrifying, both in terms of power and speed, extremely deadly. The rapid punching attack dazzled the audience, as if there were after images. No one can escape from such a fierce attack. They tried to imagine that they were the ones fighting against Xiongba, but the only result was that they were beaten to death. It appears, extreme quick attack. Chang Yi was extremely excited. He knew that this was one of Xiong Ba's unique skills, which could stun the enemy in an instant. A rookie like Zhang Bai is definitely doomed to die. But just when everyone thought that Zhang Bai had no power to fight back, they were shocked to find that this young man had actually made a textbook perfect dodge with his exquisite steps. Each of Zhang Bai's dodges was just right, extreme and thrilling. But it is intact. The seemingly scary fist couldn't even touch a hair on him. How did he do that? What an amazing dodge, isn't his judgment too good? What happened? Why can't I see how he evaded it? What a precise move. I've never seen such a cool dodge. The members were amazed. The strength displayed by Zhang Bai shocked everyone. Is this really the ability that a rookie who has just taken a few lessons can possess? Chang Yi was also dumbfounded. He simply couldn't believe that Zhang Bai had been learning the most basic moves with him not long ago. That's definitely novice level. How can he use master level dodging skills now? This is a level that no one in the entire boxing gym has reached. Even the strongest Xiongba can't do it. Xiongba also realized something was wrong. The young man in front of him seemed to be more powerful than he thought. He was going to knock out Zhang Bai with one punch, but it took so long that he felt ashamed. Thinking in his mind, Xiongba's eyes became even more ferocious, and he simply continued to use his most violent punches to knock Zhang Bai down. At this time, Zhang Bai had just experienced a surge in strength, and it was time to end the game. The strongest coach? Nothing more than this. Zhang Bai felt very relaxed. At the same time, Xiongba had already launched his most violent attack, obviously using all his strength. He rushed over like a brown bear, exuding a fierce aura. That huge, hard fist seemed to be able to smash steel, making people afraid. Almost instantly, the fist arrived in front of Zhang Bai. If it hit, Zhang Bai would faint instantly. But at this moment, Zhang Bai also took action. He dodged the punch with a simple swing, then jumped up, and after turning around, all the huge power was concentrated on his legs. The kick hit Xiongba's head hard. There was only a muffled bang sound, and the tall and strong Xiongba fell to the ground with a bang. The air in the entire boxing gym seemed to be still. Chapter 17 Deterrence. When they saw Xiongba's body fall to the ground, everyone felt like they couldn't breathe. It was like an insurmountable mountain suddenly collapsed today. Everyone was speechless, stunned like a wooden chicken. Their appearance was stiff, but their hearts were already filled with waves of shock. Lost? Xiongba lost? All members were stunned and couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. This is the head coach of the boxing gym, recognized as the strongest person. Usually, others are the ones who get bullied. Why did he lose today? In everyone's mind, he is a god-level figure, and he will never lose unless he meets a god of the same level. No matter how you look at it, Zhang Bai doesn't look like a great player of the same level, right? Everyone in the coaching staff is even more skeptical about life. As colleagues, they know Xiongba's strength best. He is the champion of this city. He is very strong and experienced. No one can defeat him. How did Zhang Bai do it? Didn't Boss Bear just use his trump card? Why did he still lose? Faced with that kind of fierce attack, none of us could withstand it. How did he fight back? Is he also a professional prizefighter, hiding his abilities? The coaches only felt an indescribable chill rising in their hearts. Even Xiongba is not his opponent. Doesn't that mean the entire boxing gym will be defeated by him? So strong. From the initial steps and dodging movements to the final killing kick techniques, all of them are super professional movements. If you are not a person with extremely high attainments, you will never be able to use it. As for Chang Yi, he was now feeling cold all over. The scene that people had been expecting, of Zhang Bai being beaten up, did not occur. On the contrary, the king like Xiongba was knocked out by a kick. The gap was like falling from the sky to the ground in an instant. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still found it hard to understand. This kid was one of his members and had just bought the course not long ago. How did he suddenly go from a rookie to a master? It's unscientific. Everyone looked at Zhang Bai, whose back was as straight as a javelin on the ring, and a sense of fear gradually welled up in their hearts. I didn't even dare to meet his eyes. Chang Yi, the defeated general, was even more frightened. He hid at the back of the crowd like a stray dog, as if he was worried that Zhang Bai would remember him again. Is there anyone else who refuses to accept? Zhang Bai asked loudly while standing on the ring. He didn't even look at Xiongba, who was lying at his feet like a dead dog. His voice was not loud, but everyone who heard it did not dare to look up. It seemed as if he was afraid that as soon as he looked up, he would be called to go on stage. Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't help but exclaimed, "How amazing! My brother-in-law is too strong, isn't he?" She even felt that a man like Jiang Bai would be able to carve out a niche for himself in the world of the Three Kingdoms. She thought Lu Bu was invincible, but she didn't expect there was someone more brave than him. After he stepped down from the stage, Xu Ruoling couldn't wait to throw herself into his arms, feeling both excited and relieved. "You worried me to death just now." Xu Ruoling's voice was delicate. Jiang Bai looked down at this girl who seemed strange yet familiar. She had bright eyes, white teeth, and a delicate and straight nose. As she spoke, her breath was as sweet as orchid, her moist red lips opened and closed, and her pink, tender tongue was faintly visible, making people want to lower their heads and drink to their heart's content. Thinking of this, Jiang Bai couldn't help but hug her slender waist tightly. If this wasn't a public place, he might have really kissed her. What are you doing? It's not convenient here." The perceptive Chu Ruoling noticed that something was not right with him. His eyes were burning, as if he wanted to kill her right there. Chu Ruoling twisted her body nervously and struggled symbolically. Jiang Bai came to his senses immediately and quickly let go of his hand. This girl is too easy to provoke impulsiveness. Others can't even see a fairy like her, let alone throw herself into his arms. So, it's no wonder that he couldn't stand it. Fortunately, the others were in mixed emotions, so they didn't notice their little actions. Only Jiang Xiaoyan stood aside with her hands on her hips, looking ambiguous. Alas, young people are still too impulsive. She saw the little action just now clearly. Seeing that the two of them were almost intimate, Jiang Xiaoyan came over and teased them. "Okay, aren't you ashamed in front of so many people? I might as well help you get another room." "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you believe I can knock your head off?" Xu Ruoling felt embarrassed and annoyed by what she said. Jiang Bai also felt very embarrassed. Although Xu Ruoling was his wife in name, she was still half a stranger to him. Some actions seem impulsive. He glanced at Xu Ruoling, who was wearing tight gym pants, and felt a little uncomfortable. He doesn't like Xu Ruoling's dressing like this. So he simply pulled Xu Ruoling into the bathroom. There was only a man in the toilet who was about to urinate. When he saw Jiang Bai and his wife barging in, he was so scared that he immediately held his urine back. This kid was also very sensible and ran away quickly. Xu Ruoling didn't know why Jiang Bai brought her to the bathroom, but she felt a vague impulse and expectation in her heart. Jiang Bai frowned and said, "Take off your pants." Xu Ruoling was shocked. Now? So anxious?" Jiang Bai, "Yes, I don't like you wearing pants like this." Xu Ruoling's face turned even redder, thinking that this was neither home nor a hotel, so of course she had to wear pants. You can't just wander around the streets without wearing anything, right? She didn't expect Jiang Bai to be so impatient and wanted here. Don't forget, there are people outside. Xu Ruoling grabbed her pants with her two hands, struggling internally, not knowing whether she should take them off, when she heard Jiang Bai say, "Do you have a change of clothes? Don't wear gym pants." Huh? Xu Ruoling was stunned for a moment. After a few seconds, she realized that Jiang Bai just wanted to change his clothes. "Aren't you going to do that?" Xu Ruoling asked him stupidly. She regretted it after asking. Which girl would ask a boy these questions? Jiang Bai didn't understand what she was saying, so he pulled her into the bathroom and asked her to change her clothes. What else could it be? It's really inexplicable. I don't like the way you dress. If you want to exercise in the future, you should wear loose sportswear. Jiang Bai said sourly. After all, she is his wife, why does she have to wear such tight clothes? Are those stinky men getting a bargain? If anyone wants to see it, he can only see it himself. Xu Ruoling smiled and said, "Little Jiang, are you jealous? Or do you simply don't like seeing girls dressed like this?" Jiang Bai snorted coldly. "Of course I like to see it, but it's just to see other people's girlfriends wearing it. It would be best if they didn't wear it." Xu Ruoling was so angry at his blunt words that her face turned slightly red and she glared at him. However, she felt somewhat happy and proud. She knew that Xiao Jiangu cared about these things, which meant that he already had her in his heart. Otherwise, why would you worry so much about being seen by other men? Just now when they were outside, he had the temperament of a pervert for a moment, she knew it very well. Is brother Xiao Jiang a pervert? Very good. After Chu Ruoling asked Jiang Xiaoyan to bring her clothes, she gently threatened him not to peek. However, her threat not only had no deterrent effect, but also made Jiang Bai feel itchy. Shu Ruoling walked into a toilet at random, closed the door and started changing clothes. This is the men's restroom, Jiang Bai can't leave, he must protect her. Then he suddenly thought, after I reminded her, couldn't the girl just go into the ladies' room to change? Why do you have to change in the men's room? Women are trouble. Listening to the rustling sounds in the toilet, Jiang Bai could easily imagine that she was probably taking off her clothes and was probably already naked. A gentleman like me will never peek. Jiang Bai was determined, but his eyes drifted inside involuntarily. He found that there was still a crack in the toilet door. Damn! Doesn't this girl lock the door? What if there's a gangster? Fortunately, I'm not a gangster. As he thought this in his mind, he glanced over again. Soon, the bathroom door opened and Shu Ruoling, wearing a normal miniskirt, walked out. As soon as she opened the door, she noticed that Jiang Bai's eyes quickly moved away. She immediately understood that brother Jiang must have been peeking just now. Bah, pervert. Chapter 18 McLaren P1? Soft rice is so delicious. The girl Shu Ruoling looks very lively and cute in her little skirt. The two white and tender calves have no excess fat, just like white jade. Seeing Jiang Bai staring at her, Shu Ruoling was very happy. She turned around and asked, "Does it look good?" Jiang Bai nodded stupidly, "It looks good." Shu Ruoling was secretly delighted to receive Jiang Bai's affirmation. As expected, brother Jiang was essentially a pervert. "Brother Jiang, do you have nothing to do this afternoon? Can you go somewhere with me?" Shu Ruoling naturally took his arm, as if she had been in love with him for many years. Jiang Bai nodded, "Okay, I don't have anything to do." "Honey, you're so nice." Shu Ruoling took his hand and walked out of the bathroom. Inside the boxing gym, many people looked a little strange when they saw Jiang Bai and the others coming out. Some people are very envious of him. Who doesn't want to dream of marrying a beautiful woman? Some people are afraid of him. Wherever he passed, these people involuntarily chose to avoid him, as if they might be beaten by him if they blocked his way. Especially Chang Yi, he found an excuse to send Xiong Ba to the hospital and ran away, not daring to stay here at all. Seeing that everyone was afraid of him, Jiang Bai was a little helpless. Is it that serious? I just did what every man in the world should do. Shu Ruoling smiled smugly and said, "They are just a bunch of weaklings. Isn't it normal to be afraid of you? In the eyes of ordinary girls, the members here may be very attractive. Unfortunately, she is so weak compared to her husband." After they left, the coaches and members in the boxing gym breathed a sigh of relief. A few curious people ran to the window to see if they had really left. "Hey! Why are there so many strong men around here? Are they all members here? It doesn't look like it, it's very strange, and it feels a little off." They found that the big men downstairs were always paying vague attention to the boxing gym. Could it be that their target was the boxing gym? Soon, Jiang Bai and the others got on the car, and the big men left silently. Seeing this, the people in the boxing gym suddenly understood. Could these big men be brought by the two women and one man? Once something happens, will you just rush forward? Shit. Fortunately, nothing happened, otherwise, we would be in trouble. Everyone looked at each other in horror. With so many big men rushing towards them, how could they resist? What are the identities of those three people? How can it have such great energy? In the car, Jiang Bai sat in the driver's seat, Shu Ruoling sat in the co-pilot seat, and Zhang Xiaoyan sat in the back. It was his first time driving such a luxury car, and he was a little uncomfortable with it. Why is it different from my Geely? Jiang Bai looked at the various operating positions of the car, feeling a little at a loss as to where to start. Shu Ruoling blushed when she saw that he didn't start the car but looked around and often glanced at her legs. What's wrong with Xiao Jiang? Why are you peeking at me at this time? Didn't you see enough in the bathroom just now? She stole a glance at Zhang Xiaoyan in the back seat and whispered to Jiang Bai, "Brother Jiang, it's not appropriate now. Maybe next time." Jiang Bai, who was studying how to drive, looked up at her blankly, feeling a little puzzled. What does she mean? It's not suitable to drive now? Maybe next time? Jiang Bai immediately refused to accept it. Isn't it just driving a luxury car? I'll drive it for you to see now. No. I want it now. Jiang Bai said coldly. He was going to confront this luxury car today. Shu Ruoling panicked. What? Xiao Jiang wants it now? In the car? Doesn't he know Xiao Yan is sitting in the back? He actually has this hobby? Chu Ruoling's heart was beating fast and she didn't know what to do. She fingered her fingers and rolled up the hem of her skirt. She was debating whether to give it to him now. Of course there is no problem if I give it to you, but the problem is that the timing is not right. If you don't give it to me, Brother Jiang will look competitive and I believe he won't give up. So, what to do? It's so difficult. So, is this the real world of adults? It's much more complicated than when I was single. She hesitated for a while, and finally decided to give him a kiss to calm him down. Let him deal with it when he has the chance later. Thinking this in her heart, Chu Ruoling, who had already made up her mind, unbuckled her seatbelt. Her moist red lips seemed to be glowing faintly, and she was about to kiss Jiang Bai on the cheek. But before she could kiss him, Jiang Bai grabbed her shoulders. What are you doing? Jiang Bai looked at her somewhat unhappily. Chu Ruoling was so nervous, as if she was caught stealing, her face turned as red as an apple. She whispered shyly, I'm. However, before she could finish, Jiang Bai pushed her back to her seat and helped her buckle her seatbelt again. Don't unbuckle your seatbelt when you drive. It's not safe. Jiang Bai said helplessly, then started the car. Although he was a little unfamiliar with it at first, he was an experienced driver after all, and he got used to it after a few minutes. Chu Ruoling's face was full of smiles. Although she was a little bit angry at him, she knew that this was Brother Xiao Zhan's concern for her. Jiang Bai took the time to fiddle with the map with one hand and asked, by the way, where are we going? Chu Ruoling, go to McLaren. Hearing this, Jiang Bai was a little surprised, but not surprised. It's normal for a rich lady like her to look at luxury cars. But, I'm not bad either. With the help of the sign-in system, you will be able to become a superior person one day. In fact, he is now countless times better than he was a few days ago. But he didn't understand that the reason he went to McLaren was because Chu Ruoling had already got him a luxury car. McLaren P1. She asked a friend to bring this back from abroad, specifically for Jiang Bai. At the hospital, Shen Yu, who had already completed the discharge procedures, called the goddess in the class in high spirits and asked her to go to McLaren to look at cars together. To be honest, given his injuries, it is not yet time for him to be discharged from the hospital. But he can't wait any longer. No one can stop me from showing off in front of the goddess. Shen Yu was full of confidence. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be able to win the goddess over after seeing the car today. Anyway, the rebate from Jin Yuqian will arrive in a few days, and I can pick up the car directly. Soon, Jiang Bai and his companions arrived at their destination. After getting off the car, Jiang Xiaoyan came over with a smile and held Chu Ruoling's hand, but she was stunned the next second. Because Chu Ruoling actually ignored her and directly took Jiang Bai's hand. Looking at the intimacy between the man and woman in front of her, Jiang Xiaoyan was furious. Forget friends for beauty. Normally, the two sisters would go hand in hand wherever they went, but after Jiang Bai came into being, Chu Ruoling seemed like a different person, with only Jiang Bai in her eyes. Helpless Jiang Xiaoyan knows that she is a single dog waiting to be slaughtered, and the cold dog food is randomly thrown on her face. Chu Ruoling took the initiative to pull his hand, and Jiang Bai was actually a little nervous. But then I thought, she is my wife anyway, I can't always let a girl take the initiative, right? You have to show some manliness too. Thinking of this, Jiang Bai also held her little hand tightly. Her little hands are a little different from those of her ex-girlfriend Chen Shui. Chen Shui's hands are very smooth, but Chu Ruoling's hands are not only smoother, but also softer and more comfortable to hold. At this moment, both of them felt a slight ripple in their hearts. The customer service representative in charge of reception saw someone coming in and immediately came over to greet them. This female customer service representative is tall and pretty, and she is a popular figure wherever she goes. When she saw Jiang Bai, her eyes lit up. She, who had always looked down on other men, was actually moved. But when she noticed Chu Ruoling holding hands intimately with Jiang Bai, and Jiang Xiaoyan following behind with a depressed look on her face, she instantly felt inferior. Compared with the two goddesses, she is far behind. As soon as he came in, Jiang Bai saw a car placed in the most conspicuous position. He was surprised and asked, "This seems to be a McLaren P1? The car is all black and lies low on the ground, like a sleeping beast, waiting for its owner to wake it up." The beautiful customer service said with a smile, "Yes, this was just brought back from abroad 2 days ago. This is the only one currently. But it has been reserved." Jiang Bai looked at the McLaren P1 curiously. There are 375 McLaren P1s in the world. Its P1 series of supercars is hailed as one of the world's three greatest cars, along with the Ferrari LaFerrari and the Porsche 918. Those who can afford this kind of car are not ordinary people. Chu Ruoling, who was beside him, saw Jiang Bai's expression and felt very proud. Just wait, brother Jiang Bai, you will know who the real owner of this car is soon. Jiang Bai walked around inside and was envious of all the luxury cars. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it, but now, he knows it's only a matter of time before he can drive a luxury car. Not long after, a familiar voice came from outside that made him frown. Yipping, there are so many cars here. Which one do you think is better for me to buy? This is Chen Yu's voice. Jiang Bai turned around curiously and found that Chen Yu, who was still in a plaster cast, came in with a girl. Chen Yu was full of confidence, like a rich young man, and deliberately acted very natural in front of the girl named Yipping. But it was also his first time in such a place, and no matter how he pretended, his eyes were still looking around in a lewd manner. Soon, he set his sights on the most conspicuous car, McLaren P1. Chapter 19. Chu Ruoling lost her temper for Jiang Bai. If you want to show off as much as you can. Chen Yu knew this truth very well, especially since his goddess Yipping was right beside him. How could he not show off? Beauty, what kind of car is this? Tell me the number. Chen Yu asked proudly with his hands in his pockets. The female customer service had a sharp eye and could tell at a glance that Chen Yu had a loser temperament, which was far inferior to the handsome guy just now. But her good professional ethics still allowed her to introduce it with a smile. This is the McLaren P1 that our boss just brought back from abroad. It is said that the price was nearly 30 million. What? 30 million? Chen Yu was horrified. Jin Youqian's rebate was only about 10 million at most. This amount of money is not enough to buy a car. Yipping was also shocked. This small car is worth a villa? She was shocked. Chen Yu, I think this car is no different from other cars around. Why is it so expensive? The customer service wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Chen Yu. You don't know this, right? This is a McLaren P1. There are only a few hundred of them in the world. They are all toys for rich people. How can it not be expensive? Wow, Chen Yu, I didn't know you knew about luxury cars? Yipping looked at him admiringly and gave him enough face. Now Chen Yu is no longer the poor loser she used to be, but a rich loser, and her attitude has completely changed. Chen Yu was very comfortable with the flattery, so she did not hesitate to add a few more boasts. I estimate that there are less than 10 cars like this in the entire Magic City. Those who can afford this kind of car are all billionaires with a net worth of over 100 million. For a person like me who is worth only tens of millions, I can only buy a garbage truck worth a few million. Chen Yu kept shaking his head and sighing, looking dejected and self-deprecating. But the pretentiousness in his words did not diminish in the slightest. Yipping hugged him warmly, as sweetly as she could be. She said in a coquettish voice, we can just drive a $3 million car. After all, we still need to buy a house in the future. Chen Yu immediately hugged her in his arms and treated her as his own woman. Just as he expected, the goddess has thrown herself into his arms. It feels great to have money. The customer service lady was a little confused. Is this guy really rich? He doesn't look like that. Jiang Bai was even more surprised when he heard their conversation. Didn't he use the bad luck card? Why did Chen Yu come to buy a car with such a large sum of money? This guy can't possibly have that much money, right? Could it be that using the bad luck card turned out to be a positive thing and made this guy win the lottery? At this time, Jiang Xian, who was acting as a light bulb, complained sourly, how long are you going to shop? There is a single dog who is hungry and needs to eat. Chu Ruoling smiled and said, it's almost there, just wait a moment. Humph, you two have spiritual food, so of course you won't be hungry. Touching her empty stomach, Jiang Xian now just wanted to eat a good meal. After hearing their conversation, Chen Yu also discovered Jiang Bai. Why is this Jiang kid here too? What bad luck! Jiang Bai was actually holding hands with that goddess Martha? That's too much. Meeting Jiang Bai here, how could Chen Yu miss this great opportunity for revenge? After all, he felt that it was because of Jiang Bai that he lost the opportunity to contact the goddess Chu Ruoling. Thinking of this, Chen Yu sneered and questioned, Jiang Bai, you hurt my sister, and you still have the mood to go shopping with other women? You are really a scumbag. Yipping looked at the handsome Jiang Bai and asked Chen Yu in a low voice, Chen Yu, what scumbag? Chen Yu simply exaggerated and slandered Jiang Bai, saying, this man played with my sister's feelings. We should have been talking about marriage, but he ran off with another woman. My sister is almost depressed. In his mouth, Jiang Bai became a scumbag who turned his back on people and was ruthless. As a girl, Yiping instantly lost her good impression of Jiang Bai. What? I thought this handsome guy was tall, rich and handsome, but it turns out he is a scumbag? Shen Yu still felt that what she said was not enough, and continued to exaggerate. Our whole family tried to keep him, but the more humble we were, the more arrogant he became. How could such a person still have the nerve to go out on the street? Neither the man nor the woman are good people. After being slandered by him, Jiang Bai didn't want to pay any attention to him for Chen Shui's sake. However, when I heard that he actually brought Chu Ruoling with him, I couldn't tolerate it. You say I can do it, but you say I'm a woman? Brother, you're done. Jiang Bai's eyes were cold, and he was ready to beat this boy up to let him know that there are some things that cannot be said. But before he could make a move, someone else had already done it. Chu Ruoling's pretty face seemed covered with a layer of frost, frighteningly cold. Without saying a word, she walked up to Chen Yu and slapped him hard. This slap knocked him unconscious immediately. But Chu Ruoling did not stop. She slapped him again with her backhand, knocking him dizzy. At the same time, she kicked Chen Yu in the crotch with incredible accuracy. This blow was fatal, and Chen Yu fell to the ground instantly. Chu Ruoling stepped on Chen Yu's body with her high heels. She was arrogant and domineering, like a peerless queen. She warned him in a cold tone, if you say anything bad about my man again, I will throw you to Taiwan to eat 18 kilograms of pineapples. Jiang Bai is her Achilles heel. No matter who it is, as long as they say something bad about him, she will never show mercy. She has the ability. Everyone opened their mouths wide, their eyes filled with shock. Everyone has seen a man risk his life for a beautiful woman, but this is the first time a beautiful woman has taken action for a man herself. She is like an empress, noble, domineering and unattainable. Everyone in the store was in disbelief, but at the same time, they were envious of Jiang Bai for having such a strong and beautiful girlfriend. Jiang Bai himself was also dumbfounded. How could this girl be so powerful in fighting? Besides, shouldn't I be the one doing the rough work of beating people? How could a grown man like me be protected by a girl? This feeling is so good. Jiang Shayan also looked like she had seen a ghost. Based on her understanding of her best friend, Chu Ruoling, as a young lady, would not use violence. This goes against her upbringing and status. Today, for Jiang Bai, she actually beat a man so hard that he almost lost his offspring? Isn't it too fantastic? Chu Ruoling also realized that she seemed to be too excited. She quickly returned to Jiang Bai with a blushing face and explained in a low voice, "Little brother Jiang, I am actually very gentle, don't misunderstand me." Gentle? Hearing this word and thinking of her fatal crotch-kicking kick just now, Jiang Bai trembled and dared not speak. Fortunately, this girl is one of his own, otherwise he wouldn't dare to offend her. What's going on here? Why all the noise? A man in a suit came over. When the customer service lady saw him, she quickly greeted him respectfully, Manager M.O. Manager M.O. pulled up Chen Yu, whose eggs were smashed all over the floor. After recognizing Chen Yu, he shouted in surprise, "Chen Yu? How could it be you?" Chen Yu also recognized the other person, covered his vital parts, and shouted in surprise, "Brother M.O., are you the manager here?" This Manager M.O. was a friend he met at school. Manager M.O. said, "Yes, I came here to be a manager after graduation." Chen Yu was overjoyed. He didn't expect that there were people like him here. That would make things easy. He endured the pain, pointed at Chu Ruoling and Jiang Bai and said angrily, "These two people beat me in your territory, which is clearly not giving you, Brother M.O., face. Brother M.O., you must teach them a lesson." Brother M.O. was a little unhappy. It was obvious that Chen Yu wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife, but it was indeed wrong to hit someone here. It's impossible to help Chen Yu, their relationship is not that good yet. Therefore, at most he can just act as a peacemaker and smooth things over. Manager M.O. said to Jiang Bai, "It was wrong for you to start the fight first. You should apologize to him right away and forget about what happened today." Chu Ruoling smiled contemptuously, "You want me to apologize? Who do you think you are?" She glanced at Manager Mo's ID card casually, not taking the small manager seriously at all. She was the one who beat the guy, is there a problem with that? Manager M.O. was very unhappy to hear this. This was his territory. Even if this girl had some status, she couldn't be so arrogant, right? Chen Yu took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. "Brother M.O., These people really don't take you seriously, just tell someone to throw them out. With a backer, he immediately felt more confident. This man and woman dare to contradict Brother Mo? Don't want to mix anymore? Manager Mo could see that this man and two women were not simple, and he did not want to cause trouble. Everyone, just bow your heads and say sorry. I will take charge of this matter, and he will not embarrass you. But Chu Ruoling was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and just said in a cold tone, "Give me the key of this McLaren P1, and you have nothing to do here." She repeatedly refused to give him face, which made Manager Mo gradually unhappy. Now when he heard her asking for the McLaren key, he couldn't hide his dissatisfaction. "Hot beauty, this car was brought back by our boss for his friend. Are you sure you can take it? Ha ha ha, you failed at pretending to be cool, didn't you? This McLaren is worth nearly 30 million. Can you just take it away like that?" Shen Yu laughed with glee. He knew that this girl was quite capable, but it was impossible for her to just buy a sports car worth nearly 30 million yuan, right? He wants to see today how this couple embarrasses themselves, ha ha ha. Chu Ruoling was getting impatient. She simply took out her phone and flipped through her contacts while saying, "Not allowed to pick up the car? I want to see if that guy surnamed Wang has the guts to do that." As he spoke, he dialed a phone number. Manager Mo's heart skipped a beat and he suddenly felt something was wrong. Because their boss's surname is Wang. It must be fake, right? She must be just bluffing. How could she be the boss's friend? As Manager Mo thought this in his heart, beads of sweat slowly seeped out of his forehead. Chapter 20, Jin Yuqian, the financial fraudster exposed. Chu Ruoling said a few words on the phone and then hung up. Manager Mo was vaguely uneasy, but Chen Yu was still very nervous, thinking that she would be safe with Manager Mo as her backer. Less than a minute later, Manager Mo's cell phone rang. "I'm going to the Bobo Mountain to pick some bobo for my husband to eat." He didn't dare to neglect it and quickly answered the phone. "Boss Wang, do you have any instructions?" A few seconds later, Manager Mo was so frightened that his whole body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. After hanging up the phone, he nodded and bowed to Chu Ruoling tremblingly. "Dear guest, our boss has ordered that we just give you the car keys." As he said that, he ran over to get the key and handed it respectfully to Chu Ruoling. His humble appearance now is completely different from his righteous words just now. This person is a super distinguished guest, and even he is not qualified to know her identity. Just now on the phone, his boss almost fired him after finding out about this. How could he not know the seriousness of the matter? The huge change in attitude made Chen Yu doubt his own eyes. He questioned Manager Mo in dissatisfaction. "Brother Mo, these people are causing trouble in your territory. Why are you still like this? Just deal with them directly." He was still waiting to see Jiang Bai being thrown out. Now this situation is a bit wrong, isn't it? Manager Mo was shocked by his words and slapped him in the face anxiously. "Damn it, if you want to die, don't take me with you. Let him offend these great gods? Unless he wants no future." Chen Yu was stunned. He felt angry and didn't know what was going on. Yiping felt a little embarrassed standing next to him. "I was happily here with him today to broaden my horizons, but this guy got beaten by a woman first and now he is beaten by the manager. As a woman standing next to him, how could I still have any face?" She didn't want Shin Yu, this fool, to embarrass himself again, so she had to hold him back and ask him to be quiet. After getting the keys, Chu Ruoling smiled and put the car keys into Jiang Bai's hands. "Brother Jiang, this is a meeting gift from me, you must accept it." She felt a little embarrassed, but also looked forward to seeing if Jiang Bai would be surprised by his reaction. Regardless of Jiang Bai's situation, the others were completely dumbfounded. They stared at the car key in amazement. Holy shit, this is a luxury car worth nearly 30 million, and she just gave it to someone for free? It's just a gift for meeting, is it so valuable? This magnanimous act was so magnanimous that they couldn't even imagine it. Zhang Xiaoyan raised the corners of her mouth. She was not surprised. Her best friend just did what she liked and didn't care what others thought. A car worth 30 million is indeed expensive, but it also depends on who it is given to. Chu Ruoling has been completely bewildered by this little brother Jiang, so it's not surprising that Chu Ruoling would give him a car. Zhang Xiaoyan sighed helplessly. "Alas, women in love are so scary." Jiang Bai didn't expect that this car was actually given to him by this girl. It would be fine if it was just an ordinary gift. But this is a sports car worth nearly 30 million. Would it be a bad idea if I just accepted it? After hesitating for a while, Jiang Bai returned the key. "I appreciate your kindness, but this is too valuable, I can't take it. Shu Ruoling was anxious. No, you have to, you are my little brother Jiang, we are husband and wife now, not outsiders. Jiang Bai felt embarrassed when he saw that she seemed to be about to cry. He is the worst at coaxing girls when they cry. But, wouldn't I become a gigolo? With my ability, I will be able to afford it sooner or later. Jiang Bai said. Shu Ruoling was worried that he would not accept the gift she had carefully prepared. She was very anxious and her mouth was pouting. She said aggrievedly, of course I know this, but if you don't accept it, I will cry in front of you. There was no other way, she could only use her ultimate weapon. When Jiang Bai heard that she was going to cry, he suddenly felt overwhelmed. Is the terroffensive considered a girl's innate skill? He really had no way to deal with this kind of trick, so in order to appease her, he had to accept it. There were tears rolling in Shu Ruoling's eyes, but they stopped immediately. She smiled sweetly and said, I knew that little Jianggu wouldn't let me be sad. The expression changed so quickly that Jiang Bai didn't know what to say. Is this girl's acting so good? He suppressed his laughter, flicked her smooth forehead lightly, and said teasingly, sure, do you want me to give you an award? Shu Ruoling was very proud and felt sweet in her heart when she received Jiang Bai's praise. She felt happy even though he flicked her head on her. Their relationship was relatively unfamiliar in the past 2 days, but after today's contact, their feelings have obviously warmed up a lot. She believed that it would not be long before brother Xiao Jiang would completely accept her. Awesome! The young couple was so affectionate with each other, not caring at all what others thought. Manager Mo was shocked and envious. This girl was obviously of a very high status. But in front of this brother, she is as cute as a little bird, and he even bought a McLaren P1 for him. It's so enviable. What kind of fairy girlfriend is this? If you can, please give me a dozen too. But he also understood that this beautiful dream was just something he could think about, it would never happen to him. Shen Yu gritted her teeth and felt it was very unfair. A few days ago, Jiang Bai was still a poor guy who couldn't even afford a dowry of 300,000 yuan, and his family looked down on him at all. But today, a goddess gave him a luxury car worth tens of millions. Why? He also wants to be a gigolo. I wish I could work less for 30 years. Fortunately, I am now a rich man. After a few days when the rebate arrives, my wealth will skyrocket. Thinking of this, Shenya snorted coldly and said loudly with full confidence, I can't afford a car worth tens of millions, but can I not afford a car worth millions? I want this one. He pointed to another sports car. Manager Mo frowned and reminded, Shenyu, this one costs 3 million, are you sure you can afford it? Shenyu sneered contemptuously, it's only 3 million. Is it expensive? You talk as if I have no money. After suffering so much injustice today, it's time to feel proud and proud, right? 3 million is a luxury car, but not everyone can afford it. Manager Mo was surprised. When he was in school, this kid had to pick up express deliveries to make up for his living expenses. How come you've become rich now? Since he wants to buy it, why shouldn't I sell it? Manager Mo found a car purchase plan and explained all the costs to him clearly. The final total price was 3.5 million. Shen Yuhao waved his hand arrogantly, I want this, give it to me, and in a few days I will give you money to slap you in the face. It's just money, it's not like he doesn't have it. Jiang Bai was watching from the side and was very surprised. Did this kid really win the lottery? He couldn't help but ask, Shen Yu, where did you get the money? You didn't cheat, did you? Or did you borrow from a loan shark? Shen Yu was so angry that he said, bullshit. I followed an uncle to invest and invested 1.5 million yuan. In 2 days, I can get a return of nearly 10 million yuan. Jiang Bai, our family will be rich soon. By then, even if you want to come back, it will be impossible. Even if you kneel down and beg me, it won't work. Chun Yu laughed arrogantly. As if to confirm his words, he even called Jin Yuqian to see if he could advance part of the money as a down payment for the car. But he made 10 calls but no one answered. Huh? Weird, I answered the phone just 2 days ago. Maybe Uncle Jin is too busy? Chen Yu secretly underestimated himself. Isn't it normal for a big boss like Jin Yuqian to have no time to answer the phone? These are all basic operations, don't worry. But he was also a little anxious. With so many people watching, it would be too embarrassing if he couldn't get the advance payment. Damn it, why haven't you answered yet? Hurry up and answer it. Shen Yu made several more calls, but none of them went through. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Manager Mo urged him impatiently, "Are you capable of doing this? If you don't have money, don't come here to show off, okay?" Chunyu was so anxious that she yelled, "Why are you rushing me? I'm not in a hurry for this little money, why are you in a hurry? Uncle Jin is a very busy man, you know nothing." Everyone was waiting for him to make a phone call, and seeing how flustered he was, everyone knew the result. The female customer service nearby saw the three words Jin Yuqian on the number on the phone, and she thought of a piece of news she had just read not long ago. According to the news, a financial fraudster has fled abroad and is being wanted. His name seems to be Jin Yuqian? If that's the case. She asked reluctantly, "Sir, is your Uncle Jin's name Jin Yuqian?" Chunyu looked at her in confusion. "Yes, how did you know? Do you also know Uncle Jin? Then do you know where Uncle Jin went?" The female customer service's mouth twitched, and she felt very complicated. She looked at him pitifully and said, "I know where he is." "Really? Tell me quickly. Quickly." Chen Yu was overjoyed. It was like a ray of hope after a dark period. The female customer service took out her mobile phone and clicked on a short video. The news report in the video was at its loudest. "Today, our city uncovered a financial fraud case, and the main culprit, Jin Yuqian, has already fled the country." Chapter 21. There is no light in your eyes. After hearing the news report, Chen Yu, who was originally very excited, was instantly stunned. He snatched the phone away, and the news on it made him unable to believe it was true. Fraudster? Financial fraudster? How is that possible? Absolutely impossible. Uncle Jin is a successful man. This must be a mistake. Chen Yu began to talk to himself. He put all his fortune into it. It was a full 1.5 million yuan, which was raised by selling the house and borrowing money. If all the money went down the drain, wouldn't he be truly bankrupt? Thinking of this result, Chen Yu's legs went weak and he almost fainted. Fortunately, he kept comforting himself, saying that it was just a misunderstanding and the person in the news was not Uncle Jin at all. He quickly called his mother to find out what was going on. "Mom, is there any news from Uncle Jin? Has he contacted you?" Chen's mother, who was still in the hospital to process the admission procedures, smiled and said, "Didn't she call us last night to reassure us? She also said that she would give us a rebate the day after tomorrow at the latest." "Brat, why are you in such a hurry?" Hearing his mother say this, Chen Yu felt relieved. He laughed easily. "Ha, I told you, it must be a coincidence that we have the same name. How could Uncle Jin do such a thing?" But people around him have already noticed that he is now more like deceiving himself. How could there be so many coincidences of people with the same name in the world? Moreover, an investment of 1.5 million yuan can bring back tens of millions of yuan in just a few days. This sounds very unreliable. When encountering such bad luck, Jiang Bai usually doesn't laugh unless he can't help it. He understood that the bad luck card was not ineffective, but its effect was too strong. Even the Chen family's wealth was taken away by the scammers. Is this kid still daydreaming about buying a luxury car? Chen Yu, who already felt at ease, regained his previous confident look. He pointed to the 3 million plus car next to him and said, "This is the one. I'll pay in full in 3 days." At this time, his cell phone rang. It was an unknown number. As soon as the call was connected, a serious and calm voice came from the other end. "Excuse me, is this Chen Yu? I am a police officer from the police station. According to investigation, you are also a victim of the financial fraud case. I hope you can come over to take a statement." Hearing this, Chen Yu, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, was instantly petrified again. He murmured in disbelief, "Fraud? Fraudster? Did you find the wrong person?" The man on the other side asked in confusion, "Aren't you Chen Yu? The fraudster's name is Jin Yuqian. According to our investigation, he cheated you out of 1.5 million, didn't he?" Chen Yu suddenly felt suffocated, his eyes turned black, and he felt as if the world was spinning. Jin Yuqian, is he actually a swindler? All my 1.5 million was taken away? How could this be? How is this possible? Chen Yu muttered to himself as if he had lost his soul, not daring to accept this reality at all. He finally couldn't help crying out, "Oh my god! That bastard is really a scammer. My 1.5 million is gone in an instant. Not only did I lose my house and have a huge debt, I really had no place to sleep, even on the overpass." With a last glimmer of hope, Chen Yu asked tremblingly, "Officer, can I get my money back?" The person on the other side said calmly, "It's basically impossible. The criminal has already fled abroad. But we have issued a warrant for his arrest. As long as he enters the country, we can catch him." Hearing this, Chen Yu instantly despaired. So what if we catch him? The money is not coming back. Suddenly, his eyes went dark and he fainted. Yiping, who accompanied him to look at the car, felt that she had lost face today. She thought Chen Yu had made a fortune, but this silly boy actually got cheated out of his money? She had already made plans that if Chen Yu really bought a car, she would be his girlfriend. Fortunately, the scam was exposed, otherwise I would have fallen into the trap. She looked at Chen Yu with disgust, hesitated for a moment, and came to Jiang Bai, smiling sweetly, "Little brother, if possible, can we get to know each other?" Compared with Chen Yu, Jiang Bai is obviously the one with real strength. Besides, Jiang Bai's appearance is much better than Chen Yu's. However, Chu Ruoling's cold eyes were fixed on her instantly. "You want to take advantage of my husband? You are not qualified." Yiping was disappointed and left in shame. Compared with Chu Ruoling, she is just dust on the ground. How dare she compete with her for a man? In the hospital, Chen's mother, who had already completed the hospitalization procedures, was happily planning how to spend the huge sum of money in the next few days. "Daughter, do you think it's better for us to buy a single-family house or a commercial house in a residential area?" Chen's mother happily fantasized about a better life in the future. For so many days, Chen Shui had been immersed in the sadness of being dumped by Jiang Bai and had no time to think about these things. She was scrolling through short videos out of boredom and happened to see the news report. The content of the news woke her up instantly. "Mom, look, how did Jin Yuqian become a financial fraudster?" "Daughter, what are you talking about? He is a financial tycoon, how can he be a fraudster?" Mother Chen didn't take her words to heart until Chen Shui showed her the news video, then she was speechless. In the news, the swindler's name, identity, and appearance all matched Shin Yuqian's. What else could this be but the same person? She, who was dreaming of becoming a rich woman just now suddenly felt extremely dark and terrified. It's over now. They sold everything they had to raise 1.5 million, but they were all scammed. Mother Chen's eyes went dark and she fainted immediately. She had just completed the discharge procedures, and in less than 10 minutes, she was successfully hospitalized again. At this time, Jiang Bai was driving a McLaren P1 and taking his lovely wife for a ride. As for the pink Maserati, Jiang Shayan was asked to drive it back by herself. Jiang Bai was still very satisfied with the effect of the misfortune card. That family is a vampire, they only care about money. If I hadn't been sucking my blood away by them all these years, I would have at least 200,000 yuan in savings, right? Therefore, turning this family of money-loving people into paupers in an instant is definitely the greatest punishment for them. "Brother Xiao Jiang, you seem to be in a good mood?" Seeing the smile on his face, Chu Ruoling also felt very happy. Jiang Bai smiled and said, "Yes, with such a nice car and such a beautiful person in it, how can I not be happy?" Chu Ruoling rolled her eyes at him, blushing and scolding, "How come I didn't know you were so slick?" Jiang Bai smiled strangely, "Slippery tongue? You haven't tasted it yourself, how do you know if it's slippery or not?" Although Chu Ruoling has no emotional experience, even a fool can understand such words with such connotations. Her face suddenly turned even redder. Could it be? Could it be that brother Xiao Jiang wanted her to have a taste? If he wants it, should I give it to him? But the problem is, I really want to try it. While she was struggling with her conscience, Jiang Bai gently patted the steering wheel and said, "Let's go back to where I live first. I'll show you my previous living environment." They are now a legal couple. If nothing unexpected happens, we will live together in the future. Therefore, he also wanted Chu Ruoling to know more about him. Chu Ruoling nodded obediently, yes. She was both nervous and excited. Was she going home with brother Xiao Jiang? Doesn't that mean a single man and a single woman are in the same room? I don't know if he will do anything to me. With this nervous mood, they quickly returned to the gate of the community. This McLaren P1 is so eye-catching that it is hard not to notice it. The residents coming in and out will definitely take a second look when passing by, either out of envy or jealousy. Some people even gathered together to discuss in low voices. This car is really nice, it must be worth a lot of money, right? Look at the logo, it looks like a McLaren. And judging from the appearance, this car must be worth at least 3 or 4 million, right? Is a car so expensive? Rich people are different. Who is driving this car? Is it some wealthy person? Many people looked at the McLaren in amazement, and were even more curious about the owner of the car. Those who can afford this kind of car are definitely not ordinary people. Since he is not an ordinary person, how could he appear in such a low-class community? Soon, the car door opened, and a familiar and handsome figure appeared, surprising everyone. Is it the young man named Zhang Bai? How could it be him? Is this car his? Zhang Bai is actually a hidden rich second generation? Oh my god, has he always been experiencing life before? Almost everyone knows Zhang Bai, and even if they don't, they all feel that he looks familiar. So, his appearance came as a surprise to everyone. At this time, the passenger door also opened, and a tall girl got out. Seeing Chu Ruoling, people in the community were stunned again. What a nice view. Isn't this girl so pretty? With this kind of figure and looks, she is definitely at the top level in the entertainment industry full of beauties. The appearance of the two of them instantly became the focus of the residents in the community. Even the old men who were playing chess not far away forgot that they were playing chess. When passing by the security booth, the security uncle couldn't help but hold him back and asked with great envy, "Xiao Jiang, tell me, why can't I do what you do?" Zhang Bai looked at him and said seriously, "Uncle, maybe there is no light in your eyes." Chapter 22 I have something good for you to see. This sentence made the uncle fall silent instantly. Does light really exist? Zhang Bai ignored the security guard and went in holding Chu Ruoling's hand. What big scene has Chu Ruoling not seen? There are even bigger gatherings with more people than this one, so there is no way she would get stage fright. But now she was blushing and felt very embarrassed. The people here were all neighbors, and they could be considered brother Jiang's fellow villagers, right? So, do I count myself as a young wife returning to her hometown? Thinking of this, the rich girl, who usually acted noble and arrogant in front of others, now nodded enthusiastically to the residents in the community, as if she was expressing her feelings. I don't know what the uncles and aunts are talking about. This guy is really good. He can even get such a beautiful girlfriend? His girlfriend also drove over here a few days ago in another sports car. They are such a perfect match. I regret it so much. If I had known that this guy was a hidden rich second generation, I would definitely let my daughter be with him. Who knows? He hid it so well. He was just an ordinary worker before. Maybe this is what rich people like. They don't want others to approach them just for money. You're right, that's how it's played on TV. The more these uncles and aunts talked, the more envious they became. He wished he could replace Chu Ruoling and let his daughter be Zhang Bai's girlfriend. The room where Zhang Bai lives is not big, and there are a lot of things piled up in it. Although it is tidy, the space seems even smaller. This was Chu Ruoling's first time here, so she was full of curiosity about the place. So this is the boys' room? It's not bad. In her imagination, boys' rooms are always dirty and messy. Although the place where Zhang Bai lives is very old, at least it is clean and tidy. She also found a lot of interesting things. In the cabinet under the TV, there was a DVD player. Chu Ruoling couldn't help but laugh. Brother Xiao Jiang, now is the era of big data, why are you still using this kind of equipment? Zhang Bai explained, when I was a kid, I watched movies on a machine, so it might be a sentimental thing. As he said that, he smiled and said to Chu Ruoling, "Hey, I have some good stuff inside, do you want to take a look?" Are you playing games? Chu Ruoling asked with her head tilted. Boys generally like to play games, right? Zhang Bai shook his head, smiling mysteriously. What kind of game is this? It's more exciting than a game. Chu Ruoling was intrigued by his words. In Zhang Bai's eyes, anything more exciting than games must be Brother Zhang's greatest hobby, right? As his wife, I really need to understand his hobbies well. She smiled expectantly. What good stuff is that? Let me see it, let me see it. Zhang Bai was already bending over and searching inside the box. He took out a lot of small boxes, which were clearly classified into different categories. For example, island films, European and American films, domestic films, etc. Looking at these treasured treasures, Zhang Bai said, I won't let ordinary people see them. These are all great things I have collected for many years. This box contains action movies from Japan, and this one contains action movies from Europe and America. They are very exciting. Looking at these boxes, Chu Ruoling always felt something was wrong. Island country, action movie? Could it be that these are the good things that Brother Zhang secretly reads when he is alone at night? This guy was so mean. It would have been fine if he just peeked at it alone, but he actually dragged a girl like her to watch it with him. Isn't this meant to embarrass her? How can a boy take a girl to watch this kind of movie? Chu Ruoling couldn't help but joked with some disdain. Brother Xiaojiang, which of these categories do you like best? Jiang Bai opened one of the boxes and took out a few discs. Of course they are from Japan. Action movies of this type are more impressive when made in Japan. He skillfully turned on the DVD player and put the disc in. Then he sat back on the sofa with Chu Ruoling and began to wait expectantly for the scene to appear. Chu Ruoling was fidgeting. This was the first time she had watched a movie like this. What she didn't expect was that she actually watched such an embarrassing movie with Brother Xiaojian. It's so embarrassing. But since this is his hobby, as his woman, I should appreciate it with him. Chu Ruoling kept correcting her thoughts, but she was still nervous and expectant when she thought about the large-scale scene she was about to see. After waiting for about 10 seconds, the opening theme of the movie began to play. Just like the sun shining through the night, the dawn quietly breaks through the horizon, whose figure shuttles through the reincarnation. A new storm has appeared. How can we stop moving forward? In the opening theme, the mighty giant of light defeats monsters time and time again, leaving behind only a dashing back. Jiang Bai watched with great interest and even sang along. But Chu Ruoling's innocent big eyes were full of doubt and confusion. Huh? Why is this different from what I thought? Shouldn't the Japanese action movies that Brother Jiang is talking about be the kind where people fight naked? So it refers to the giant of light? Chu Ruoling's face turned red, and she realized that she had misunderstood. Fortunately, Brother Xiaojiang didn't realize it, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Are you hungry? I'll cook for you. Jiang Bai asked her to watch first while he went to the kitchen to get something to eat. I want to help too. Chu Ruoling jumped up from the sofa happily. She has never cooked since she was a child, but she also wants to try what it feels like to cook. It should be fun to cook with Brother Xiaojiang, right? Jiang Bai opened the refrigerator and saw some eggs, tomatoes, and broccoli. Although there were not many things, it was enough for 2 people. Taking these things out, Jiang Bai asked her, "What can you do?" Chu Ruoling thought for a moment, then smiled awkwardly but cutely. "Well, I boiled water pretty well." Jiang Bai burst out laughing. It seemed that this girl's cooking skills were not very good. That's right, rich girls shouldn't have to cook for themselves, right? Then let him show off his skills in front of his new wife. Jiang Bai stuffed the vegetables into her hands and quickly assigned her a task: go wash the tomatoes and broccoli. Chu Ruoling held a tomato in her left hand and broccoli in her right hand, and said angrily, "Have you forgotten what to call me? You didn't call me that just now." Seeing her firm attitude, Jiang Bai just thought she was very cute, just like an angry puffer fish. Touching her hair, Jiang Bai solemnly repeated the sentence, "Wife, can you please help me wash the tomatoes and broccoli?" Hearing the word wife, Chu Ruoling, who had gotten what she wanted, smiled sweetly, and then obediently went to the kitchen to wash vegetables. Jiang Bai was responsible for cleaning the pots and dishes. The kitchen space is not big, and it seems even more cramped for 2 people to work in it. There was only one sink, so Jiang Bai had to wash the dishes first before she could do so. After Jiang Bai washed a bowl, it was Chu Ruoling's turn to start washing the tomatoes carefully. The 2 people took turns, looking a little awkward yet warm in this narrow space. Chu Ruoling had never had this experience before. Even though she was just washing tomatoes, she felt very happy and joyful. It was just a very simple daily routine, but it made her very satisfied. Come. The tomatoes are washed. It's up to you now. Chu Ruoling deftly put the tomatoes into the dish washed by Jiang Bai, and then continued to wash the broccoli. No problem. Jiang Bai said with a smile. Since he moved in, no one else has appeared in this kitchen, so he didn't feel it was that cramped. But now with Chu Ruoling here, this space is not enough. When using the sink alternately, he had to pass close to Chu Ruoling's back every time. Every time he passed by, the faint floral scent of hair made him feel a little distracted. And this soft touch finally made him unable to hold back, and he hugged her from behind. Chu Ruoling was startled by his sudden action, and she angrily asked, "Little brother Jiang, what are you doing?" Jiang Bai hugged her tighter and tighter, and his heart became satisfied and calm. This kind of calmness was something he had never experienced even when he and Chen Shui were in love. When he was in love with Chen Shui, his most common emotions were anxiety and worry about his future life. It seems that only Chu Ruoling can make him truly let go of everything and embrace her. Jiang Bai took a deep breath between her hair and said softly, "You are beautiful and good. But is it worth it to pay so much for me?" At first, he thought Chu Ruoling married him just to be a shield and avoid family marriage. But after just half a day of getting along, he felt Chu Ruoling's most genuine and passionate feelings for him. This kind of feeling can't be faked. Chu Ruoling held his hand that was hugging her, and said softly and affectionately, "Of course it's worth it. You are mine, I am yours, and we are together." Chapter 23, A Meal in Exchange for a Kiss. The two hugged each other for a long time, and both felt a sense of anticipation in their hearts, hoping that the other party could take a further step. At least a kiss or something, right? However, the two of them were a little shy at this time and did nothing. Chu Ruoling was anxious. Is this idiot just holding her? Don't want to go further? They are already husband and wife, isn't it normal to still do things they love? At this time, she felt something hard pressing against her from behind, which was very uncomfortable. "Little Jiang, did you put the key in your pocket? It's so hard." As she spoke, the girl reached back, trying to help him take the key out of his pocket. Jiang Bai was so scared that he quickly shrank back and said awkwardly, "It's okay, I'm used to it." Chu Ruoling didn't understand what was going on and thought that Jiang Bai really just put the key in his pocket, so she didn't think much about it. After letting her go, Jiang Bai skillfully beat a few eggs into a bowl, beat them evenly, and then added some soy sauce and salt for seasoning and set aside. Chu Ruoling washed several tomatoes cleanly, and Jiang Bai cut them with a sharp kitchen knife and put them in another bowl for later use. What he wants to make is scrambled eggs with tomatoes. This dish is definitely a national dish that every Chinese family will cook. It is simple, easy to make and delicious. For a worker like Jiang Bai, this is a very affordable dish. Chu Ruoling was attracted by his knife skills. "How amazing," she exclaimed in amazement. An ordinary kitchen knife seems to be transformed into something special in his hands, and even cutting a tomato looks so cool. "Brother Jiang, you have great skills. You can easily make so much water." Looking at the tomato juice all over the chopping board, Chu Ruoling was full of curiosity. She always ate food prepared by others and had never seen a chef cooking in person, so all this felt particularly new to her. After receiving her praise, Jiang Bai became excited and insisted on performing more. He also performed a fancy knife move, which was really cool and made Chu Ruoling cheer in surprise. "Brother Jiang, I want to learn too, is that okay?" Chu Ruoling was very interested in this kind of knife skills. But Jiang Bai refused, "Just let me do the rough work of cooking. You can help me the most by eating all the food I cook. You are so nice to me." Chu Ruoling smiled like a flower. It turned out that brother Xiao Jiang still loved her and cared about her. While Jiang Bai was making scrambled eggs with tomatoes, Chu Ruoling washed the broccoli. With the cooperation of the two, a simple meal for two was prepared. Chu Ruoling couldn't wait to take a bite. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes were just the right saltiness. The sour taste of tomatoes spread in her mouth, increasing her appetite. Although the broccoli is stir-fried, it is still very refreshing. Chu Ruoling's mouth was stuffed full, her little face puffed up roundly, just like a greedy little squirrel. Jiang Baishao asked, "Does it suit your taste?" Chu Ruoling nodded vigorously and shouted exaggeratedly, "Of course. I have never eaten such delicious scrambled eggs with tomatoes." "Oh. No, it seems that I have not eaten such a common dish as scrambled eggs with tomatoes, hee hee." Jiang Bai shook his head helplessly. This girl is a rich lady, so of course her food will not be ordinary. His eyes involuntarily fell on her plump upper body, and he couldn't look away for a while. This girl has a really good figure. Although my ex-girlfriend Chen Shui was not bad, she was still a little inferior to her. Gradually, his mind was no longer on eating. Because there are more delicious food in front of us. Noticing that his eyes were not right, Chu Ruoling covered her chest with her hands and said angrily, "Little Jiang, what are you looking at? Why don't you just eat your food obediently?" Jiang Bai smiled and said, "Wife, it's boring after dinner. We should find something to do, right?" The innocent Chu Ruoling hadn't realized what he meant yet, "So what do you want to do?" Jiang Bai said seriously, "How about we go watch some interesting movies?" Chu Ruoling lost interest instantly. "Are we going to watch another Japanese action movie? That's only for boys, right? She doesn't believe in the existence of light." Chu Ruoling rolled her eyes cutely. "Little brother Jiang, is watching action movies your only after-dinner entertainment?" Jiang Bai said mysteriously, "This time is different, it is definitely a good movie you have never seen, but we have to take a shower first." After hearing his words, Chu Ruoling expressed her confusion. "Why do you need to take a shower before watching a movie? Is bathing related to watching movies?" After thinking for a while, she finally realized something when she saw Zhang Bai's intriguing smile and eyes. Humph. You old pervert. Chu Ruoling put down her bowl and chopsticks and gave him a resentful look. This guy is really asking for too much. He wants to take advantage of the ignorant girl just for a meal? You wish. Perhaps because her relationship with him had already taken a step further, Chu Ruoling wanted to whet his appetite on purpose. Can a treasure that is easily obtained still be called a treasure? Besides, this stupid guy hasn't figured out his true identity yet, so he can forget about doing that kind of thing with her. Exposed by her words, Zhang Bai laughed shamelessly instead, moved closer to her, and gently put his arms around her slender waist. Wife, I cooked this meal today, you should give me some reward, right? Then, what reward do you want? Chu Ruoling was a little skeptical of his words. Could it be that this old pervert was thinking about something nonsense again? Zhang Bai looked straight in the eyes. Can you at least give me a kiss? Chu Ruoling smiled with satisfaction. This request was not excessive. She pouted her lips and was about to kiss him on the face. But what she didn't expect was that while she was making a kissing gesture, Zhang Bai held her face and kissed her little mouth directly. The sudden attack made her so confused that she didn't know what to do with her hands. She could only open her big panicked eyes and let the bad guy take whatever he wanted. Hateful. How abominable. How can you be considered a hero if you take advantage of someone's misfortune? Zhang Bai succeeded in his attack, and after taking everything he had from her, he let her go. Chu Ruoling's lips were slightly swollen and she was a little breathless. She glared at Zhang Bai in shame and anger. Damn man. Zhang Bai spread his hands innocently. How did I become a stinky man? It was you who said that I was slick, I just asked you to confirm it, isn't it? This. Chu Ruoling was speechless. This logic seemed to be correct. The two of them were so affectionate that the meal took them a full hour and a half. These two simple dishes made Chu Ruoling's belly so big that she almost couldn't walk. She touched her round belly, pouted and complained, I ate too much, it feels like I'm pregnant. Let me help you down. Zhang Bai found it funny to see that she couldn't even walk, so he took the initiative to help her down the stairs. The two got into the McLaren, left the community, and drove away. When they left, the scene of Zhang Bai supporting Chu Ruoling was seen by many aunts and uncles in the community. Seeing Chu Ruoling's state, the experienced uncles and aunts immediately understood something and smiled meaningfully at the same time. Chapter 24, Hidden Dangers in the Future, Unequal Marriage. When it comes to life experience, how could the aunties be lacking? With the keen sense of detectives, they began to analyze. They were up there for more than 3 hours. It was really hard. Wrong, to be exact, it's 3 hours and 40 minutes. It's impossible for a man to be so strong, unless he is gifted. That young man is so handsome, of course he is gifted, is there any need to explain it? That's great. The longest time I've ever been in this position was only an hour and a half. The auntie's tone was full of envy. Although they have been through many battles, no man is stronger than Zhang Bai. Didn't you see that the girl just now couldn't even walk? Young people really know how to have fun. Zhang Bai sent Chu Ruoling to the big hotel where they were staying. He knew that this was also a very high-end hotel. But now, the presidential suite he lives in is not bad either. Honey, I'll go up first. Please drive safely. Chu Ruoling advised sweetly, and it really looked like a young wife and her husband parting temporarily. Zhang Bai nodded, you can rest when you get back, we can chat on WeChat. Chu Ruoling nodded vigorously, then reluctantly walked into the hotel. The people around them couldn't help but look at them twice out of curiosity. When they saw the car Zhang Bai was driving, their pupils shrank in shock. Holy shit, is this a McLaren? Which McLaren model is it? But since it's a McLaren car, it must be expensive. No wonder this man has such a beautiful wife. Which woman wouldn't be jealous of a man who was so handsome and can afford a McLaren? But they don't know that Zhang Bai didn't buy this McLaren with his own money, but got it by relying on gigolos. I'm afraid there aren't many people who can live off others to this extent, right? Some people who were interested in the car secretly took a picture of the car, posted it on their moments, and asked which model of McLaren it was. Soon, someone commented on his circle of friends. Oh my god. This is a McLaren P1. Where did you see it? McLaren P1, a car worth tens of millions. Anyone who can afford this car must be the richest of the rich. Is this the only McLaren P1 in Shanghai? If something doesn't exist when you are born, it won't exist when you die. This person was also shocked when he saw the comments on the moments. I didn't expect that the car I casually photographed turned out to be a luxury sports car worth tens of millions. Damn, McLaren P1? This car is worth more than my entire fortune. Jiang Bai had already returned to his hotel by now. He had not expected that he would attract so much attention just by driving out for a stroll. Chu Ruoling also returned to the hotel and took a shower. Lying on the soft big bed, she held her mobile phone, waiting for Jiang Bai's message with great anticipation. Jiang Xian, who was sitting in front of the dressing table and applying a facial mask, came over and asked with a gossipy look on her face, "Did you just eat? Didn't you do anything else?" Chu Ruoling thought of Jiang Bai's forceful kiss on her. Her face turned red and she said embarrassedly, "Of course we didn't do anything, we just kissed." Jiang Xian laughed and scolded, "Look at your crazy look, even if you really did it, you definitely wouldn't tell me." Chu Ruoling was lying on the bed holding her phone, her face full of happiness. "Oh, he and I are husband and wife, so it's normal for anything to happen, isn't it?" Jiang Xian quickly sat down on the bed, hesitated for a while, but still said very realistically, "Ruoling, don't you know that marriage can be dissolved?" This sentence sounded a bit strange. Chu Ruoling looked at her puzzledly, "Xian, what are you talking about?" Jiang Xian sighed, "Need I tell you? You are a rich lady, and he is just an ordinary man. I admit that he is indeed handsome, but you are not a good match. How can there be any result?" These days, she can see her best friend's condition clearly. She had never seen Chu Ruoling so happy and cheerful for a man. As she waited for the man's message, her face was filled with anxiety and worry. The rich girl and the strong woman has now turned into a girl next door. If Jiang Xian hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. That's why, as Chu Ruoling's best friend, she felt so worried. No matter how you think about it, it's impossible for a rich girl and an ordinary man to be together, right? Chu Ruoling said anxiously, "Impossible. No matter what difficulties we encounter, I am his wife. We have already obtained the marriage certificate." Jiang Xian looked at him and said slowly, "We can get a divorce even if we get the marriage certificate, right?" What she said made Chu Ruoling very unhappy. Chu Ruoling blamed her, "Xian, can you please stop talking? How could I possibly divorce him?" But Jiang Xian said what she had been wanting to say these days, "You think so, but your father may not. If he knew, do you really think he would agree?" Having said that, Chu Ruoling, who had always been very confident, suddenly became speechless. She really wanted to refute, but with her father's personality, if he knew that she was married to an ordinary person, he would definitely intervene. Seeing that she suddenly fell silent, Jiang Xian continued, "Your father is worth hundreds of billions and holds a high position of power. His standards are so high that it is hard to imagine. He will not agree to your marriage so easily. Unless your brother Xiao Jiang can stand out, make a career, or even become a billionaire. But you also know that this is impossible, don't you?" Jiang Xian's tone was flat, but to Chu Ruoling, every word was like a needle, piercing deeply into her heart. In the past few days, she has been immersed in a happy mood, consciously avoiding these future problems. But when Jiang Xian brought it up today without mercy, it was like digging out what she was most worried about, and it made her start to get anxious. Her father is a big shot in Shanghai, and his capital is so abundant that it is unimaginable. As his daughter, I am also a rich girl that ordinary people cannot reach. If her father knew about their marriage, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Bai will definitely be under tremendous pressure, even in danger. Xiaoyan was right. If she wanted Jiang Bai to be worthy of her in terms of status, he would have to be worth hundreds of billions as well. But this is basically impossible. Chu Ruoling was now in a state of confusion, but brother Xiao Jiang and I must be together. Even if my dad came out to stop us, I would never listen to him. Looking at her best friend's determined expression, Jiang Xian did not feel relieved at all, but became more worried. She said it lightly now, but once something like that happened, her father would not be so easy to deal with. Jiang Xian couldn't help but said, "I don't doubt your determination, but have you ever thought about it? Your determination will only bring danger to your brother Xiao Jiang." At this moment, Chu Ruoling had a myriad of thoughts in her mind, but she was so confused that she couldn't utter a word. In the final analysis, Jiang Bai's current status is too low. In terms of status, they are really not equal. From the very beginning, this was an unequal marriage. Chapter 25, An old classmate who was attacked. Jiang Xiaoyan's words undoubtedly pulled her back to reality from her beautiful imagination. She also feels a lot of pressure when she thinks about the various challenges that may arise in the future. What worries her most is that Jiang Bai might be in danger because of her. When that time really comes, no matter how much she loves him, she will have to leave in order to protect him. No. I will fight to the end. I am just pursuing the love I want. Is that not okay? Chu Ruoling screamed unwillingly, her eyes red, feeling both aggrieved and stubborn. Isn't it just about starting a business? Isn't it just about getting rich? Isn't it just about equal status? I will definitely help him accomplish it. The future life belongs to both of them. Chu Ruoling felt that she should also fight with Jiang Bai. Even if she fails, she won't regret it. Jiang Xiaoyan felt very distressed when she saw her best friend like this. As a girl, she could understand this feeling all too well. She firmly stands on the side of her best friend. So what are you going to do? Jiang Xiaoyan asked her. Chu Ruoling said firmly, I will give him a sum of money, and then use my resources to support him. In just half a year, I am confident that his company's capital will exceed 100 million. She has the resources and channels, and if she does everything she can to support Jiang Bai, it will definitely not be a problem for her to do this. As long as you make some achievements first, you will have some confidence in the future. Jiang Xiaoyan was surprised. Was her best friend too deeply in love? But, can that man really do it? According to Jiang Xiaoyan's standards, Jiang Bai is handsome, has a good figure, and is not a bad person. He is definitely a good match. But being in a wealthy family, you have no choice. Forget it, it's too early to talk about this. Since you are so determined, I can't say anything. Jiang Xiaoyan envied her. When will I be able to have a sweet love? By the way, do you still remember the guy named Wan that your father introduced you to? Jiang Xiaoyan asked with a smile. Chu Ruoling thought for a long time before she remembered a little. It's that young master of the wine family, right? He always wants to date me, but I never agree. Anyway, I told him that I have a fear of men. Jiang Xiaoyan smiled and joked, why didn't you have any fear of men when you were kissing brother Xiao Jiang? Chu Ruoling smiled proudly and said, of course, he is my husband. From childhood to adulthood, it was difficult for other men except her father to touch her. Especially after she grew up, many bad men coveted her beauty and family property and deliberately approached her. It would be even more impossible for her to let those men get close to her, not even touch her. Over the years, Jiang Bai is the only man who has moved her heart and willingly allowed him to ask for what he wants. Jiang Xiaoyan exclaimed with envy, that's great, Jiang Bai is handsome, has a good figure, and is also very good at fighting. If you don't mind, how about letting a single dog like me have a taste of him? Chu Ruoling glared at her warningly, no. I can handle it on my own, you don't have to worry about me. Hee, I'm just afraid that he will go out and cheat. Jiang Xiaoyan hugged her bestie, her plump upper body swaying left and right. Chu Ruoling smiled proudly, how could that be? With a fairy like me at home, how could he possibly go out and cheat on me? She is still very confident about her appearance. She has even more confidence in Jiang Bai. He is definitely not that kind of person. Jiang Xiaoyan looked experienced, all men are the same. When they get tired of eating at home, they want to eat shit outside. Chu Ruoling curled her lips and exposed her, come on, haven't you also had a man? How do you know so much about men? Let me see how you have developed first. As she said that, she launched a surprise attack, pinching Jiang Xiaoyan so hard that she screamed and dodged. Two girls with great figures and beautiful looks began to attack each other and had a lot of fun. If Jiang Bai were here, he would definitely be feasting his eyes. Alright, I surrender. I admit yours is bigger. In the end, it was Jiang Xiaoyan who begged for mercy first. I told you to talk about my little brother Jiang, and this is the lesson. Chu Ruoling was complacent, her face full of pride. Jiang Xiaoyan lay on the bed in dishevel, unconvinced, what did I say wrong? I'll go and try to help you. I don't believe he can get past me. Then go ahead and try. Chu Ruoling was full of confidence. However, there was a hint of cunning and treachery in Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes, like a little fox. My good sister, you said it, so I want to be polite, hee. The next day, Jiang Bai went back to the old neighborhood to pack up the things to be moved, and then contacted the moving company. He didn't have much to take away, so it wasn't a big deal. After the movers came upstairs, he went to buy a few bottles of water for them. Looking at one of the movers, Jiang Bai felt very familiar, Yang Tian? Hearing this, the other party also raised his head in surprise. Jiang Bai? Why is it you? They had never met each other just now, but now they recognized each other instantly. Yang Tian was his high school classmate, and he also got admitted to a university in Shanghai, but they had little contact after that. I didn't expect to meet you in this situation today? Are you moving because you bought a house? Yang Tian asked curiously, feeling a little envious. It is not easy to buy a house in Shanghai. Every inch of land is worth a lot of money here. Unless you have made something of yourself, you'd better rent a house. Jiang Bai smiled and said, I didn't buy it. Yes, he didn't buy it. Hearing him say this, Yang Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If all his old classmates bought houses in Shanghai, how much pressure would he be under? It looks like Jiang Bai has changed his rental apartment, right? Thinking of this, Yang Tian worked with more energy. When old classmates met, they just chatted for a few minutes. After moving the things, the big truck transported them to the destination. When getting off the car and looking at this place, Yang Tian was so shocked that he was speechless. Yunshan Villa? Oh my god. Isn't this a very high-end villa area? Even the cheapest villa is priced sky high. Is this Jiang Bai's new residence? Yang Tian was stunned. He thought Jiang Bai just moved to another ordinary community, but he didn't expect it to be a high-end villa area. He murmured enviously, Jiang Bai, how much is your monthly rent for the villa area? It must be very expensive, right? The rent for general commercial housing is several thousand yuan. A luxury villa would cost at least 10,000, right? When did Jiang Bai become so rich? He even rented a villa? Yang Tian felt a bitter taste in his mouth. This contrast was still a little too strong. But who would have thought that Jiang Bai would shake his head and say frankly, no, I don't rent a house, I already have a villa. Yang Tian, who thought he had suffered a critical hit, suffered an even worse critical hit. Oh my god. Not rented? Do you have a villa yourself? What are you doing? Chapter 26, 100 million and 10 times the rebate. Yang Tian, with trembling lips, found it hard to accept this and could only regard it as a joke played by Jiang Bai on him. Yang Tian smiled suspiciously and said, Jiang Bai, what you did is a bit unkind. We are high school classmates after all, how can you play tricks on me like this? Just now Jiang Bai clearly said that he did not buy a house here. And now he says he has a villa here. Since you didn't buy it, how could you have it? Isn't this contradictory? Seeing that he didn't believe it, Jiang Bai didn't explain further. Yang Tian took Jiang Bai's silence as a tacit agreement. He thought to himself, as expected, this brat Jiang Bai is deliberately playing tricks on me and making fun of me. How could he have a villa here? Thinking of this, he felt relieved. At this time, the manager on duty in the sales office not far away saw Jiang Bai appear and immediately ran over. Mr. Jiang, are you moving? Should I call someone to help? The manager had a flattering look on his face. He almost offended Jiang Bai because of a misunderstanding before. Fortunately, the matter was later investigated and the misunderstanding was resolved, otherwise he was worried that he would lose his job. The manager fired the property consultant named Yen Jun because he offended Jiang Bai. Even if I have to pay several times more salary as compensation, it doesn't matter. Those who can live here are all very rich and powerful. If a bad apple spoils the whole barrel and makes Jiang Bai feel unhappy, then this would be a really serious matter. Seeing how enthusiastic the manager was, Jiang Bai did not refuse. Okay, lead the way for them. The manager nodded excitedly as if he had received the greatest gift, and then called a few male property consultants to help move things. These things are just some personal belongings, there is no furniture. So, with the help of a few movers and a few property consultants, just one trip is enough. The manager was happily leading the way in front. Several movers walked in, and all they saw were various luxurious single-family villas, which made them dizzy. They have moved hundreds of times in all these years of work, but this is the first time they have stayed in such a luxurious villa. The most shocked person was undoubtedly Yang Tian. Jiang Bai chose not to explain just now, making him mistakenly believe that Jiang Bai's previous words were just a joke to him. But now with the guidance of the sales manager, how could anything go wrong? As soon as you see the manager's bootlicking attitude, you can tell that Jiang Bai's status is definitely terrifyingly high. Who is he? Isn't he just my high school classmate? His college entrance exam score was even 10 points lower than mine. Yang Tian was very shocked and confused. When he was in school, he felt that he must be better than Jiang Bai. If I enter society, I should be one of the best among all my high school classmates. But after graduating from university, he could only work as a mover in Shanghai. What's even more abominable is that he accidentally ran into his high school classmate Jiang Bai, who actually already owns his own single-family villa. Under the guidance of the manager, everyone finally arrived in front of a villa. This villa naturally belongs to Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai slowly took out the key, opened the door, and asked everyone to move in. How luxurious! What a big villa, with 2 floors. This kind of villa should cost tens of millions, right? Some people have such a good life. The moment they entered the villa, similar thoughts popped up in everyone's mind. This villa is luxurious and grand, and all the furniture inside are high-end brands. The decoration is also very stylish. Some of the paintings hanging on the walls cost tens of thousands each. Compared with such a high-end villa, the luggage that Jiang Bai was going to move seemed very ordinary and humble. An old DVD player, a pile of CDs, a box of action figures. These things look like something a good-for-nothing otaku would play with. Yang Tian was so shocked that he opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. If he hadn't seen Jiang Bai's villa with his own eyes, he would still have been a little skeptical. But now, he had to believe it. He instantly felt the gap between himself and Jiang Bai. Perhaps they were all the same many years ago. But now, one of them is in heaven and the other is on earth. Jiang Bai came over and patted his shoulder, saying with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work today. Take this little red envelope and share it with the other brothers." As he said that, he transferred the money to Yang Tian. Although they are in touch, they haven't talked for many years. This transfer appeared in the chat window, which seemed a bit abrupt and conspicuous. Yang Tian, who was still in shock, was brought back to his senses by this slap. He clicked on the transfer button on his phone and was shocked by the amount. 5,000? His monthly salary is only 7,000 yuan. There are a total of 4 people involved in the move today. If the 5,000 yuan is divided equally among the 4 of them, each person can get more than 1,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan is not a lot, but it is also not a small amount if you say it is a small amount. At least not everyone can give away 5,000 yuan casually. In fact, it doesn't matter if Jiang Bai doesn't pay this money. I'm simply giving him a little more hard work pay for Yang Tian's sake. He would not show favoritism and also transferred 5,000 yuan to the manager so that the manager could reward these property consultants. The manager was flattered. Not only did he add Jiang Bai's contact information, but he could also get money. Isn't this too good? Rich people are really different. Yang Tian's hands were shaking, and he couldn't help asking, "Old classmate, how did you do it? You own a single-family villa in your 20s? He couldn't even think about such a thing. At this age, he would be thankful if he had 200,000 yuan in savings. Jiang Bai didn't know how to tell him that some things could not be copied, so he just said perfunctorily, "Work hard, you can do it too." After they left, Yang Tian's co-workers surrounded him like crazy, asking about the relationship between him and Jiang Bai. He also asked him what Jiang Bai's identity was and whether he was a wealthy man. Yang Tian himself was also confused by these questions. "I want to know that too." Finally moved, Jiang Bai lay on the soft sofa and breathed a sigh of relief. "I now own a house, a car, and a beautiful wife. This is definitely the peak of my life, right?" However, he did not forget that his wife was of noble birth, while he was now of humble status. The status of the two is unequal. It is definitely not easy to get the support of her family. Fortunately, there is nothing in the world that cannot be solved with money. If there really is, it only means that the money is too little. Jiang Bai immediately went out and drove his McLaren P1 to a bank to punch in. Banks represent money. If you check in at a place like this, you will surely get a lot of monetary rewards, right? When he arrived at the bank, Jiang Bai immediately chose to punch in. Ding! The bank card is successfully punched. The system rewards 100 million and has been issued to the host's personal account. Hearing this prompt tone, Jiang Bai couldn't help but get excited. As expected, I came to the right place. 100 million yuan of funds is given as soon as it is said. It is worthy of being a system. Moreover, these funds appear reasonable and legal under the processing of the system and will not cause any illegality at all. 100 million. This is a sum of money that many people could never earn even if they worked hard for several lifetimes. Now, he only needs to punch a card to get it. The phone vibrated slightly, obviously there was a message. Although he already knew what the message was, Jiang Bai was still very expectant and excited when he clicked on it. Sure enough, the information showed that his account had an additional 100 million. It feels so good. Jiang Bai couldn't help but punch. Just when he thought the matter was over, the system popped up another prompt. Ding! The system randomly distributes rewards, and the host receives a 10x rebate card. Jiang Bai was a little confused. Why was there a second reward? 10x rebate card, what is this? After clicking on the system explanation interface, Jiang Bai finally understood that the function of this 10x rebate card was actually very simple. No matter how much money he spends, with this 10x rebate card, he can get 10 times back. Simply put, if he spends 100 million at one time, he can get a 10-fold rebate at one time. That is 1 billion. Where can you find such a good thing as turning 100 million into 1 billion? Even the previous financial scammer Jin Yuqian didn't dare to make up such a story. Jiang Bai, who seemed to be relatively calm, couldn't help but get excited at this moment. All he had to do next was spend all the money in his account at once. Chapter 27: The Best Villa? I bought it. He currently has 10.3 million in cash, and it would be very difficult to spend it all at once. The first thing he thought of was actually investing in real estate. In Shanghai, nothing can hold its value better than buying a house. So, he called his old classmate Li Hui as soon as possible. Li Hui works in a real estate company, so she should know more about this information. After the call was connected, Jiang Bai started to ask, Li Hui, do you know where I can buy a high-end villa or a high-end residential area in a good location? Upon hearing this, Li Hui immediately became excited. She knew that Jiang Bai was a hidden tycoon. Since he asked this, he must be considering buying a house. Li Hui quickly replied, the villa area with a better location is Longjing Villa area. If you want to buy a house, we can go over and take a look. Jiang Bai didn't hesitate, okay, where are you? I'll pick you up. After picking up Li Hui was simply attracted by his car. Looking at the extremely cool McLaren P1, even though she knew nothing about cars, she knew that this sports car was definitely worth a lot of money. Li Hui was surprised, Jiang Bai, is this your car? Jiang Bai nodded, what else? Li Hui curiously asked, this will cost a lot of money, right? Jiang Bai replied indifferently, it's okay, it should be only about 10 or 20 million. I'm not sure about this, after all, it was given to me by my girlfriend. Li Hui was instantly defeated by his words. 10 or 20 million, and that's just? Is it true that in his eyes, 10 or 20 million is too little? This is money that she can't earn even if she works hard all her life. What concerned her most was the second half of the sentence, this car was actually given to him by his girlfriend. Could it be that his girlfriend is also a super rich young lady? Otherwise, how could someone suddenly give you a luxury car worth tens of millions? Li Hui instantly felt inferior. No wonder Jiang Bai has no idea about me. It turns out that his girlfriend is so outstanding. What capital do I have to compete with her? She couldn't understand Jiang Bai now. Sitting in the car, Li Hui personally felt the extraordinary feeling brought by the luxury car. She almost thought she was a rich person. Jiang Bai said calmly, take me to Longjing Villa District. Li Hui nodded hurriedly, okay. Longjing Villa District is where one of her younger sisters works. If Jiang Bai really buys a house there, her younger sister will also be able to get a large commission. So it is said that good things should be kept within the family. Soon, the McLaren P1 left here. Many staff members at the sales office saw Li Hui get into the McLaren. They looked at each other, feeling very curious. Is Li Hui hooking up with a rich man? How come she's riding in a luxury car? I just checked, that car should be a McLaren P1. It costs tens of millions. So expensive? Isn't Li Hui too good? She can even be supported by a rich man? These colleagues were talking about it, and even though they seemed to be disdainful and dismissive, they were actually more envious than anyone else. Nowadays, who doesn't want to find a rich man or a rich woman to cling to? If you can work 30 years less, who would go out to work so hard? Longjing Villa District is also a high-end villa area. Those who can buy a house here are definitely rich or noble. Soon, they arrived here. This place is really nice, with a large green area and a villa area inside, so it looks very quiet. Living here is definitely a pleasure. Before he got out of the car, a female salesperson came jogging towards him. Her name is Lumini, and she is Li Hui's younger sister. Hello Mr. Jiang, I am Lumini, the person in charge of receiving you. Lumini behaved very respectfully and did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. When she was chatting with Li Hui on the phone just now, she had already learned about Jiang Bai's general identity. She understood that Jiang Bai was definitely an important customer. If she served him well, maybe this matter would be accomplished today. She hasn't made any orders for nearly half a year. If she doesn't make any more, she will lose her job. Jiang Bai nodded coldly to show his greeting. Lu Mingyi took him into the sales office and skillfully made him a cup of coffee. Although she was a little nervous, Lu Mingyi still showed enough professionalism. When introducing it to Jiang Bai, he said clearly, "We have 8 villas left to sell now. The cheapest one is 50 million, and the most expensive one is 100 million. Jiang Bai just took a look and said, "I want the most expensive one." The deal was done so quickly that Lu Mingyi couldn't react. She was completely confused. Mr. Jiang, what are you talking about? Jiang Bai looked at her and repeated calmly, "This villa worth 100 million yuan is mine." This sentence made Lu Mingyi and Li Hui's heads buzz. "We haven't even been talking for 10 minutes, are you going to buy it just like that?" If it were someone else, Lu Mingyi would have suspected that this person was fooling her. But Jiang Bai is Li Hui's friend. If Li Hui didn't lie to her, Jiang Bai must be a super rich man. Since he said so, I will definitely buy it. Lu Mingyi was so excited that she felt dizzy and was so happy that she couldn't even close her legs. She had been holding back from opening a business for half a year and had been thirsty for a long time. Today, finally, a downpour of rain fell from the sky, giving her dry land the most perfect moisture. This handsome little brother is simply my lucky star. Okay. I'll take care of everything for you right away. Lu Mingyi smiled excitedly, and she was so well behaved that she looked like the little widow next door. Jiang Bai reminded indifferently, "By the way, I want to pay in full." "Okay, no problem, please wait a moment." Lu Mingyi ran away happily. The commission rate that sales can get is fixed, and it has no impact on her whether it is paid in installments or in full. Now she just wanted to help Jiang Bai with the formalities as quickly as possible. On the manager's side, a woman dressed up in fancy clothes was flirting with the manager. The woman's clothes were half exposed, and the 2 rabbits inside were faintly visible. The manager's eyes widened at the sudden reveal of spring light. Just when they were about to make some move, Lu Mingyi ran in with a red face and interrupted their fun. The manager's face was filled with anger, and he was venting his anger in his heart. "Xiao Lu, what are you rushing to do? We haven't opened any orders for half a year. Shouldn't you think of a solution?" The flashy woman next to him also sneered and agreed, "Yes, the slow bird should fly first, right? I just opened an order 3 months ago, and it was a villa worth 50 million. I am not in a hurry at all." Lu Mingyi was also very unhappy after being bullied by these 2 people. Especially this stinky woman, who relies on her own achievements and unclear relationship with the manager to look down on people everywhere. Lu Mingyi responded forcefully, "Ma Ying, isn't it just a 50 million order? What's so arrogant about it?" The woman named Ma Ying laughed triumphantly. If you don't place an order this month, you'll have to get out. How dare you challenge me here?" If it were normal times, Lu Mingyi would definitely not dare to speak loudly. But now an order worth 100 million is right in front of her. Could she still be afraid of Ma Ying? Lu Mingyi immediately laughed. "I have a big client worth 100 million waiting to sign. Manager, I have to help him with the formalities as quickly as possible." Hearing her say this, Ma Ying didn't believe it at all. The manager looked at her suspiciously and asked, "Are you serious? If you dare to lie to me, I can make you leave early." Lu Mingyi nodded firmly, "Of course." Ma Ying laughed out loud. "Ha ha, I think you're out of your mind? How can you make up such a lie? Manager, I think you should let her go now, so that she won't ruin our business." However, the manager ignored her instigation and asked Lu Mingyi to take him out for a look. Although Ma Ying was very unhappy, she had no choice but to follow and watch. Jiang Bai and Li Hui were sitting on the sofa waiting, sipping their coffee leisurely when Lu Mingyi came over with her manager and Ma Ying. The manager came forward with a big smile on his face. "Sir, I'm the manager here. You want to buy the most expensive villa in full, right? I can help you with the formalities as quickly as possible." Lu Mingyi at the back was a little nervous, but also a little excited and proud. When Ma Ying saw Jiang Bai, she was immediately attracted by his stunning looks. This look is much better than that of a manager. Compared to him, the manager is like a giant hippopotamus. Jiang Bai glanced at him and said calmly, "That's right, buy it in full, as soon as possible. Be brief and to the point." This strong confidence made the manager instantly realize that this young man was definitely not joking. Maying also enthusiastically pushed Lu Mingyi away, her smile as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum, as brilliant as it could be. Of course she would quickly take advantage of such a benefit. An order worth 100 million yuan would allow her to get a huge commission. How could such a good thing be left to Lu Mingyi? Anyway, with the manager here, she can totally take the order for herself in a domineering way. "Sir, my name is Maying, and I'm a senior consultant here. I'll be here to serve you from now on. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Her tone was as coquettish as possible, and from time to time she would open her chest, making the most of her physical advantages. It is precisely this method that has enabled her to achieve such good results. She believed that this handsome boy would be attracted by her charm. After all, beautiful and sexy women like you are rare in the world, aren't they? Chapter 28, Foolish Woman, Slapped in the Face. However, she didn't know that her rude behavior had caused Jiang Bai to frown. Mai Ying is still unaware of this and is still showing off her beauty here. She deliberately lifted her chest, revealing a set of pink sexy underwear, and jumped into the sight. "Sir, as a senior consultant here, I definitely have the most service methods. Together with my manager, I will help you handle everything." Mai Ying smiled ingratiatingly. The manager takes care of the paperwork, while she takes care of pleasing the customers. This trick works every time. Lu Mingyi, who thought she could sign the contract, was a little angry at this time. This order obviously belongs to her, and she called the manager over in the hope that he could help Jiang Bai complete the procedures as quickly as possible. But now, Mai Ying pushed her away, determined to snatch the order from her. "If this order is snatched away, all the commissions will belong to Mai Ying, and I will get nothing." Lu Mingyi was anxious as manager. "I am responsible for Mr. Jiang. There is nothing to do with Mai Ying here, right?" The manager pretended not to hear her. But Mai Ying turned around and sneered, "You haven't made any orders for half a year, which proves that your business skills are very poor. Now it's my turn to serve the customers, which is the greatest respect for the customers." Lu Mingyi was angered by her high-sounding words. "You are clearly trying to steal customers, yet you still have the nerve to act so righteously?" Mai Ying, however, ignored her and lectured her in a condescending manner. "I am also thinking about the clients. What do you want to do now? Do you want to steal my clients? Can you afford this responsibility? You?" Lu Mingyi was so angry that she couldn't speak. "It was clearly this stinky woman who stole my clients, but now she is putting the blame on me. Who can stand this?" Seeing her little sister being bullied, Li Hui immediately stood up and said coldly, "We are all colleagues. It's not good for you to snatch the order so blatantly, right?" Mai Ying didn't know the relationship between them, and didn't dare to offend Li Hui. She just smiled flatteringly and said, "Madam, we are also thinking about the customers. This employee's professional level is too poor, and she is not qualified to serve you." The manager also chimed in, "You're right. You're a top-notch client. How dare we neglect you? Of course we'll send our best consultants to receive you." Just when the atmosphere among these people became a little tense, Jiang Bai said coldly, "Can you be quiet for me? He just came to buy a house, not to watch them quarrel." Mai Ying took the initiative to comfort him. "Sir, of course there is no problem. We will kick out this incompetent employee right away." Having said that, she wanted to take this opportunity to drive Lu Mingyi away, so as not to affect her performance here. Lu Mingyi looked ugly, feeling aggrieved and helpless. She was really no match for Mai Ying. If he was really kicked out, this order would have been snatched away today. But at this moment, Jiang Bai stared at Mai Ying coldly, and said with disdain, "You are the one who talks the most nonsense here, stand aside first." Mai Ying never expected that she would be the one being disliked. She was stunned for a moment, then awkwardly held Jiang Bai's hand and continued to show her enthusiasm. "Sir, since you have ordered me, I will definitely not waste words next." Jiang Bai really didn't have a good impression of her. He also knew that Li Hui and Lu Mingyi were sisters, so naturally he wanted to help Lu Mingyi achieve results. Didn't Mai Ying and the manager's actions include him as well? Jiang Bai was determined to drive her away. 3 seconds, if you don't disappear from my sight, there will be no deal for today." Mai Ying opened her stiff red lips, not knowing how to respond. She had never met a man who disliked her so much. Any man she met in the past was completely under her control. Why is this man completely different? The manager was also frightened by his words and quickly scolded Mai Ying, "Didn't you hear me? Get out of here. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you accountable. Ma Ying felt very aggrieved, as she had never failed before and her manager had never scolded her in that tone. Why? She was very unconvinced. Ma Ying put away her enthusiastic smile, looked at Jiang Bai coldly, and questioned, Sir, you said you wanted to buy a house from the beginning, and you said it with confidence, but we don't know if you have the ability to do it. This is a villa worth 100 million. And he wants to buy it in full. Who has such strong purchasing power? Nearly 90% of people who come here to buy a house will choose to take out a loan. Even those big stars with a net worth of over 100 million yuan would choose to take out loans. Buying a house with full payment? Too little. Not to mention that you still have to buy a villa worth more than 100 million. So she doubted whether this man had the ability. Upon hearing this, the manager became extremely anxious and wished he could slap the stinky woman to wake her up. It seems that I spoiled her too much, causing her mind to become unclear and she can't even recognize her own identity. Regardless of whether the customer has the ability to purchase it or not, it must be well maintained. No one knows whether this customer will become their achievement one day in the future. Ma Ying's words are a big taboo in sales. Jiang Bai raised his head coldly. Are you questioning me? Ma Ying smiled and said, Sir, I am not questioning you. I am just raising a reasonable question. Unless you can give me a satisfactory answer. Hearing her words, Jiang Bai's eyes became even colder, but he did not respond. He just continued to look at the floor plan expressionlessly. Seeing that Jiang Bai chose to remain silent, the prostitute finally revealed a smug smile, like a winner. This kid is just pretending. If he really has the ability, how could he choose to avoid it? She stood aside with her hands on her hips, looking gloating, as if she was waiting to see how Jiang Bai would make a fool of himself today. Li Hui secretly revealed a smug smile and gave Lu Mengyi a reassuring look. This stinky woman named Ma Ying is really ungrateful and has no idea of Jiang Bai's strength. He already has a villa worth 100 million yuan. Is it weird to buy an extra set now? This stinky woman will be skinned alive if she doesn't die today. Jiang Bai glanced at the floor plan casually and asked the manager, Is the contract ready? I'll sign it now if you pay in full. The manager happily took the freshly printed contract from a younger brother and handed it to Jiang Bai. After reading the contract several times and finding no problems, Jiang Bai asked the financial staff standing by to collect the payment. 100 million, full payment. Just bought it. Seeing the successful transaction notification, the financial staff and managers were so excited that they were speechless. Wow, it really is 100 million. He gave it to me right away. How generous. The young man remained calm and composed throughout the entire time, as if no matter what happened, it would not affect him. This kind of momentum and temperament is obviously not something that ordinary people can possess. Ma Ying, who was originally waiting for Jiang Bai to make a fool of himself, was surprised to see that he actually succeeded in the transaction. Her heavily made-up face was full of astonishment. 100 million was just taken away like that? No way? Judging from his expression, spending 100 million is almost the same as spending 1,000 yuan. Why is there no reaction at all? Super rich. Definitely a super rich man. After realizing this, Ma Ying instantly became like a different person. She opened her chest and wanted to stick close to Jiang Bai. But Jiang Bai's look frightened her so much that she dared not move. This woman is really off-putting to me. If she continues to work here, I will be very unhappy. Jiang Bai said coldly. The manager immediately understood what he meant and said to the financial staff, Settle Ma Ying's salary within half an hour. Ma Ying was immediately dumbfounded. What? On what basis? He said he would not let me work, so you are going to fire me? The manager looked at her like she was a fool, showing no mercy. Sorry, this place doesn't accept idiots. We will pay you the salary you deserve. Although he has an unclear relationship with Ma Ying. But I would never offend a big client just for a woman. Ma Ying, however, was like a madman, grabbing the manager and pulling him wildly. You damned babe, you called me your little darling yesterday in bed and showed off to me. Now that you've had enough, you're kicking me out? The manager was so angry that his face turned red. How could she say such a shameful thing in public? Shut up. When have I ever done anything like that? If you don't shut up, I'll beat you up, the manager warned anxiously. Ma Ying was like a madman, telling everything about the two of them to the sales office. You said it, I will fully cooperate with you. It will be more convenient for you to do things in the office. Ma Ying revealed all these scandals, and every employee in the sales department started looking at them strangely. Who would have thought that these two people could have such a wonderful time behind the scenes? The manager was so anxious that he slapped her to shut up and shouted, out of concern for employees, I will personally give you a subsidy of 30,000. If you keep talking nonsense, you won't get a cent. Ma Ying covered her face, her eyes full of resentment, but she also shut her mouth obediently. She didn't dare to reveal more things, so she turned to Jiang Bai and asked angrily, you obviously have the ability to buy it, why don't you prove it to me? I just asked you to give me a satisfactory answer. Why did you choose to remain silent? If you hadn't kept silent, I wouldn't have misunderstood you and I wouldn't have lost my job. It's all your fault. Ma Ying began to accuse Jiang Bai frantically, putting all the blame on Jiang Bai. In her opinion, the reason why she ended up like this was because Jiang Bai did not give her a satisfactory answer just now. No assets were verified in front of her. Chapter 29, Rebate of 1 billion. Reward Li Hui. Hearing her words, Jiang Bai couldn't help but laugh, but his smile seemed extremely cold. I have another villa worth hundreds of millions, and the McLaren P1 parked outside is worth nearly 30 million. Do I need to tell you these things? Jiang Bai's face was full of sarcasm. This bitch is so self-righteous. She said that if she wanted him to give her a satisfactory answer, did she have to lay out all her assets for her to check? Who is she? It's just a piece of shit at best. You. Ma Ying's eyes widened in shock, her breath stuck in her chest, and she couldn't speak. Everyone present looked at Jiang Bai in shock, finding it unbelievable. He actually has another villa worth hundreds of millions? The car outside is actually worth 30 million? Isn't the strength too strong? He looks to be in his 20s at most, definitely not 30. At this age, he has such powerful strength. I guess there are not many people like him in the whole of China? A sense of awe inexplicably welled up in everyone's hearts, and they all bowed their heads in front of Jiang Bai. The manager was so frightened that even his hands were shaking. This is a great god. If I didn't handle it properly just now, I will definitely regret it in the future. If you offend this great god, your life will be even more difficult in the future. People like this have extensive connections. Maybe if Jiang Bai casually mentions what happened today in front of his friends, it may affect his future performance. Therefore, such big customers must be worshipped like gods and must never be offended. Ma Ying was filled with regret. Only now did she realize that she had been too impulsive. If I follow Jiang Bai's instructions and just shut up, maybe there will be room for maneuver. Maybe I have other ways to curry his favor. If I could really succeed in getting close to him, I would definitely be well off in the future, and why would I have to serve a stinky wild boar like a manager? However, she did push away a gold mine with her own hands. Looking at Jiang Bai's tall and handsome back, she beat her chest and stamped her feet, wishing she could bang her head on the ground. Why is this happening? This shouldn't be the case. Why? Why? Ma Ying collapsed and sat on the ground crying. She didn't realize that her legs were spread apart, revealing her skirt, and her naked body was clearly seen by many employees. Jiang Bai didn't even look at her. After taking the contract, he put his hands in his pockets and left. Listen. The host has successfully spent 100 million Chinese yuan, the 10x rebate card has taken effect, and 1 billion Chinese yuan has been issued to the host's account. After he transferred out the 100 million yuan, the system gave a prompt. Spending 100 million is a huge expense for anyone. But he is different. With the help of the 10x rebate card, his consumption of 100 million yuan actually earned him a rebate of 1 billion yuan. Is this money being spent more and more? It would be fine if I just got a villa, but I also got an extra 1 billion yuan. Where can I find such a good thing? Jiang Bai felt a little dizzy when walking outside. My assets are increasing really fast. Even in the entire Magic City, his wealth can be considered upper middle level, right? Li Hui followed closely behind him, and Lu Mingyi also jogged along. I don't know if it was because of excitement or because of running, but her little face was red like two peaches. Lu Mingyi expressed her gratitude to Jiang Bai in an excited but shy manner. Mr. Jiang, thank you so much for what you did just now. Not only did you give me a lot of sales, but you also helped me teach that woman a lesson. She looked at Jiang Bai, but his handsome face made her lower her head slightly in shyness. It was as if she didn't dare to look him in the eye. Jiang Bai smiled faintly and said, I originally wanted to buy a house. As for that woman, I don't like her either. Lu Mingyi was so happy that she was speechless, not just because of the performance, she couldn't tell the specific reason. Mr. Jiang, to express my gratitude, can I treat you to a meal? You can choose the time. She blushed and boldly made the invitation. No one would refuse to get close to a person like Zhang Bai. Not to mention he's so handsome. This appearance is far better than those young handsome guys in talent shows. What candy is super sweet in front of him? They are all garbage. Li Hui looked at her little sister with a strange look. This little sister was quite thoughtful. She actually wanted to attack Zhang Bai? To be honest, she also had this idea. What a pity, Zhang Bai's girlfriend is a high-class, rich and beautiful woman. How can I be qualified to compete with her? Zhang Bai smiled and shook his head. This is just a business deal, how can it be considered a help? No need to treat me to a meal. As he said that, he opened McLaren's car door. The cool butterfly doors slowly opened forward, revealing the all-carbon interior. Zhang Bai sat in the driver's seat, and Li Hui followed him and sat in the co-pilot's seat. Lu Mingyi looked at him with envy, greed, and even a little jealousy. She has never been in a luxury car of this level. Not to mention having sat on one, I've never even seen one in real life. She wants to sit down too. She simply plucked up the courage to ask Zhang Bai, Mr. Jiang, can I try to ride in this car? Zhang Bai explained apologetically, this car only has 2 seats. There is no room for anyone in the back. Sorry. Oh. Lu Mingyi was extremely disappointed and lost. Buzz buzz buzz. Then, a deep and powerful engine sound was heard, and the McLaren P1 slowly drove away. It's like a wild beast that wakes up. Once it starts, it begins to release its domineering savagery. Many property consultants and clients who were looking at houses around couldn't help but look over when they heard the voice. The smooth and handsome lines on the side of the car made them feel full of admiration and envy. In the car, Zhang Bai was also quite excited. Spending 100 million yuan and getting 1 billion yuan back, he wouldn't even dare to imagine such a thing if he hadn't experienced it himself. Li Hui also had some credit for this matter, so Zhang Bai planned to reward her. You haven't eaten yet? I'll take you to eat first. Zhang Bai said. He remembered that there was a restaurant with good food. Although the price was a bit high, it was nothing to him. Li Hui was so happy to be invited to dinner by Zhang Bai that she nodded rapidly. Soon, the car drove into the main street. It's not rush hour, so the streets are not very congested. But this is the magic city after all, how could there be few people? This McLaren was driving slowly with other vehicles, and people passing by on the street were very surprised when they saw it. There is no shortage of million-dollar cars nearby. But compared to this McLaren P1, those cars are simply crushed into the dust. Many car lovers even raised their mobile phones to take pictures of the McLaren P1 and posted them on their moments to show off. There are even some pretty girls taking selfies with this McLaren. If you don't know, you would think that this McLaren belongs to them. Fortunately, the road was cleared quickly. Zhang Bai increased the speed of the car, and after a low engine roar, the car completely disappeared from these people's sight. Soon, he arrived at a restaurant. After finding a parking spot, Li Hui looked up and saw that the decoration of this restaurant was very unique. It was obvious that it was a high-end restaurant. Li Hui was immediately startled. Zhang Bai, are you kidding? Is this where we eat? Zhang Bai shrugged, yeah, it's just a meal. If you think this place is too ordinary, we can go somewhere else. Li Hui was flattered and waved her hands quickly. No, no, no. This place is great. If even this place is considered ordinary, then she doesn't know where else is considered noble. She would never dare to eat alone in a place like this. She thought that a meal would cost at least more than 1,000 yuan, right? Instead of spending so much money, wouldn't it be better to have pork trotter rice for just a few dozen dollars? The receptionist at the door saw the 2 guests getting off a luxury car and did not dare to neglect them. She welcomed them with all her enthusiasm. Some guests who came later by car were also looking for parking spaces. They originally wanted to park next to the McLaren. However, when they discovered that there was a McLaren P1 next to them, they were so scared that they quickly looked for another parking space. They are only driving a car worth more than 1 million yuan. If they scratch the McLaren P1, they won't even have time to cry. The restaurant is not decorated in a magnificent style, but in a Nordic style. Coming to a place like this, Li Hui even suspected that she had become an upper-class person. Many well-dressed customers ate quietly and occasionally chatted in English. The waiter next to him saw a customer coming in and immediately prepared to come over to serve. However, a beautiful figure arrived at Jiang Bai's table before the waiter. This stunned the waiter. Isn't this the arrogant store manager? Normally she would never do this kind of ordering service. Why was she so active this time? The next second, when he saw Jiang Bai's appearance, he immediately understood. This customer is so good looking, and his whole body is filled with an indescribable nobleness. When I looked again, I saw the beautiful store manager's eyes shining with light, as if there was spring in them. It was obvious that she was attracted by the handsome guy. But the waiter didn't know that being good looking was only one aspect. On the other hand, the store manager had just seen that Jiang Bai's car was a McLaren P1. How could she not personally entertain such a distinguished guest? Chapter 30, The Chef Who Looks Down on People. Sir, this is our menu. What would you like to order? The beautiful store manager handed over the well-designed menu with a smile. Her beautiful eyes were all on Jiang Bai, and she completely ignored Li Hui, who was sitting opposite Jiang Bai. Every move this young man made showed an indescribable confidence. Men like this have a fatal attraction to women. Not to mention that he is handsome, with facial features as three-dimensional as a sculpture. Although he occasionally shows a hint of carelessness, the brilliance in his eyes cannot be underestimated. Jiang Bai just glanced at it and handed the menu to Li Hui. Order what you want to eat, no need to save money for me. Li Hui originally wanted to order a few of her favorite dishes, but the prices on the menu made her panic. Isn't this too expensive? A simple vegetable salad costs 100 yuan? A serving of volcano mashed potatoes costs 200 bucks. Are they trying to rob people by selling it at such a high price? No. This is much faster than robbing money. She flipped through several pages, and the prices of meat became higher at the back. A steak can even cost thousands of dollars. Seeing that Li Hui looked unhappy, Jiang Bai asked her in confusion, "What's wrong? Don't you have anything you like to eat?" Li Hui said awkwardly, this. I'm trying to lose weight recently, so I'll order a vegetable salad first. With her spending level, a vegetable salad that costs 100 yuan is already heartbreaking for her. You only eat so little? Let me order some. Jiang Bai took the menu and ordered a few dishes. 1 sirloin steak and 1 ribeye steak, both are top quality. 2 servings of French foie gras, as well as some caviar, smoked salmon, French fish rolls, etc. Li Hui's hands began to tremble when she heard about the price of these dishes. If she remembered correctly, the total cost of these dishes should be around 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. Spending 50 or 60,000 on a meal, isn't that too extravagant? In fact, Jiang Bai hasn't ordered any drinks yet. Considering that he had to drive, he did not drink, otherwise he would have to pay at least another 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. Soon, various appetizers were served one by one, and the main dishes he ordered were also served one after another. Looking at the dazzling array of exquisitely presented dishes, Li Hui's appetite was salivating and she was also filled with emotion. Take a bite and it tastes like money. The steak is very tender. The taste is really different from the $100 steaks I usually eat at self-service steakhouses. Although this mashed potato looks ordinary, it has a smooth texture and rich flavor. The caviar has an extremely rich and fresh flavor. This piece of foie gras is so tender and smooth, no wonder it is one of the 3 top delicacies in the world. Today's meal opened Li Hui's eyes, and every dish brought her the ultimate impact on her taste buds. Jiang Bai also ate with relish. It seems that the chef here is quite skilled. When they were almost 2/3 done with their meal, the restaurant's chef showed up. In foreign countries, chefs in many restaurants are required to visit every table of guests. The chef from the kitchen came to the front hall and had a brief conversation with the guests, asking for their opinions on today's dishes. This restaurant also follows this custom. It was the first time that Li Hui saw such a scene. She was a little curious and a little nervous. She was thinking, if the chef came here later, how should she communicate with him? The chef was very gentlemanly. He would bow slightly and talk in a low voice when he came to each table of guests. But Jiang Bai discovered that this chef only communicated with foreign customers. Once he meets a Chinese customer, he will pretend not to see him and choose to ignore him. Looking at his appearance, it seemed that only foreign customers were qualified to communicate with him, while Chinese customers were not worth mentioning. Jiang Bai suddenly felt disdainful. This chef is a Chinese. However, his actions clearly showed his disdain for his fellow Chinese people, but he was very polite and gentlemanly towards foreigners. Can a chef be so pro-Western? There were only about 1/3 of the guests in the restaurant who were foreigners. After visiting these guests, the chef walked towards the kitchen without looking back. Jiang Bai called out tentatively, but the chef just looked back at him and turned away with disdain. This attitude made Jiang Bai instantly certain that this chef was a Western-worshipping dog. Inside the restaurant, other Chinese customers also expressed their dissatisfaction. Everybody comes here to eat, why do you only visit foreigners and ignore your own people? Even though this is a Western restaurant, you don't have to be so discriminatory, right? After all, this is the land of China. What a traitor! The type of people that Jiang Bai has always hated the most are those Chinese people who think they are superior. They look down on their own compatriots while licking the boots of foreigners. I thought this would turn me into a foreigner and become the most precious human race. But no matter which country these people are in, they are the most disgusting. They try to please foreigners by trampling on their compatriots and deliberately act like dogs for foreigners, yet they are still self-righteous and complacent. This kind of person is worse than a dog. For a moment, Jiang Bai felt that what he had just eaten didn't seem so delicious. Even a little nauseous. He called the waiter, but this time it was the manager who came over first to provide service to Jiang Bai. The beautiful store manager bent down slightly, and the whiteness of her neckline could be vaguely seen. "Sir, how can I help you?" Jiang Bai pointed at the steak in front of him and said coldly, "I'm not satisfied with this dish. Let the chef come out and talk to me." "Well, okay, I'll go back and ask the chef to come out." The beautiful store manager hesitated for a while, then quickly took the leftover steak and went back to the kitchen obediently. After returning to the kitchen and briefly explaining the situation to the chef's face turned gloomy. "I remember that the guests at that table were two young Chinese people, right? With their taste, could they tell whether my steak was good or not? They are really looking for trouble." The chef was extremely impatient. In his opinion, his cooking skills are specifically designed to serve Westerners. Only noble Westerners can appreciate his superb cooking skills and the preciousness of his ingredients. As for our own people, it's good enough that we don't have to eat grassroots and steamed buns. As soon as you get some money, you start eating steak and caviar like others, as if you have good taste. To put it bluntly, aren't you just a fool? Now that Jiang Bai had rejected his dish, he was furious. How can a low-class fool with no taste be qualified to comment on his cooking skills? The chef came to the front hall with a plate of steak, a cold face and an angry look. With a bang, he threw the plate of steak in front of Jiang Bai and asked coldly, "You said my steak tastes bad, do you have any basis for that?" Li Hui was frightened by the menacing posture and she didn't dare to eat. Other guests in the restaurant also looked over. These foreign guests looked like they were enjoying a good show. The Chinese guests from our country were a little curious and confused, but when they looked at the chef, they were more dissatisfied. Chapter 31, Wife, help me buy a restaurant. In an instant, everyone in the restaurant focused their attention on Jiang Bai and the chef. Facing the chef who was questioning him angrily, Jiang Bai was calm and composed. He took a sip of lemonade slowly, then looked up at him and said indifferently, "Basis? Do I need any basis for commenting on your steak?" The chef was so angry at his attitude that he couldn't help but yell, "What's your problem? Who do you think you are?" Jiang Bai couldn't help but frown. "Are you Chinese?" The chef sneered, his face full of contempt. "You don't need to know." When the chef spoke English, his condescending attitude seemed to be above all the Chinese people present. Because he was too disdainful to have a conversation with this Chinese country bumpkin. As for whether this Chinese country bumpkin could understand the noble English, that was not something he considered. But this is not surprising. English is the universal language, and in his eyes, it can only be used by people of the noblest bloodline. Isn't it normal that a Chinese country bumpkin with a little money can't understand it? The Chinese customers in the restaurant were already unhappy with him. This chef is obviously a Chinese, but he has the arrogant attitude of a condescending Westerner. When facing their own compatriots, it's as if they are looking at a lower race. This face is as disgusting as it can be. No wonder he didn't say hello to other Chinese customers just now. It turns out that he only has eyes for foreigners. The foreigners in the restaurant watched with great interest, wishing the conflict would be more intense. Jiang Bai stared at him, his eyes cold and cruel, like a wild beast out of a cage. The chef was so frightened that he subconsciously took a step back. Jiang Bai's tone was extremely cold. "If you dare to speak bird language in front of me again, I might not be able to help but break your neck." "You?" The chef was furious. "This brat dares to threaten me? Isn't it because he doesn't understand English that he said this on purpose? Then he just wouldn't let Jiang Bai get what he wanted. The chef continued speaking in English. No, I don't speak Chinese, you shut up, please. He had just finished saying this arrogantly when he suddenly felt a figure flash before his eyes. Jiang Bai, who was originally sitting in his seat, suddenly appeared in front of him, and his strong and powerful hands, as if made of steel, tightly grasped his neck. Well. At this moment, the chef felt as if he was being pinched by steel claws and could die at any time. Everyone else was shocked. They didn't expect Jiang Bai to really do what he said. The staff in the store turned pale with fright, and even the store manager wanted to come over to stop the fight. However, Jiang Bai's extremely fierce aura made them dare not move their legs at all. When the chef was about to suffocate, Jiang Bai threw him to the ground and let him breathe deeply. Sitting back in the chair, Jiang Bai tapped the table with his fingers and said indifferently, "Can you speak properly now?" The chef knelt on the ground, rubbing his neck and coughing continuously. Ahem, are Chinese people so rude? Are you here to cause trouble on purpose? Jiang Bai smiled. You are right, I am here to cause trouble for you. The chef dared to be angry but did not dare to show his power, so he could only ask in a deep voice, "Why?" Jiang Bai asked back, "Why do you only communicate with foreigners and look down on Chinese people?" Hearing this question, the Chinese customers present pricked up their ears. The chef coughed twice and sneered, "I thought it was a big deal, but it turns out to be just a trivial matter. You Chinese people are really petty. The reason is simple. Only noble Westerners can appreciate my dishes and cooking skills. You Chinese people are lucky to have something to eat. Anyway, the food you Chinese eat is all mixed with chemical seasonings, and you don't understand the original taste of the ingredients at all. Take steak for example, but you don't know how to appreciate the rich and juicy myoglobin in steak. No matter how much I tell you, it's like talking to a cow." The chef said it bluntly. All the Chinese customers glared at him, feeling offended by him. Are foreigners more tasteful and noble than Chinese people? Who made these rules? Is this a rule set by foreigners? After Jiang Bai heard this, his eyes became even colder. This sheepdog was licking himself to feel superior? Li Hui was also very angry after hearing this and asked back, "How many of the 8 major Chinese cuisines do you know? Have you learned how to fry, stir fry, deep fry, and stew? How are your basic knife skills?" Chinese cuisine is complex and diverse, with the same ingredients being prepared in a myriad of ways. What qualifications does the chef have to judge the entire Chinese cuisine based on his one-sided views? The chef laughed out loud. "If you don't understand food, then you don't understand food. All Chinese cooking methods are destroying food. How dare you say that?" These words completely angered the Chinese customers here. A few angry old men pointed at the chef and started yelling at him. "What the hell are you talking about? Apologize now. Otherwise I'll expose it online. I never thought that the food I ate was made by a sheepdog like you. It's really disgusting. Brother, we've been playing since early in the morning, why are you still kneeling? A kneeling dog is actually mocking us who are standing. How ironic." The chef was not afraid of these accusations and threats, but was filled with righteous indignation. "This is the bad nature of you Chinese people. You don't deserve to eat what I cook." After that, he pointed at Jiang Bai and said, "And you stinky boy, get out of here after you finish eating. We can't entertain people with such low taste like you." To be honest, it would be fine if he didn't point at Jiang Bai. But it was this one finger that brought him a bloody disaster. Jiang Bai grabbed his fingers with lightning speed and broke them with force. The chef screamed, his face turned pale with pain and cold sweat broke out. Everyone's scalp tingled. Is this young man too crazy? Who is he? He just started a fight without any scruples? What a terrible young man. Li Hui also looked at her as if she was a stranger, as if she didn't recognize this old classmate anymore. The beautiful store manager and other employees were shocked on the spot. This young man appears to be handsome, elegant and gentle, but I didn't expect him to be so ruthless when he attacked. So scary. Jiang Bai looked down at him and announced in a cold voice, "From today on, you can get out of this restaurant. You are not qualified to be the head chef here." The chef squeezed his hands tightly and yelled frantically, "Who do you think you are? Can you tell me to get out? Do you know who has the final say in this restaurant?" Although there is a store manager in charge of management here. But the one who has the most say actually is the chef. Even the store manager has to look at the chef's mood. So, although the beautiful store manager is very dissatisfied with the chef now, she is more worried about Jiang Bai. Because in this restaurant, the chef really has the final say. No matter how arrogant Jiang Bai behaves, doesn't it all end in vain in the end? Sir, let's stop here for today. It will be bad for you if we continue to make trouble. The beautiful store manager reminded softly. But Jiang Bai didn't even look at her, ignored anyone, and just called his wife. Honey, are you busy now? Husband. I'm not busy at all. Chu Ruoling's sweet and lively voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiang Bai couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile on his face. It's like this, I need your help with something. Can you help me buy a restaurant? I'll give you the money later. Since it's your request, husband, of course there's no problem. I'll do it right away. Chu Ruoling agreed without even asking. For her, as long as it was something Jiang Bai asked her to do, she would try her best to complete it. Jiang Bai felt a little warm in his heart. This wife was so caring and considerate. She is so much better than my ex-girlfriend. After hanging up the phone, he sent the name and location of the restaurant. Chu Ruoling replied to him and said that it would take about 10 minutes to complete the task. This is already the fastest speed. After making the call, everyone in the restaurant looked at him like he was an idiot. To be honest, he taught the chef a lesson and let everyone vent their anger, which was very satisfying. But isn't it a bit ridiculous that he just asked to buy the restaurant? If you want to buy this restaurant, it will cost at least tens of millions. Even if he has the money, he must have the means. Brother, that's not necessary. We've let out some steam, and it's okay. Anyway, just don't come here to eat in the future. You're right. I think we should stop making big promises like buying a restaurant. Handsome guy, I admit that you are really brave, but can we stop bragging? The Chinese customers couldn't help but tease Jiang Bai, thinking that he was a little out of touch with reality. The chef laughed exaggeratedly, as arrogant as he could be. You ignorant Chinese idiot, you want to buy the restaurant with just one sentence, do you think you are God? I declare that all Chinese people present here today will be blacklisted and will not be allowed to come here in the future. The chef ordered arrogantly. The beautiful store manager also felt that Jiang Bai was too unrealistic. He has already made a big scene, he should quit while he is ahead. Why would you say something that is obviously bragging and invite ridicule? I thought you were a nice man, but I didn't expect you were just good-looking and rich. But you're not a down-to-earth man who can face reality. The beautiful store manager's feelings towards Jiang Bai have dropped significantly. She found it a little funny to think that she had even tried to please him just now. This man is unreliable. Not worth it. Chapter 32, My shop, foreigners and dogs are not allowed to enter. No one in the entire restaurant was optimistic about Jiang Bai. Those foreigners were even watching the show with great interest. The chef also noticed this, and came to the foreigners with his head bowed, smiling. Gentlemen, this restaurant will only blacklist the Chinese present, and will not target you gentlemen. He added, today's events have caused trouble for you gentlemen and ladies. I am willing to give you a 30% discount card, which can be used 10 times, with no limit on the number of people. Even at this time, he did not forget to please these foreigners. Our Chinese compatriots are very angry. If they are Chinese, they will be blocked. If they are foreigners, they will be given a 30% discount card. Being a dog doesn't require you to be so diligent and responsible, right? The chef turned around and yelled at Jiang Bai, before I find out what's to blame for you, you'd better get out of my territory. Li Hui nervously pulled Jiang Bai's clothes, at a loss as to what to do. The beautiful store manager stood aside and no longer wanted to speak for Jiang Bai. At this time, Jiang Bai received a message from Chu Ruoling. Hubby, it's done. What reward are you going to give her? Jiang Bai smiled and replied, I will reward you with 10 kisses. Chu Ruoling, Pa. It sounds like I'm the one at a disadvantage? Jiang Bai took back his phone and said to the chef calmly, this is my shop now. You should be the one to get out, right? The chef laughed and said, are you out of your mind? Or did you miss your medicine this morning? You said this shop is yours, how can you prove it? The store manager next to him also felt speechless. As the store manager, she knows exactly who the boss is. It definitely wasn't this young man. But just when she felt speechless, she suddenly received a call from her boss. After answering the phone and listening to the boss's words, the store manager was completely stunned, his face full of disbelief. What's wrong with the manager? Did something happen? A waiter next to her felt that something was wrong with her and asked quickly. The store manager didn't say anything, but tremblingly opened the dialogue box with the boss, which contained some messages sent by the boss. This information is exactly the information of the new boss. The store manager's voice trembled. This store has a new owner. Just now. Everyone was surprised to hear this. There has been no problem in the operation of the store, so why did the owner suddenly change? No one noticed that when the store manager clicked on the new boss's information, she was struck by lightning, her body trembled slightly, and she stood there in a daze for a moment. Because this information belongs to Jiang Bai. She raised her head suddenly, stared at Jiang Bai and shouted in shock, "Boss? Are you our new boss? The one who just spent 60 million to buy this store?" The information is clearly written and there is absolutely no mistake. Jiang Bai remained calm and composed, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. But when others heard her words, they were all shocked. "We just got a new boss, and it's this young man? He just said that this store is already his. Is this true?" In an instant, countless pairs of eyes were focused on Jiang Bai, as if trying to see the truth. But this young man remained calm, like an ancient Buddha in meditation. Facing so many people's gazes, he just drank his lemonade slowly. The chef's face changed and he snatched the manager's phone. He absolutely would not believe this was true. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could this brat be the new boss?" However, when he saw Jiang Bai's information, his mind went blank and he couldn't even stand steadily. If the waiters nearby hadn't held him up, he would have fallen and seen stars. Everyone in the restaurant became overwhelmed. Jiang Bai said calmly, "Only 60 million? A little less than I thought. He already has 1.5 billion now, so 60 million is really nothing." But everyone was speechless when they heard him say that. Is 60 million not enough? There are so many people here, but there are probably no more than 10 people with total assets of 60 million. But in his eyes, 60 million seems to be nothing? So how rich is he? Who is this person? He looked at the chef with a half smile and said calmly, "You are in my territory, aren't you going to get out?" The chef was speechless. After a long while, he said resentfully, "The chef is the soul of the restaurant. If you drive me away, there is no need for this restaurant to exist." Even now, he is still very arrogant. What is the most precious thing in the 21st century? That's talent. He felt that he was talented and had excellent cooking skills, and this restaurant could not do without him. Without him as the head chef, the restaurant would definitely go bankrupt. The several chefs following behind him also stood beside him, arrogantly expressing their willingness to stand by the chef. "If you want to fire the chef, then fire us too. That's right, we go wherever the chef goes. Without our team of chefs, this restaurant will definitely go bankrupt." They spoke louder and louder, and became more and more emotional. If you didn't know better, you would have thought they were going to die heroically. The chef became more and more confident and arrogant, as if he wanted to see what Jiang Bai had to say. Jiang Bai just looked at them expressionlessly, and then asked other staff members, "Is there anyone else in the same camp as them?" The waiters looked at each other but did not come forward. Jiang Bai then nodded and told the store manager, "Pay them their wages and tell them to get out of here immediately. Don't dirty my eyes here." As soon as these words were spoken, the chefs who had been so confident just now immediately panicked. They didn't expect that so many chefs expressed their stance but failed to force him to surrender, and instead they lost their jobs? Damn! This is not right, right? According to their expectations, shouldn't Jiang Bai bow his head and admit defeat to them? What's going on? Even the chef panicked. Is this kid serious? The chef protested anxiously, "I have worked here for 3 years. Why are you firing me? Just because you are the boss?" Jiang Bai showed an approving smile, "That's right, because I'm the boss." Everyone was speechless. Damn, this reason is really powerful. So powerful that it is irrefutable. At this point, the chef knew that if he stayed any longer it would only bring disgrace upon himself, so he could only turn around and leave with some dignity. He tore off his chef's uniform, threw away his chef's hat, and walked out with his head held high. But he found that the chefs who had just vowed to stick with him were like roots taking root under his feet, not moving at all. The chef turned around and stared at them, angrily and anxiously, "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you come with me?" The chefs who were so proud just now hung their heads and dared not even to fart. When their own interests are truly affected, they immediately become cowardly. They ignored the chef and instead guiltily begged Jiang Bai to come. "Boss, we were bewildered and said nonsense just now. Please give us a chance. It's all the chef's fault for dragging us into this, otherwise we wouldn't be so confused." Boss, please give me another chance. I will definitely work hard. Their tone was sincere and their attitude was upright, without any of the arrogance that had just appeared to force the emperor to abdicate. The store manager also came over to plead for them. Boss, please keep them. Without chefs, our store won't be able to operate. However, Jiang Bai said mercilessly, there is no place for Muyang dogs here, you'd better get out of here by yourselves, don't force me to do it. Seeing that there was no room for maneuver, they had to run away in shame. Even if you feel extreme regret, there is no chance for another time. This scene made all the Chinese customers present feel very happy. Some of the older brothers couldn't help but cheer loudly. Great job, bro. These people should just go out and starve. Brother, you are a ruthless person. You actually bought the store? A store worth 60 million yuan is a good place to buy things. I've really opened my eyes today. Everyone was full of admiration for Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai also smiled and said, I will give each of the guests present today a 30% discount card, which can be used 10 times. Before the Chinese guests could say thank you, several foreigners burst into laughter. Haha, the boss is so generous. I'm very satisfied with the way you handled it. Can the discount card only be used 10 times? I'm a Westerner, can you give me at least 20 times? Boss, although you are very generous, did you forget to give us special privileges? These Westerners laughed proudly. They often come to this restaurant to consume and have long been accustomed to this privileged treatment. Therefore, even if they have a new boss, they still feel that they are superior. It's a pity that they don't know Jiang Bai well enough. Jiang Bai's eyes were extremely cold, and his tone was icy and ruthless. You want privileges from me? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? You bunch of yellow-haired foreigners, get out of here. These Westerners looked gloomy. It was the first time they encountered Chinese people who dared to speak to them in such a tough attitude. If it were normal, shouldn't they be given the privilege of getting the best and warmest treatment? But Jiang Bai's terrifying gaze made them shut up instantly. In this place, it is not the turn of the yellow-haired foreigner to run wild. To be honest, he is a little prejudiced against foreigners, but he is not hostile to all foreigners. However, most foreigners think they are superior and do not take the Chinese seriously at all. How could Jiang Bai give face to people like this? Jiang Bai ordered the store manager, from today on, hang a sign outside that says, no foreigners or dogs allowed in. Chapter 33, Who Turned President Chu into a Little Woman? The store manager felt something was wrong. Boss, won't this offend those foreigners? Jiang Bai looked at her coldly, are you teaching me how to do things? If you don't want to do it, you can just get out. All the employees in the store dared not breathe. The aura he exudes is so powerful. All the Chinese guests felt very proud. This new boss's actions are just what we like. Why should Chinese people, even if they are Western restaurants, enjoy special treatment over foreigners? At least they should be treated equally, right? Jiang Bai's behavior now really made everyone vent their anger. Some customers in the store took photos, while others recorded videos. After leaving the store, they were all excited and posted the incident on their Moments or other online platforms. This incident soon attracted the attention of fellow countrymen. What a man with guts! Where is this store? I must go take a look. Just because of the boss's approach, I will definitely visit this store once. We Chinese people should have this kind of backbone. When I have time, I will go over and show my support. As a result, the restaurant's popularity immediately increased slightly. And this is advertising voluntarily by the customers. However, Jiang Bai requested to suspend business for a week to correct the ideas of his colleagues. At the same time, they also hired excellent chefs at high prices. I believe that in the near future, the restaurant will take off again and even become more popular. After leaving the restaurant, Jiang Bai was about to send Li Hui back. Li Hui was a little reluctant. She finally had some alone time with Jiang Bai. How could it end so soon? Jiang Bai, let's take another walk to aid digestion, how about it? Li Hui suggested with anticipation. Jiang Bai shook his head and refused, I have to go find my wife, I don't have time. For a moment, Li Hui felt mixed emotions. To him, his beautiful, rich and white wife is the most important, right? After sending Li Hui back, Jiang Bai came to a building. Chu Ruoling's own company is here. Before she went abroad, her father had already paved the way for her and opened a cosmetics company for her called Yunshang. With the huge financial support from her father, Yunshang Cosmetics Group quickly reached cooperation with other major brands and launched several popular products. At the same time, they also developed and launched several brands of their own. Now the market value of Yunxian Cosmetics Group has almost reached 10 billion. Maybe it's not a super large group, but it's also very good. After she returned to China, she immediately took over the Yunxian Cosmetics Group and became a cold and domineering female president. Jiang Bai came to the first floor and wanted to ask which floor Chu Ruoling's office was on, when a girl in charge of reception came towards him. "Hello sir, is there anything I can help you with?" the girl asked very politely. Her professional smile all year round made her look a little stiff. But when she saw Jiang Bai's extremely handsome appearance, her slightly stiff eyes immediately brightened up. Even the professional smile was filled with unprecedented enthusiasm. Jiang Bai asked, "Which office is President Chu in?" "I want to look for her." "Want to see Mr. Chu? Do you have an appointment? If not, you can't come in." The girl stared at him with sparkling eyes and reminded him gently. Jiang Bai frowned. "Do you need to make an appointment?" The girl nodded obediently. "Yeah. Because Mr. Chu won't receive anyone casually." Her two long, straight and white legs were pressed together, but she was still a little shy and nervous in front of Jiang Bai. If an appointment wasn't required to enter, she would have let Jiang Bai in without saying a word. Jiang Bai stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "Is it so difficult to find my own wife?" After hearing this, the girl couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This little brother is so cute. He actually imagines President Chu as his wife? She had never heard that Miss Chu had ever been married. The girl couldn't help but joked, "Sir, I guess every man in the company wants to marry Mr. Chu. I think it would be more realistic for you to pursue me directly." She said this in a half-joking and half-seriously manner. So after she finished speaking, she was so nervous that her heart was beating fast. She was worried that Jiang Bai would refuse, but she was also worried about how to date next if Jiang Bai agreed. However, Jiang Bai ignored her words and said, "Forget it, I'll give her a call and ask her to come down and pick me up." The girl just smiled and didn't take his words seriously, but she couldn't help but glance at him occasionally. After a few minutes, Chu Ruoling walked out of the elevator in a professional suit. She was wearing a white shirt, simple, clean and capable. The lower body is matched with this brightly colored red hip skirt. The upper part of the hip skirt wraps around the white shirt, perfectly outlining her slender waist. The lower part appears plump and round, making people feel full of temptation when walking. A pair of slender and straight thighs stretched out from under the red hip skirt, as if they were carved from white jade. She was wearing a pair of expensive high heels, which made her look elegant and graceful. After she got out of the elevator, the employees around her couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in their eyes when they saw her. Then, the employees bowed their heads slightly and greeted her. "Hello, Mr. Chu." Chu Ruoling was as cold as an iceberg. She just smiled slightly and nodded to everyone, but her pace did not slow down at all. The female colleagues secretly looked at her from behind and felt that they could never compare with Mr. Chu. Although her male colleagues regard her as a goddess, they themselves know very well that this ice goddess is high above everyone else and seems to never get close to men. Perhaps, there is no man in this world who is worthy of her? Seeing Chu Ruoling, Jiang Bai couldn't help but feel amazed. She was wearing a professional suit and she walked with a domineering manner. This is completely different from how little girls usually dress. Jiang Bai smiled gently, "Wife." Chu Ruoling's face turned slightly red, and she glared at him angrily, but the smile on her face was full of happiness. "Brother Xiao Jiang, why did you suddenly come to the company to look for me? Let's go to the office first." He. Chu Ruoling took his arm as if no one was around, and the two of them walked into the elevator very intimately. By the time the elevator door closed, all the employees on the first floor were still buzzing. What on earth just happened? How could such a proud ice goddess be so gentle and playful to a strange man? Everyone was dumbfounded and thought they had heard or seen it wrong. In everyone's eyes, she is a proud goddess who is not interested in men and has a very strong aura. No matter how outstanding a boy is, there is no way for her to treat him differently. But why did she suddenly become so lively and playful just now? That look of happiness, no matter how you think about it, can only be seen when facing your lover, right? All the male employees were shocked and in great pain. Could it be that the goddess that I want to worship already has a man she likes? Oh my god. De me. Only the girl who was responsible for receiving Jiang Bai heard Jiang Bai call out the word wife. There was already a storm in her heart. Boss Chu didn't deny it. Instead, she acted like a happy and gentle little girl. Could it be that the little brother is really her husband? I'm so upset. The girl seemed to have lost her soul and couldn't recover for a long time. When they arrived at the president's office and just closed the door, before Jiang Bai could say anything, Xu Ruoling hugged him and stood on tiptoe to kiss him on the lips. Jiang Bai felt that even the air was sweet. The softness on her lips made him want more. Xu Ruoling asked happily, "Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming? Then I could wait for you downstairs." Jiang Bai gently scratched her straight nose with his fingers and said jokingly, "You are a proud and arrogant female CEO. How dare I disturb you casually? How slick." Xu Ruoling seemed a little disgusted. "Wife, the money we just used to buy the restaurant." Jiang Bai wanted to give her the money. But before he could finish, Xu Ruoling put her finger on his lips, signaling him not to say more. Xu Ruoling smiled and said, "It's only 60 million, as long as you are happy." She knew that Jiang Bai didn't have much money, so she didn't want him to ask for money. She was worried that if she talked about this topic too much, Jiang Bai would feel inferior. As a man, it is very easy to feel inferior in front of a woman who is better than himself. But Jiang Bai felt something was weird. How could this sound like being kept? "Isn't this soft rice so delicious?" Jiang Bai said, "You have to spend money to run your company, how can I add pressure to you? Give me your account number and I will transfer the money to you now." Xu Ruoling didn't take his words seriously and just thought he was joking. A full 60 million, how could brother Xiao Jiang possibly be able to transfer it to her? After she sent the account number to Jiang Bai, she didn't expect him to transfer money to her. "So I just hugged his neck and joked, 'It doesn't matter whether there is money or not, as long as you kiss me every day.'" However, as soon as she finished speaking, her phone received a message alert. She opened it casually and found that a sum of money had been transferred into the account. This amount of money made her scream in surprise. 100 million? Who transferred 100 million to me? Chapter 34, 300 million is too little, is 500 million enough? Xu Ruoling was very surprised. 100 million in working capital is not a small amount for her. Although the company's market value is over 10 billion, this does not refer to liquid funds. So this 100 million is also of great help to her. But who transferred it to her? Xu Ruoling guessed, could it be that my father gave it to me? That's unlikely. I said I would never ask him for money unless it was absolutely necessary. Since it wasn't given by my dad, could it be? She turned to look at the smiling Jiang Bai, and a look of surprise gradually welled up in her beautiful eyes. "Husband, this money is not given to me by you, right? Jiang Bai deliberately kept it a secret, what do you think?" Xu Ruoling naturally didn't believe that it was given by him. She knew Jiang Bai's family background very well. But he doesn't look like he's lying. And just now he did use his own account to transfer money. In other words, was this 100 million really given by him? Xu Ruoling found it a little unbelievable. "Husband, where did you get so much money? Did you sell your kidney? What should I do after you sell your kidney?" Jiang Bai said angrily, "Is it worth selling your kidney for such a small amount of money? Also, are you doubting your husband's power?" As he said that, he slapped Xu Ruoling's little butt with his backhand. "You are not a weak man at all. One kidney is enough to replace several others. One section is better than 6. Xu Ruoling pouted, looking resentful, but she was more worried. "How come my husband suddenly has so much money? It's not scientific." She was worried that he had done something illegal. "Husband, aren't you a poor guy? Tell me honestly, where did you get so much money?" Knowing that she was concerned about him, Jiang Bai smiled softly and said, "Don't worry about that. I am a law-abiding citizen. As for where I got my money from, I actually made it by buying funds." When Xu Ruoling heard him say this, she not only didn't believe it, but she felt like she had seen a ghost. "Buy funds? Have you made any money buying funds during this period?" Wow, she has quite a few friends who buy funds. However, Jiang Bai was the first to say that he made money. Jiang Bai felt a little embarrassed, and he also knew that this excuse was a little unreliable. But he still said stubbornly, "At this point, I will no longer hide it. I'm going to reveal my true colors. In fact, I'm just an ordinary little investment genius. I've basically never lost money in my investments." Xu Ruoling was half believing and half doubting, so she had to say, "Husband, if you encounter any difficulties, you can tell me, and we can solve it together." She still worried that her husband would go astray. "By the way, you helped me buy a restaurant, and I still have 10 kiss rewards to give you. Do you want to claim them now?" Jiang Bai held her in his arms and joked with his head down. Chu Ruoling's cheeks were slightly red. She raised her little face and spoke softly. Her breath was as sweet as orchid. Then give it to me now. In your office? That's not a good idea, right? Why don't you talk about it when you get home? Jiang Bai suggested. Chu Ruoling shook her head like a spoiled child, very stubbornly. No. I want a kiss right here. If other people in the company saw her acting like a little woman, their eyes would probably pop out of their heads. Why is such an ice-cold female CEO acting like a spoiled child and asking for kisses, hugs, and to be lifted up? Isn't it magical? Seeing her like this, Jiang Bai had no choice but to satisfy her on the spot. The two kissed passionately, and for a moment they were in a daze. Not only did Chu Ruoling's cheeks turn slightly red, but even her neck seemed to be stained with a layer of pink. The lipstick on her lips was smudged, and a small part of it was stained on Jiang Bai's mouth. Just when the two were about to take a step further, there was a knock on the office door. Boss Chu, I have some documents for you to review. A voice that seemed slightly mature and seductive was also heard outside the door. Hearing this voice, Chu Ruoling panicked. Oh no, it's Aunt May, why is she here at this time? She quickly straightened her clothes and returned to her more serious appearance. Outside the door, a mature woman in a small suit jacket was holding a few documents. She was wearing loose-fitting trousers with a drapey feel. However, the loose suit jacket and pants can't hide her hot body. She is exactly the Auntie May mentioned by Chu Ruoling. That's strange, isn't Mr. Chu here? Aunt May was a little confused. Normally, Mr. Chu would have opened the door by this time, right? Just as she was wondering, Chu Ruoling opened the door. As soon as she saw Chu Ruoling, Aunt May felt something was wrong. Why is her lipstick gone? Is she not wearing any makeup? However, there are traces of lipstick-like residue on the neck and face. Her white shirt was also a little messy, totally different from her usual look. And there was a strange man in the office. When she saw this man, Aunt May's eyes lit up slightly, because this man was handsome, yet also heroic and domineering. But the next moment, her eyes were filled with coldness. Because she saw that the man's lips were stained with the lipstick that originally belonged to Chu Ruoling. There was a little lipstick mark on his face, which must be a woman's lip mark. Before that, there was only one woman in the office, Chu Ruoling. Seeing this, she had already figured out the general idea. She is Chu Ruoling's subordinate, and also the elder who watched her grow up. How could she not care about the fact that Chu Ruoling suddenly had a man? If they weren't discussing work matters right now, she would definitely grab Jiang Bai and have a good talk. Boss Chu, our competitors are launching new products one after another. If we don't develop new products, our market share will be taken away. Aunt May handed in her work report. Chu Ruoling was also a little troubled. Developing new products is not easy and requires more cash flow. Even she felt it was a bit difficult to make such a big investment. Seeing Chu Ruoling looking a little anxious, Aunt May suggested, actually, you can go find your father. We are all family anyway, so what's there to worry about? Chu Ruoling immediately objected, how can that be possible? He has given me enough. Next I want to make a name for myself. Aunt May stopped trying to persuade her. She knew Chu Ruoling's personality. At this time, Jiang Bai on the side spoke up, if you're just short of money, I should be able to help a little. Aunt May looked at him dissatisfiedly and asked, who are you? Her tone was full of hostility towards Jiang Bai. Chu Ruoling took a deep breath nervously, then took Jiang Bai's hand and said to Aunt May, his name is Jiang Bai, and he is my husband. What? Husband? He's your husband? Are you married? Aunt May, who was originally as cold as ice, jumped up in shock. She was even a little panicked. Because she had never heard of which man Chu Ruoling married. Even Chu Ruoling doesn't even have a boyfriend. Now that she had said it, Chu Ruoling admitted openly, yes, we just got our marriage certificate a few days ago. Aunt May felt unbelievable and a little angry, you made such a big decision on your own? Why didn't you tell your father? Chu Ruoling frowned, if I tell my dad, he will definitely not agree. After saying that, she added, Aunt May, you are not allowed to tell my dad. I will find time to tell him about this in person. Aunt May really couldn't understand why a rich girl would just marry any man. Even if you want to get married, you should choose someone who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, right? Her father has selected many outstanding younger generations, why not choose them? Ruoling, if your father knew about this, he would be furious. Aunt May warned. How can you treat your daughter's marriage as such a joke? Aunt May could imagine how Chu Ruoling's father would react when he found out. Chu Ruoling's tone was also very firm. I don't care. I can make the decision on my marriage. Anyway, Aunt May, you can't say anything to him. Seeing her firm attitude, Aunt May had no choice but to compromise with her. There's no way, who asked her to watch Chu Ruoling grow up? Although she is her subordinate in the company, they are actually very close, and she will still indulge Chu Ruoling emotionally. Aunt May glared at Jiang Bai fiercely and asked coldly, then tell me, what methods can you use to help Ruoling? Jiang Baimian remained calm and smiled. The simplest and most effective way is to provide funding. Aunt May laughed disdainfully. The funds we need are at least 300 million. Can you come up with that? 300 million is not something that everyone can give. In other words, if this man can't even give 300 million, then he is definitely not qualified to be with Chu Ruoling. 300 million? Jiang Bai was silent. Aunt May immediately sneered. You can't give it, right? Then what are you talking about here? Why don't you stay away from Ruoling? Jiang Bai smiled meaningfully and said, you are wrong. I mean, isn't 300 million too little? How about 500 million? Aunt May was shocked by his words, but she was full of doubts about Jiang Bai's words. 500 million? You really just say that? Jiang Bai shrugged his shoulders and smiled nonchalantly. Isn't it normal for me to give my wife 500 million pocket money? Aunt May was so angry that she couldn't speak. Did this kid eat garlic? You are so arrogant. Does he think that the 500 million is paper money from the Tiandi bank? What made her even more angry was that he addressed Chu Ruoling as wife. This brat hasn't even been recognized by his father-in-law, but he seems to be calling him that just fine? Jiang Bai didn't bother to pay attention to him, and asked Chu Ruoling, wife, 500 million should be enough, right? Chu Ruoling nodded stupidly. That's enough, if there is any, it must be enough. To be honest, Jiang Bai's support for her made her feel warm and happy. However, she also didn't believe that Jiang Bai could come up with 500 million. Brother Xiao Jiang is a pauper. Even his underwear with tiga pattern is worn to discoloration. How can he have 500 million? Just when the two women didn't believe it, Jiang Bai had already started to act. In just a few minutes, an incoming email reminder popped up on Chu Ruoling's phone. She had already guessed the approximate result, but when she opened the text message, her fingers, as smooth as white jade, couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 35 Sign and Reward, 100 Billion Group. When she opened the text message, the content of the message was just as she expected, leaving her stunned on the spot. Aunt May saw that she was not in a good state, so she came over to check. Ruoling, what happened? After she took a look at the text message, she was so shocked that her two snow-white thighs could not help but close together, and she couldn't help but screamed, 500 million? How can there be 500 million more? She suddenly looked up at Jiang Bai and asked in disbelief, is it really you? Jiang Bai did not respond directly, but just leaned on the sofa and smiled faintly. This 500 million pocket money should be enough for my wife to use for a while, right? The two women in the office looked at him in astonishment, finding it unbelievable. 500 million pocket money? You call this pocket money? Chu Ruoling excitedly threw herself into Jiang Bai's arms, feeling very proud. Originally, she thought brother Xiao Jiang was just a pauper, but she didn't expect that he was really that rich. In less than half an hour, he gave himself a full 600 million. This feeling of being favored makes her very happy. Aunt May had some opinions about Jiang Bai, but she had to admit that this man was too generous. Moreover, he was not stingy with Chu Ruoling at all. From this point of view, he is indeed qualified to be with Chu Ruoling. With these 500 million yuan, they don't have to worry about funding issues. Next, because Chu Ruoling still had official business to deal with, Jiang Bai didn't want to delay here, so he went back first. After finishing her work report, Aunt May left quickly. In the underground parking lot of the building, Jiang Bai had just started the car and was about to leave, but a plump figure blocked the way. It's Aunt May. Is there something wrong? Jiang Bai asked coldly. He knew that this woman didn't like him, and he wouldn't try to please someone who didn't like him. Aunt May looked at the McLaren P1 and asked in confusion, who are you? What is your identity? What is your profession? She has studied many young talents in Shanghai, just to help Chu Ruoling find a boyfriend. But she had never heard of the man in front of her. Could it be that he is a hidden tycoon? Jiang Bai asked sarcastically, why should I tell you? The other party is Chu Ruoling's elder, and it is normal for her to help Chu Ruoling to find out her identity. But her attitude was too aggressive. Aunt May warned him with a cold face, "Do you know that Ruoling is of noble birth? Not everyone is worthy of her. Maybe you are not bad, but I must tell you that once her father finds out, you too will face great pressure. Are you capable of protecting her? Are you qualified to give her a better life? Can you withstand the pressure from her father?" Aunt May asked 3 questions in a row, which was very oppressive. Jiang Bai also said coldly, "I can give Ruoling happiness, no matter how much pressure I have, I can bear it." "Ha, I'm afraid you can only talk but not do it. Her father is the richest man in Shanghai, with a net worth of 100 billion. Don't think you are confident just by taking out 500 million. Ruoling's partner is destined to be a dragon among men, but in my opinion, you are still far from being a dragon among men." The beauty belittled Jiang Bai without any hesitation, as if she wanted him to give up. But Jiang Bai is not someone to be trifled with. This woman's tone was tough and aggressive. Did she really think he had no temper? "Don't think I won't beat you just because you are older than me. Get out of the way. I don't want to waste time talking to you," Jiang Bai said coldly. Aunt May was furious. Wasn't this boy too frivolous? How dare he tease her so bluntly? "Let me teach you how to behave." Aunt May was so angry that she took off her suit jacket and tried to pull him out of the car. She has practiced free fighting and is very strong. It's so easy to defeat a grown man. But she underestimated Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai now possesses top-notch boxing skills. How could he lose to her in a fight? He grabbed Aunt May's wrist with his backhand, and as he got out of the car door, he twisted her arm and pressed her against the door. Aunt May still wanted to resist, but both of her hands were held by Jiang Bai and her body was pressed down by him, so she really had no way out. "With your weight, you still want to fight with me?" Jiang Bai teased. Aunt May was shocked and angry. The strength of this brat was beyond her expectations. But this masculine body pressed against her from behind, making her unable to move. So shameful. "Let me go," Aunt May ordered angrily. Jiang Bai laughed. This woman didn't know what she was in, right? She was still so fierce at this time. Is it a big deal to have big breasts? Will I not hit you because you have big breasts? He pressed her back hard and chuckled, "You can let go of me, call me daddy a few times. This woman needs to be taught a lesson. If you don't teach her a lesson, she won't know her own weight." But how could Aunt May say such shameful words? She gritted her teeth fiercely, turned her head and cursed, "Even if I die, I will never scream." Jiang Bai Lai became interested. "Oh, you are quite courageous. Don't blame me. I can only say that you are too weak." As he spoke, he pressed harder with his fingers, causing her to turn pale with pain and cold sweat to break out on her forehead. "Does it hurt? Do you want me to use a little more strength?" Jiang Bai sneered. He just didn't like the way this woman acted superior. Aunt May was indeed very proud. Even though it hurt a lot, how could she possibly surrender at this level? She said stubbornly, "Didn't you eat? Is this all the strength a grown man has?" Jiang Bai was stunned when he heard this. This woman is really stubborn. How can he not subdue her even like this? He simply added a little more strength. No matter how hard she tried to hold on, she couldn't hold on this time. "Let go. It hurts. I know you are very strong. Let go. It hurts." Aunt May was sweating coldly from the pain. If she didn't beg for mercy, she doubted whether this young man would really break her wrist. This man is a little scary. "Call me daddy a few times first, and I'll let you go." Jiang Bai took advantage of the victory and pursued. Aunt May was about to yell, but the pain was so severe that she could hardly speak. She had no choice but to lower her head and endure the humiliation as she spoke. "Dad. Dad. What? I can't hear you, speak louder." Jiang Bai pretended. Aunt May simply closed her eyes and shouted, "Dad. Let me go, Dad. I really can't hold on any longer." Only then did Jiang Bai reveal a satisfied smile. He knew that this proud woman had been subdued by him, and what happened today would become a psychological shadow for her. Even if she meets him again in the future, she will never dare to be so presumptuous. Releasing her hand and pushing her aside, Jiang Bai joked, "So good. I'll play with you next time." With that, he got into the car and drove away. Aunt May fell to the ground covered with dust, not knowing whether it was because of the pain or because of the frustration. "You little bastard, I will never let you go, absolutely." Aunt May was filled with resentment and wished she could cut Jiang Bai into pieces. However, they didn't know that what happened just now was seen clearly by others. The one who witnessed everything was the girl who had received Jiang Bai on the first floor. She had been out for something and saw everything when she came down to get her car. She was very shocked and felt that she had stumbled upon a great piece of gossip. Why is he pressing down on Manager May? Isn't this too intimate? And Manager May complained that he was too strong and called him Daddy. The girl hid in the corner and covered her mouth, but she was very excited in her heart. It turns out that Aunt May, who is not interested in men, likes younger people and likes to play this kind of trick. Little brother, Aunt May, Mr. Chu. The relationship between the three of them is so complicated. Wow, that looks very interesting. After returning to the villa, Jiang Bai rested for a night and then went out to find a place to sign in. He probably figured out some patterns. If you sign in at an awesome place, the rewards you get will also be awesome. So, he drove his McLaren P1 around the streets several times before finalizing the sign-in location under the Hongyu Real Estate building. Hongyu Real Estate is a very powerful real estate development company. As far as he knows, Hongyu Real Estate has carried out several projects this year and they are developing quite well. The market value should be as high as 1 million. I wonder what I can get by signing in here. Jiang Bai was a little expectant, and then quickly chose to sign in. Soon, the system prompted, ding. The host signed in successfully and gained control of Hongyu Real Estate. Jiang Bai was shocked when he heard this hint. Gained control of this group? Doesn't this mean that he has become the owner of Hongyu Real Estate? Damn, this is quite exciting. Jiang Bai felt very excited and thrilled. This reward is quite fierce. While he signed in successfully and received his reward, the top management of Hongyu Real Estate was already in chaos. Because, just a few seconds ago, something huge happened within the group. Chapter 36, Doing Shady Things in Front of the New Boss? Not long ago, our boss was replaced. The senior executives of Hongyu Real Estate gathered in the conference hall for a meeting as quickly as possible. Everyone in the conference hall looked solemn, some even felt a little bit unbelievable. Because this incident happened so suddenly, no one expected it. It is a huge deal if a company's CEO is replaced. It is said that a new official will start with 3 major changes upon taking office. No one knows whether the new boss will carry out a major purge or something after he takes office. So everyone was a little worried. Secretary Tan, what do you think? Everyone's eyes turned to the only woman in the field. Secretary Tan, whose name is Tan Xingxing, is the boss's secretary and also his assistant. Her position may not seem high, but no one dares to look down on her. Tan Xingxing looked at everyone's sad faces, but showed a bright smile. The arrival of the new CEO is a good thing. I have a feeling that he can lead our group to become stronger. This was an inexplicable confidence, and she didn't know why. Everyone discussed it over and over again, but in the end they realized there was nothing much to say. Anyway, the boss has been replaced, so what's the point of them worrying about it? Tan Xingxing had the new boss's information in her hand, so she took the initiative to call the new boss. Not long after, amid everyone's nervous mood, the call was connected. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am the secretary of Hongyu Group and also your secretary. When will you come to the group to meet with us? Jiang Bai looked up at the towering building and said calmly, let's talk about it later. I'll contact you if I have any questions. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Everyone in the conference hall looked at each other in surprise. It seemed that this new boss had a strong personality. When Jiang Bai hung up the phone, a person appeared next to him. Jiang Bai? Why are you here? The man looked at him curiously. Jiang Bai looked back and found that it was a former colleague. Zhang Yun? What are you doing here? Jiang Bai was also a little surprised. Zhang Yun was his colleague in his previous company. After he resigned, he had no contact with his former colleagues. To be honest, their relationship is just average, not really good friends. Zhang Yun still had some information in his hand. He smiled helplessly and said, of course I'm here to apply for a job. My previous company has closed down. Zhang Yun asked him, are you also here to apply for a job at Hongyu Group? It's such a big group, the salary for working here must be high. Jiang Bai just smiled and said, I don't believe it, I just came to take a look. Zhang Yun patted his shoulder and encouraged him, just say it straight. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Aren't we all here to make a living? But Hanyu Group's requirements are quite high, so your chances are slim. Zhang Yun speaks frankly. When he was in his previous company, he felt that his abilities were better than Jiang Bai's. Now the two people are competing for the same position, the one with the greatest chance of course is me. If nothing unexpected happens, Jiang Bai is just here to run along. Zhang Yun comforted him, it's okay. When I get the job, I'll treat you to a meal. You'll be able to find a better job in the future. Jiang Bai smiled secretly in his heart. From what he said, it seemed that he had already been hired. He didn't know that a few minutes ago, the owner of the entire building had changed. Zhang Yun pulled Jiang Bai in to apply for the job. There were also several other people waiting for the interview outside the office. Everyone seemed very nervous. This is a good position with very generous salary. If I get the job, I won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of my life. Zhang Yun was full of confidence. According to his observation, he should be the most capable among all the interviewees. But after hearing this, a person next to him laughed disdainfully and said, "Don't be too confident. This is just a trap. You are all just runners-up today. I am the only one who will have the last laugh." This person was very arrogant, as if he was sure of victory. Zhang Yun retorted unconvincedly, "You think you can get the job? Even a sow can climb a tree." This person was very disdainful of Zhang Yun's words. "To tell you the truth, this position is prepared for me, Li Tai." "Why?" Zhang Yun was very unhappy. The man named Li Tai told him without hesitation, "The HR manager in charge of the interview is my uncle." "Why do you think so? You are just a bunch of ugly people with no background at all, and you dare to compete with me? Before the result is announced, you'd better go home quickly to avoid being even more sad later." Li Tai laughed proudly. He had discussed it with his uncle before coming for the interview. This means that these positions are all internally appointed. Others who come for the interview are just runners-up. Others were also very dissatisfied with Li Tai's words, but they also began to feel uneasy in their hearts. If what he said was true, then today's interview would be a waste. Zhang Yun was unconvinced. He snorted coldly, "I just don't believe it. I am definitely more capable than him. How could I fail?" Not long after, the HR manager in charge of the interview came out with the information. All the applicants' eyes were fixed on him, with anticipation and excitement in their hearts. Only Li Tai stood with his hands crossed in front of his chest, looking calm and composed, as if he had already declared victory. Sure enough, the HR manager announced today's result. The person who gets hired today is Li Tai. What? How could it be him? That's too fake, isn't it? I don't think he looks capable. Could it be that what he said is true, and there is something shady going on here? Everyone was very dissatisfied. How could Li Tai, who was so careless and frivolous, be successful in the application? What else could it be other than a shady operation? Suddenly, it became very noisy outside the office door. Manager Li, who was in charge of today's recruitment, had an extremely cold look in his eyes and shouted impatiently, "Shut up! Do I need you to teach me who to hire? This is my territory, who dares to talk to me?" Even though everyone was dissatisfied in their hearts, they were frightened and silent at this moment. Manager Li snorted coldly and glanced at everyone, not taking anyone seriously at all. Li Tai smiled smugly and gave Jiang Bai and Zhang Yun several provocative looks, making Zhang Yun so angry that he trembled all over. It's really unfair. How could such a spirited young man be hired? Zhang Yun gritted his teeth in hatred. It would be fine if he lost to anyone, but he had to lose to such a loser who looked like a fool, which made him very unacceptable. Jiang Bai was just watching the fun out of boredom and didn't expect something like this to happen. This is his group, how dare someone do such a shady operation right under his nose? Jiang Bai came to Manager Li and asked indifferently, "This is an open recruitment position. Isn't it unfair for you to do this?" Manager Li looked at him with contempt and sneered, "Who are you? Is it your turn to make decisions here? Since I am in charge of personnel recruitment, I can do whatever I want. Aren't you happy?" Li Tai also echoed in a sarcastic tone, "Dude, this is society. If you don't have a background, you can't accomplish anything. Go home and suck your ass, don't embarrass yourself here." This sentence made everyone grit their teeth in hatred. If it comes down to ability, they will accept the defeat with a clear conscience. But how can they accept losing to a loser who has a background but no ability? These two people are singing the same tune, how hateful they can be. Jiang Bai's eyes were gloomy. "In that case, you can get out now. Li Tai and Manager Li couldn't help but burst into laughter as if they had heard a huge joke. Manager Li looked at him like a fool. This is Hongyu real estate, it's my territory. You want me to get out? Do you have the qualifications? As long as my uncle gives the order, all of you will be thrown out. You ungrateful people. Li Tai was extremely rampant. These two people are too arrogant, and this is Hongyu real estate, so no matter how angry everyone is, they dare not continue to offend them. Even Zhang Yun pulled Zhang Bai and told him to stop making trouble. If they continue to make trouble, they will be the ones who suffer. Let's go quickly, we can't beat them. Zhang Yun was angry and disappointed. He didn't expect this would be the outcome today. Li Tai sneered proudly, if you don't have the ability, don't embarrass yourself here, you ignorant ant. However, Jiang Bai had no intention of letting them go just like that. He called Chen Xingxing, told her his location, and asked her to come over. Manager Li didn't take him seriously at all. Huh, you think you are so social just by calling someone? He was not worried at all that Jiang Bai also had a background. In his opinion, if Jiang Bai really had a background, he would not have come to the interview so low-key. Jiang Bai's actions had completely angered him. This brat, how dare you not take him seriously? Today I will let you know who is the boss. Manager Li simply pointed at everyone and ordered, stay still, I want to see how this guy plans to deal with me. After these words were spoken, some people who wanted to take the opportunity to escape were miserable. If I stay, I will definitely offend him even more, and I don't know what the consequences will be. It's all this talkative brat's fault. If it weren't for him, no one would have been implicated. For a while, many people felt resentful towards Jiang Bai, thinking that if he forced himself to step forward, he would only harm everyone. Chapter 37, Attack Me on My Own Turf? What they didn't know was that when Jiang Bai called to inform Tan Xingxing to come over, an uproar had already occurred among the company's top management. Tan Xingxing's face was solemn. She did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. She immediately informed all senior executives of the news that Jiang Bai was in the company as quickly as possible. When the first call came just now, Mr. Jiang didn't say anything. However, when the second call came, he was already in the company. This made her unable to figure out what Jiang Bai's intentions were. Secretary Tan, is what you said true? Is Mr. Jiang in the company now? Isn't this too sudden? He didn't even notify us before. Could it be that they want to catch us off guard? To conduct a surprise inspection? After receiving Tan Xingxing's notice, all the senior executives were shocked and even panicked. Tan Xingxing walked in front, her high heels making crisp sounds as they hit the ground. She said seriously, it's not clear yet, but Mr. Jiang said he is on the 12th floor, let's go down and find him. Everyone present is a veteran who has experienced many battles. What big scenes have they not seen? But now they are all a little nervous. This feeling is very similar to being called in for a talk by the teacher when I was young. When the employees in the company saw these senior executives walking out in a hurry, they put down their work and looked at them curiously. Among these big guys in the company, which one is not a high-ranking figure? It has always been others who are in awe of them, but why do they look so scared now? Is this still the leader who usually talks big and gives orders? After Tan Xingxing and her group entered the elevator, colleagues on the entire floor burst into noisy discussions. Did something big happen? Why are the leaders in such a hurry? Are they going to receive some important person? But which important person could scare all of them so much? I have a feeling that something big might be happening in the company. Everyone forgot about the things at hand and started a lively discussion. After working here for so many years, this is the first time they have seen such a grand scene as today. Tan Xingxing and her group took the elevator down to the 12th floor. After getting out of the elevator, colleagues on the 12th floor were shocked when they saw the scene. With so many big leaders coming here together, is there something big going on? Shut up. Don't ask. We can't discuss this level of things. It looks like they're heading for the HR director's office. Colleagues on the 12th floor were full of doubts, but they did not dare to discuss them openly. Some of the braver ones stretched their necks to look behind. There were also some people who pretended to stand up and organize documents, but they were actually just following behind to watch the fun. After all, this is the first time that everyone has seen a scene like this with all the company's top executives present together. How could it be possible if nothing big hadn't happened? At this time, in front of the HR manager's office, Zhang Yun also felt something was very wrong. He whispered beside Jiang Bai, "We are done for now, I don't know what this bastard will do to us." Manager Li deliberately kept everyone here, obviously wanting to embarrass Jiang Bai in public. Maybe he will use the company's power to teach Jiang Bai a severe lesson. Soon, 4 security guards came over. They stopped Jiang Bai with cold expressions and aggressive looks, showing that they had no good intentions. Manager Li put his hands on his hips and laughed triumphantly. Haha, you're going against me on my own turf? I think you're tired of living, right? Then he glanced at the many interviewees and asked arrogantly, who didn't obey me just now? Come out and try now? Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye, let alone say no. They are not stupid. If they stand up in this situation, they will probably be severely punished. It's all because of this talkative brat. If he hadn't been trying to show off and act like a hero, no one would have been involved in this trouble. A few people were worried that Jiang Bai's recklessness would cause them trouble, and they anxiously ordered, "Boy, just say less. He is the one who was chosen internally, what can you do about it? It's your business if you want to offend him, but don't let me get involved. Hurry up and apologize to them. You really shouldn't have done this." Several people began to blame Jiang Bai, putting all the blame on him alone. After these few people took the lead, the rest of them also found an outlet for their emotions and directed their criticism at Jiang Bai. They probably also wanted to use this method to draw a clear line between themselves and Jiang Bai and avoid being targeted by Manager Li. A young and energetic person like you will definitely be beaten up when you get out into society. I am so unlucky to be involved in this matter because of you. Manager Li, I don't know this guy at all. I'll just stand further away and watch. Actually, there's nothing wrong with the conspiracy. Background is also a kind of strength, right? I'm different from this fool. I accept my defeat sincerely. Regardless of whether these people were male or female, they quickly distanced themselves from Jiang Bai. Supervisor Li and Li Tai are as arrogant as they can be. For a moment, it seemed as if Jiang Bai had become the biggest sinner here. Standing next to him, Zhang Yun felt tremendous pressure and even his hands were shaking with fear. But the words of the people around him made him even more angry. He couldn't help but retort, a bunch of cowardly dogs. Jiang Bai is just telling the truth. Besides, did he deliberately implicate you? Shouldn't you be scolding the culprit? You only pick on the weak to commit violence, who do you think you are? Zhang Yun was so angry that his chest heaved violently. He was angry at Jiang Bai even when he mentioned him. The only one who did nothing wrong here was actually Jiang Bai. He has the courage to stand up and point out the other party's mistakes, which makes him better than anyone else. But these people are blaming him madly, as if all the mistakes were caused by him alone. Is this right? These people were hurt by the scolding and lost their confidence in an instant. However, many people still stubbornly refuted him. If you two hadn't come out to cause trouble, we would have gotten out safely a long time ago. Who else can we blame but you? That's right. It's fine if you want to be in the limelight and act like a hero, but now you might get in trouble for us. What's wrong with scolding you? It's obvious that you guys don't know what's good for you. There's nothing like this kind of shady dealings. Do you have to make such a big deal out of it? These people refused to give in and even made arguments with solid evidence. People who are not aware of the situation might really become hostile to Jiang Bai because of these few words. Zhang Yun was so angry that he could not speak. He could only stand beside Jiang Bai and said firmly, "Don't worry, I support you. I don't believe he dares to do anything to us in public." Jiang Bai was surprised by his actions. I didn't communicate much with Zhang Yun before, but I didn't expect that he was quite upright. Jiang Bai smiled faintly and said, "We are more worried about them now, not us." Having said that, he simply sat down and even began to close his eyes and rest. Everyone was stunned, wondering if this guy had lost his mind. Doesn't he know what's going on now? You still have the mind to close your eyes and rest? Is he too courageous, or too immature? Even Zhang Yun was very surprised. Jiang Bai did not run away, nor did he continue to make a fuss. Instead, he sat quietly, as if waiting for something. This performance is really too calm, isn't it? Li Tai's eyes were gloomy. He was very disgusted with Jiang Bai's behavior. It's already this time, why are you pretending? Do you think you are Li Qiye or Chen Beixian? Manager Li was also furious. Jiang Bai's behavior clearly showed that he was ignoring him and not taking him seriously. In anger, he ordered several security guards to drag Jiang Bai into the office and teach him a lesson. Just when several security guards were about to take action, a group of imposing men walked over here. Walking in the front was a tall figure. The crisp sound of her high heels instantly drew everyone's attention to her. Secretary Tan? When Manager Lee saw her, he was stunned. How could Secretary Tan, with his level, reach the 12th floor? Usually, when there is any work-related matter to be assigned, other assistants are sent down. When he saw the group of people behind Secretary Tan, he was so frightened that his hands and feet turned cold and his mouth couldn't close. Why are all the leaders here? Did something big happen? Manager Lee's entire body was as stiff as a piece of wood, except for one part that was limp. To him, Tan Xingqing and her group were like gods, high above him and could only be viewed from afar. Li Tai didn't know what was going on. He wanted to scold Tan Xingqing and the others to show off his power, but fortunately he was stopped by Manager Lee. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble it will cause. Secretary Tan. Dear leaders. Do you have any instructions? Manager Lee seemed like a different person. He had a big smile on his face and an extremely flattering and fawning look on his face. He trotted all the way and took the initiative to greet us. Faced with such a great man, how could he dare to be negligent in the slightest? However, Tan Xingqing and the others didn't take him seriously at all. They even pushed him away and went straight to Zhang Bai. At this time, Zhang Bai was still sitting in a chair with his eyes closed, as if he had no idea what was happening in the outside world. Tan Xingqing and the others all greeted him in unison. Hello, Mr. Jiang. The voice is neat and loud. At that moment, the whole place was silent and everyone looked like a fool. Chapter 38 here, he is supreme. When Tan Xingqing and the others shouted, Hello, Mr. Jiang, the air around them seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes were dull and their faces changed, as if they were frightened. Supervisor Li and Li Tai could not help but tremble slightly, and they were shocked by each other. Zhang Bai was sitting on a chair and slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at Tan Xingqing and the others and didn't say anything. He just nodded slightly as a greeting. Tan Xingqing and the others were also carefully looking at the new boss, trying to guess what kind of person he was. The first time they saw Zhang Bai, they thought the new boss was too young. Even though I already knew his information, I was still surprised when I saw him in person. As a girl, Tan Xingqing was even more surprised by Zhang Bai's appearance. He is much better looking in person than in his profile. But he is silent now, which makes everyone feel a little uneasy. Tan Xingqing smiled brightly, like a clean and pure gardenia, and asked softly, Boss Jiang, the meeting room is upstairs, should we go upstairs first? Zhang Bai glanced at her and smiled slightly. Don't worry, there are still some things for you to do here. As he spoke, he looked at Manager Li and Li Tai, who were trembling slightly, and asked, Now, whose territory do you think this is? The two men were filled with fear. Although they still didn't understand what was going on, even big shots like Tan Xingqing had to be respectful and greet Zhang Bai with a smile. What does this mean? This shows that this young man is very important. Tan Xingqing also felt something was wrong. Her bright smile disappeared instantly. She turned around and stared coldly at Manager Li and asked, What's going on? Manager Li was so scared that his voice trembled. It was just a misunderstanding. Zhang Bai said coldly, Didn't you say that this is your territory and you can do whatever you want? How did it become a misunderstanding again? Manager Li was so frightened that his legs went limp and he almost knelt in front of Zhang Bai. Tan Xingqing and the others' expressions suddenly turned cold, and they immediately understood that this small supervisor must have offended the new boss. Tan Xingqing shouted, This is the new CEO of our group. The entire building belongs to him. Who do you think you are? How dare you say this is your territory? After hearing her say this, Manager Li finally couldn't bear it anymore, his knees went weak and he fell to the ground. He never imagined that this ordinary young man who was just handsome, well-built, strong-willed, upright and had good temperament, was actually the boss of his immediate boss's boss? He is so young, but he controls the entire group? To put it bluntly, if Zhang Bai wants him to get out, he must get out. Manager Li regretted it deeply. If he had known it earlier, he would definitely have behaved better. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. It was just a misunderstanding, and I didn't really mean it. Manager Li began to beg for mercy in panic, no longer showing the arrogance and domineering attitude he had just shown. The more arrogant you were just now, the more humble you are now. He doesn't ask for anything else now, just to keep his job. After all, this position is so attractive. Although it is not very high, it allows him to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Seeing that his backers had knelt, Li Tai dared not stand still, so he knelt down quickly. They kept begging for mercy, but Zhang Bai didn't even look at them. This person is a shady operator with bad conduct. He is no longer qualified to stay in the company. Let him go after paying his salary. All subsidiaries will never hire him again. By the way, check if he has violated any company regulations. If so, sue him. Jiang Bai gave Tan Xingqing an order indifferently. Tan Xingqing nodded immediately. Okay, no problem. For people of their level, this matter is as easy as raising a finger. But for Manager Li, it was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue, and it instantly made him fall from heaven to hell. What should he do in the future if he loses this job? And all subsidiaries will never hire him again, isn't that equivalent to blacklisting him? But he just bought $1 million car and a very expensive house not long ago. If I lose my job, the bank will definitely take back these properties. Besides, he has been in the company for so long, how could he not have any scandals? If someone investigates the case and prosecutes him, he will definitely go to jail. No. No way. I admit my mistake. I kowtow and admit my mistake. Can you please let me continue to work in the company? It doesn't matter even if my salary is reduced by half. Manager Li kowtowed in fear and begged for mercy. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he did not hesitate at all. In order to show his loyalty to the company, he even slapped his nephew in the face. And he put all the blame on Li Tai. It's all this bastard's fault. I didn't want to do this at all. It's all his fault. Li Tai covered his burning cheeks, feeling very aggrieved. What does it have to do with me? You told me I could do this, otherwise why would I apply for the job? Damn it, you still dare to talk back? When I beat your dad when we were little, he didn't dare to talk back to me. As he said this, Manager Li swung his hand and slapped Li Tai, knocking him dizzy. In the end, the two of them just wrestled with each other and it was a mess, just like two mad dogs fighting. Tan Xingqing ordered the security guard in disgust, drag them out and throw them away. After receiving the order, the security guard felt as if he had been granted amnesty and dragged the two of them away. Just now they were also trembling with fear, fearing that Jiang Bai would hold them accountable. Now it seems like I have escaped a disaster. The remaining interviewees were all scared pale and felt very complicated. Just now, they were madly accusing Jiang Bai and putting all the blame on him. He was even ordered to admit his mistake to Manager Li immediately. But in the blink of an eye, a person who was criticized by thousands of people became a big man that everyone had to look up to. This made them shocked and frightened, and they didn't know what to do. A few people who were more active in thinking immediately changed their expressions and started to flatter Jiang Bai. Boss Jiang, those two bastards really deserve it. It's great that they are kicked out of our company. Yes, it's a good thing to fire them. In terms of workability, I'm no worse than them. Hey, Mr. Jiang, what happened just now was all a misunderstanding. Can you give us a chance? That's right, at least give us a chance to interview again. They were like different people, behaving as respectfully as possible and as humble as possible. He no longer had the momentum that he had just used to loudly accuse Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai said sarcastically, "You are all good, but our company is not worthy of you, get out." Hearing him say this, everyone's face turned pale. Is there no chance at all? They didn't feel comfortable staying any longer, so they left in disgrace. It's impossible to say I have no regrets. If they had known Jiang Bai's identity earlier, they would definitely choose to stand by Jiang Bai and be his supporters. In this way, maybe he will give himself a chance for a fair interview. When they were leaving, they also heard Jiang Bai instructing Tan Xingqing to blacklist all their resumes and not to apply for any of the subsidiaries. This is undoubtedly a ban order for them. Everyone's eyes went dark, they were filled with despair, and they almost fell to the ground. Because of their selfishness and recklessness, they lost an opportunity to succeed forever. After all the people here were cleared out, the space seemed much emptier. Only Zhang Yun was still in a daze, as if he was unable to digest this matter. Jiang Bai, you. He looked at Jiang Bai stupidly, totally unable to understand why Jiang Bai suddenly became the boss of Hongyu Real Estate. Didn't they work together before? Would a prominent boss go to work for a small company for a salary of a few thousand yuan? This is too magical, even more magical than a person eating 18 kilograms of pineapples every day. Jiang Bai patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "I just like to keep a low profile. By the way, you can re-attend the interview. If you have enough ability, there should be no problem." After saying that, he turned and left. Just now, Zhang Yun was the only one who spoke up for him. For this reason alone, he must also have a fair interview opportunity. He believed that with Zhang Yun's abilities, there would be absolutely no problem for him to successfully get the job. Tan Qingqing and the others also left, and then a staff member took Zhang Yun to the office for another interview. Zhang Yun was filled with emotion. Just now outside the building, he vowed that Zhang Bai would definitely not be able to succeed in the application, and that he would be the one who would succeed. It turned out that he didn't need to apply at all, because he was already the boss here. Even if he succeeded in his application, he would only be lucky enough to become the younger brother of Zhang Bai's younger brother's younger brother. This kid, Mr. Jiang, he's really good at hiding things. Zhang Yun couldn't help but sigh with a wry smile. With the departure of Zhang Bai and his group, the 12th floor returned to silence. However, this silence only lasted about 10 seconds before it was broken. All the employees started talking excitedly as if they had just watched an extremely exciting show. What a pity! I didn't dare to stick my head out to look, so I only heard part of the conversation. I just heard Manager Lee crying bitterly there. Haha, luckily I'm brave. I saw Manager Lee kneeling down and begging for mercy. You don't know how relieved you are. That dog supervisor always exploits us and bullies us with his little power. He deserves it today. Speaking of which, this new CEO is really handsome. His looks are unmatched. Even if I were at the peak of my looks, I might have to stay out of the spotlight for a while. Brother, go to bed. Dreams can bring you anything. Did you see that? The new CEO seems to be younger than us, definitely no older than 28. No way? At 28, you're already a domineering CEO? Damn it, I'm 30, and I'm still an ordinary clerk. All of a sudden, all the colleagues were discussing what had just happened and the extremely handsome new boss. It is really a gratifying thing for everyone to see Manager Lee being fired. Colleagues have had enough of scum like that. I just dare not speak out but be angry. The new president really knows right from wrong, it's admirable. Chapter 39, Socialite? Sorry, I already have a sweet wife. Soon the news of the new president's arrival spread throughout the building. Have you heard? The new president is a handsome guy, about the same age as us. Besides, he is very handsome. He knows that I am already very handsome, so it is no problem for me to crush Takeshi Kaneshiro. But I am still a little inferior to him. You guys are not lying, are you? Is it really that smooth? A liar is a puppy, woof woof. Everyone has spread the news about Zhang Bai's identity in great detail. Some people who have seen him say that he is extremely handsome, 100 times better than those entertainment stars. Some people also say that he is very young and should be a top student who just graduated from college. Some people even say that he has 8-pack abs and is a female killer. In short, all kinds of rumors became more and more outrageous, and in the end he could even stand shoulder to shoulder with gods with his mortal body. And this matter of Manager Lee is also talked about by people. The new president was dealt with the first time he showed up. This shows that he is definitely an upright person. With such a leader, there should be a lot fewer dirty things in the company. Some employees who had entered the company through connections were trembling with fear and did not dare to express any opinions. No one knows whether the new president's next knife will be aimed at his own neck. All the senior executives were present in the president's office. Zhang Bai sat in the main seat. The tall Tan Qingqing, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses and a casually tied ponytail, stood calmly beside him. Mr. Jiang, this is our group's project information, please take a look first. Tan Qingqing handed over a thick stack of information. Zhang Bai took the documents above, glanced at them casually and put them back. How long will it take to finish such a thick document? Zhang Bai said to everyone, each of you please talk about the area you are responsible for. Many senior executives began to introduce themselves one by one and briefly explain some of the projects they were responsible for. Although Zhang Bai didn't quite understand these things, he still listened very carefully. After listening, Tan Qingqing asked, Mr. Jiang, do you have any suggestions for the various projects currently underway at the group? Zhang Bai said calmly, everything should remain the same. Hearing this, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What they are most worried about is that the new boss will come and start making rearrangements. Doing so will not only affect their personal interests, but may also disrupt the current group deployment and be detrimental to the group's development. Fortunately, Mr. Jiang is quite open-minded, so everyone should have more freedom. Zhang Bai continued, but something like what happened today must never happen again. Everyone was shocked and responded in unison, understood. The premise of employing people is to look at their abilities and qualities. If someone has neither the ability nor the quality, he or she will only become a parasite of the company. People like this will bring down the company sooner or later. By the way, where is my friend? How was the interview result? Jiang Bai asked curiously. Tan Qingqing immediately replied, Mr. Jiang, Zhang Yun performed very well in the interview. We will officially send him an offer this afternoon. With his ability, it should be quick for him to be hired as a full-time employee. Jiang Bai nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Yun is indeed capable, but sometimes he is too self-righteous and speaks too bluntly. So he didn't have any good feelings towards Zhang Yun before. But the fact that he was willing to speak up for him just now made Jiang Bai look at him with a new respect. After learning more about the group, Jiang Bai left. It's lunchtime, time to go have lunch with my beloved wife. After leaving the building, Jiang Bai called Chu Ruoling. The phone rang twice and was immediately connected. Chu Ruoling's lively voice immediately came from the phone. Hubby, I'm hungry. When are we going to eat? Jiang Bai couldn't help laughing. This girl was really simple and straightforward. Wasn't it true that she only thought about eating? I'll come over to you now and have lunch together later. Okay. I'll wait for you at the company. Chu Ruoling's voice was full of joy. Did you miss me today? Jiang Bai's voice became gentle unconsciously. Of course I did. How could I not think about you? I missed you so much last night that I couldn't sleep. Chu Ruoling was so happy that she was bubbling with joy, and asked expectantly, Is it true? What do you think? Jiang Bai's voice became low. It's hard to say, because it's all mosaic pictures. Chu Ruoling on the other end of the phone was confused and had no idea what he was saying. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Bai walked into the parking lot. To his surprise, there were several girls taking selfies around his car. Celebrity? Jiang Bai was stunned. I didn't expect that my car would become a photo-taking tool for these celebrities. Several girls were dressed up in fancy clothes, with shorts that reached up to their thighs and belly-bearing tops. They should be the goddesses of many otakus, right? They were so busy taking pictures that they didn't notice Jiang Bai coming over. Finally, a girl saw him and was attracted by his looks. What a handsome boy! The girl's eyes seemed to be full of stars, and she developed a feeling of admiration for Jiang Bai. Handsome guy, do you want to come over and take a photo too? Wait a minute, it will be your turn soon. She hadn't yet realized that the young man in front of her was actually the owner of the car. The other girls also turned around and looked over. Handsome guy, can you take a group photo for us sisters? I didn't bring my selfie stick today. A sweet-looking girl pleaded pitifully. If it were any other man, he would probably feel pity for her and agree to all her requests. Jiang Bai just looked at them with interest. I was in a pretty good mood, so I had no problem helping them with this small favor. After the photoshoot, the girls were still not satisfied. Although they don't know much about cars, this car looks so cool, it must be very expensive, right? A girl came close to Jiang Bai, rubbing her little heel against his arm, and asked delicately, Handsome boy, you guys should know more about cars, right? What kind of car is this? How much is it? Jiang Bai moved away from her without leaving any trace, and then said calmly, McLaren P1, brought back from abroad, only about 20 million. What? More than 20 million? So expensive? Is this the McLaren P1, one of the 3 great cars? It looks like this? I thought it would be at most over 5 million, but I didn't expect the price to be so scary. Several girls were stunned. The price was far beyond their imagination. A girl murmured dully, How much does it cost to fight for a day? The other girl immediately shook her head, You're overthinking it. We probably won't be able to fight for even a day if we spend all our wages. Even if they were given a car worth tens of millions, they wouldn't dare to drive it. If it gets scratched even slightly, I can't even sell myself to compensate for it. After knowing that this car is so expensive, the girls couldn't miss the opportunity to take photos. I also want to pull Jiang Bai to take pictures together. But Jiang Bai refused calmly, I'm afraid that won't work. I have something else to do. The girls felt very sorry for this handsome guy. It would be a good deal if they could just take turns using him for a day. They were disappointed. Well, we can just shoot it ourselves. Jiang Bai found it a little funny, so he took out his car keys and opened the door. I'm going to drive the car away too. The handsome butterfly doors open forward, and the all-black car looks like a butterfly about to spread its wings and fly high. Seeing Jiang Bai get into the car, the girls were so shocked that their eyes widened and they couldn't close their legs. When they came to their senses, they screamed. Is this car yours? So the owner of the car is right next to us? I think. The girls were so excited and flustered that they didn't know what to say for a moment. Not only is this young man very handsome, he also drives a car worth more than 20 million yuan. Isn't this definitely the definition of tall, rich, and handsome? They pose for photos and post on WeChat moments. Why? It's just to attract tall, rich, and handsome men. And there happened to be one in front of me at this moment. Get on him. All the girls came over with sparkling eyes, just like the guy next door who was peeking at the young widow taking a bath. Handsome guy, can you take me with you? I've never ridden in such a fancy car before. I want one too. You can ask me to do anything you want. I won't refuse you. Little brother, what do you think of us sisters? Let's get a room tonight and play landlord together. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The girls were very excited. Although they didn't say it too clearly, it wasn't too obscure either. Jiang Bai only felt that the surroundings became buzzing, and the smell of several different perfumes almost suffocated him. All he could see were white thighs and belly buttons, and several pairs of soft little hands constantly pulling at his clothes. If he were an ordinary man, he would have surrendered. This kind of beautiful scenery is absolutely dizzying. But Jiang Bai quietly pushed them away and said apologetically, I'm really sorry, I have a dinner date with my wife. By the way, my passenger seat is my wife's special seat, she will be unhappy if I ask you to give up the car. After saying that, he closed the car door, stepped on the accelerator lightly, and drove away. The girls were depressed as if they had lost tens of millions. Such a good man actually has a wife? Chapter 40, Couple Game, Kiss, Hug and Lift Up High. Such a handsome guy married young? What a pity. If I had known, I would have rushed forward. Maybe we still have a chance. We should have thought of this earlier. We can tell at a glance that the young man is not an ordinary person. If the car is not his, then whose is it? Several girls regretted it deeply. I feel like I really missed out on 100 million. Such excellent men can only be found on TV. I finally met someone in real life, but he slipped away. Jiang Bai drove leisurely to the bottom of Chu Ruoling's company building. He wanted to go upstairs to find her, but she was already waiting at the door. Chu Ruoling was wearing a slightly loose suit jacket today, with a small white lining underneath. Below is a short skirt in the same color as the suit jacket, which gives this outfit a campus girl vibe. She is not very old, only in her 20s this year. If you put her together with college girls, maybe she looks more like a college girl. She stood by with her hands behind her back, looking around anxiously, and seemed to be unable to wait any longer. People in the company came in and out, and greeted her respectfully, feeling very surprised in their hearts. What happened to Mr. Chu today? How did she become a little girl? You can guess without even looking that she is waiting for her lover, right? The male colleagues in the company were so sad that they just wanted to kneel in the corner and cry. Has the most noble ice goddess in their minds actually been bathed in the sour smell of love? Is that man really worthy of her? After a while, in front of Chu Ruoling's expectant eyes, a McLaren P1 appeared with a low engine roar. Colleagues passing by quietly slowed down their pace and began to look over curiously. A tall and handsome man got out of the car, and Chu Ruoling ran over like a happy little bird. She didn't care how many people were watching her, she just threw herself into his arms with a happy smile on her face. After seeing this car, the doubts in the minds of the male colleagues in the company were instantly shattered. Fuck. McLaren P1. Rich man. No wonder Mr. Chu is obsessed with him. This guy is much more handsome than me. Who cares if he's handsome or not when he can drive a car like this? All the men's confidence was instantly shattered. No matter how outstanding they are, they can never be better than this man. No matter how confident they are, they will never be able to afford a McLaren P1 to pick up girls in their lifetime. This is the gap between people, you can't help but accept it. After seeing Jiang Bai, the girls in the company also had an urge to fall for him. His three-dimensional, sculpture-like facial features and the confident light in his eyes make people unconsciously attracted to him. If this kind of man is not worthy of President Chu, then who else could be worthy of her? Is this a fairy tale? I also want such a sweet love. It doesn't matter whether love is sweet or not, the key is to have money. For someone like this who is both pretty and rich, we can only look for him in our dreams. When Jiang Bai and Chu Ruoling were together, everyone agreed that it was a scene from an idol drama. Before I knew it, a large group of colleagues had gathered outside the company's entrance. They were either surprised or curious, but they all stretched their necks stupidly and looked at the man and woman. Shu Ruoling blushed shyly, but she still kept a cold face and pretended to be angry and scolded them. "What are you looking at? Don't you have to work? Go back." A girl raised the chicken drumstick in her left hand and laughed loudly. "Boss Chu, now is the time to eat." Others followed suit. "Now it's time for the working people to eat. We are not workers for the time being." Humph. Shu Ruoling's pretty face was cold, but in fact the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, as if she had a smile that she couldn't hide. Jiang Bai also found it quite interesting. After helping her open the car door, he was about to take her to eat. A male colleague in the company shouted out of nowhere, "Brother, how can you afford a McLaren P1? Can you share your experience with us?" This topic immediately resonated with all male colleagues. They all followed suit, wanting to learn advanced experience for success from Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai thought for a moment and said loudly, "It's so easy. You just need to find a young, beautiful, and wealthy woman and ask her to give you one. Anyway, that's how I got my car." After saying that, he drove away. At the company gate, a group of men and women were surprised and started chattering. "He means, that car was given to him by President Chu? Of course it is. The young, beautiful, and wealthy woman, isn't she referring to Boss Chu? Damn it. Are you trying to get away with it? I strongly condemn this behavior. I can't afford it anyway. I thought Chao Dehua was invincible, but I didn't expect there was someone more courageous than him. Who is he? Living off others is the most interesting thing. If you are eating soft rice like Chu Ruoling, which is so fragrant and sweet, then you are truly invincible." In the car, Chu Ruoling's face turned red because of his words. If he hadn't been driving, she would have twisted the soft flesh around his waist hard. "What nonsense are you talking about in front of my employees? Please don't teach them bad things, okay?" Chu Ruoling complained in pretended anger. Jiang Bai couldn't help but tease her, "I'm telling the truth. Wasn't this car bought for me by a rich woman? What's with the rich woman? It sounds so vulgar." Chu Ruoling pouted her moist lips, looking very disgusted. Jiang Bai thought for a moment, "Really? Then what should I say?" Chu Ruoling crossed her hands in front of her chest, and there seemed to be a risk of squeezing the rabbit out of her chest. She smiled proudly and said, "It depends on what you think. Anyway, if you don't satisfy me, don't even think about kissing me today." Hearing her say this, Jiang Bai was not anxious at all. Instead, he pretended to sneer with disdain, "Really? Then I want to see, who is anxious, you or me?" "You." Chu Ruoling was speechless and could only stand there staring blankly, like a little white rabbit whose carrot was snatched away. She was extremely adorable. This guy is so abominable. Doesn't he know how to give in to girls a little? But, if she can't kiss today, she seems to be really anxious. She pretended to be a little angry and told him a story in a cold tone. "I have a friend. Every time it's cold in winter, her boyfriend will take off his coat and let her wear it." She felt that there was no need to make things too clear. With Jiang Bai's intelligence, he will definitely understand from this story that a boyfriend must be considerate and gentle. But who would have thought that Jiang Bai would ask calmly, "Oh? Is it the man who froze to death in the news last year?" Chu Ruoling was so angry that she rolled her eyes. "This stinky thing is really rude. I'm not going to pay attention to you." Chu Ruoling turned away angrily. Jiang Bai suppressed his laughter, drove carefully, and teased her, "What's wrong with the rich woman? Are you angry?" "Humph. I won't call you a rich woman." Chu Ruoling was very stubborn. "Oh, that's true, because you are my little princess, my little baby." No matter what, Jiang Bai threw out a bunch of sweet words first. Sure enough, although the girl was still facing the window. But Jiang Bai's peripheral vision had already seen some blurry reflections on the mirror, and he couldn't help but smile when he saw her. Women are really auditory animals. Just say something nice and they will become little fools. After parking the car at a large shopping mall, the two entered the mall and wandered around to see if there was anything delicious to eat. The first floor of the shopping mall is packed with people, 3 layers deep inside and 3 layers deep outside. It is very lively. It seems like there's some activity going on. It's the last day of the event, and couples are welcome to come and participate. If you really can't do it, a male and female team can also be formed. The winner will receive a generous prize. A girl holding a microphone kept shouting, From time to time, one or two couples would walk onto the stage, apparently to compete. Jiang Bai and Xu Ruoling watched for a while and realized that this was a couple's activity. The boy picked up the girl like a princess. Whoever persists the longest will be the final winner. The way of playing seems simple, but it is actually not that easy. Not to mention whether the boys are strong or not, just looking at the body shapes of these girls makes me worry for the boys. Soon, there were 9 couples on the stage, only the last one was missing. Jiang Bai took her hand and brought her to the front of the stage. All right. The 10th couple has appeared. This competition is about to officially begin. The appearance of the couple Jiang Bai made the female host's eyes light up. Among so many people, only they have the highest appearance and outstanding temperament. It was the 3rd day of the event, and they looked like the best couple at first glance. The host held the microphone and asked each couple to say something harsh. The other boys hesitated and wanted to say something powerful and harsh, but when they thought of their girlfriend's weight, they immediately softened. Their girlfriends were so angry that they just wanted to crush their feet. When it came to Jiang Bai, he said calmly and confidently, "In fact, it's enough for us to be the only pair in this game. We both have to win the championship, so what's the difference?" Wow! Everyone in the audience burst into an uproar and couldn't help but look at Jiang Bai differently. This young man is so confident, he seems very capable. Many audience members also cheered for him loudly. But this made the last couple feel unconvinced. The man who came later was tall and strong, and very strong. Those thick arm muscles are almost as strong as a person's thigh. Unconvinced, he grabbed the microphone from the host and shouted, "Little brat, just watch carefully. This is not a game you can participate in." After saying that, he showed his strong biceps to Jiang Bai and arrogantly challenged him. Chapter 41 Jiang Bai, the Eternal God. Is it him? He came to participate in the activities the past 2 days and won first place. This brother is really strong. He always makes it to the end. Although this handsome boy's words are very powerful, but he has met this old man, there is really no hope. It was only then that the audience realized that this strong man had been here for the 3rd consecutive day. In the activities over the past few days, he has won first place with a very strong attitude. Compared with the others, his physique already wins half the battle. No wonder he speaks so confidently. Jiang Bai didn't take it to heart at all, he just smiled indifferently. "I have seen many people who are good looking but useless, I don't need you." The strong man knew that Jiang Bai was implying something about him, and he couldn't help but get angry. "What's the point of just talking nonsense? Talk after you beat me." After the host announced the start of the game, the huge clock hanging at the back started counting. The boys on the stage quickly picked up their girlfriends and entered the competition state. Just a few minutes into the session, several boys' arms began to tremble and they were about to fall. There were a few worse ones who even threw their girlfriends to the ground and were almost beaten to death by their girlfriends. After only 10 minutes, more than half of the contestants on the stage had been eliminated. Among the remaining people, only the strong man and Jiang Bai were very stable and had no problems. After another 5 minutes, everyone was eliminated. Only Jiang Bai and the strong man were left. The audience in the audience was full of anticipation for the next result. Who will win? Will that little brother be an upset? How is that possible? That strong man has been here for the 3rd day in a row. It can even be said that as long as he shows up, the championship will be secured. That little brother was able to hold on for nearly 20 minutes, his stamina is already amazing. But it's still unlikely that he can beat that strong man. Although everyone prefers Jiang Bai. But we have to admit that the strong man actually has the advantage. His arm muscles are extremely strong, and you can tell at a glance that he is full of strength. This challenge was no problem for him. The beautiful host also gave a live commentary. Yesterday's champion, this strong man, lasted a full 30 minutes. I wonder if these two can break this record today? The strong man still had some strength left at this time, so this challenge was indeed easy for him. He smiled proudly and said, 30 minutes? That's nothing. I can even last up to 40 minutes. That's too strong, isn't it? A girl weighs about 100 pounds. How can she hold someone for 40 minutes? Look at how strong his muscles are, maybe he can really do it. So, isn't that kid next to him in danger? It's going to be very difficult for him to win the championship. Everyone was worried about Jiang Bai. However, Jiang Bai did not feel any effort at this time. He had previously signed up at the boxing gym and acquired top-notch boxing skills. During a certain sign-in, he also acquired the strongest arm wrestling skill. Although these two skills did not directly improve his physical fitness, they greatly improved his strength. Moreover, when it comes to the use of strength techniques, he can obviously crush his opponents perfectly. Soon, in the audience's nervous mood, the time had reached 40 minutes. They did not forget what the strong man had just said, that he could last for up to 40 minutes. Now we have reached this limit. The sturdy man's arms began to tremble, and it could be seen from his ferocious expression that he was really struggling. The girlfriend in his arms was also worried. Why hadn't the boy next to him lost yet? It's not scientific. The strong man gritted his teeth. No matter for victory or for face, he would never let go. 45 minutes. This has already broken yesterday's record. They are too strong. I think this little brother really has a chance to win. So far, he hasn't shown any signs of struggling. That's right, anyway, that strong man can't bear it anymore. Everyone started to get excited. Is it looking like the situation is about to be reversed? Compared with Jiang Bai's calmness, the strong man was indeed approaching the limit. His arms were shaking, and he was shouting in his heart, "No! I can't hold on any longer. I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose it." Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. But Jiang Bai is still standing firm and strong. The champion has appeared. That's amazing. You have really good stamina. Aren't your arms sore at all? The handsome boy is truly the eternal god. Everyone started cheering for Jiang Bai. He won, and the final championship was indeed his. The beautiful host was also very excited, holding the microphone and shouting, "Record broken." This handsome guy was so strong and lasted so long, he held his girlfriend for more than 45 minutes. After she announced the result, Jiang Bai put Chu Ruoling down and began to relax his hands. Does it hurt? Am I too heavy? Chu Ruoling rubbed his arm with concern. Jiang Bai smiled gently. Silly girl, how could you feel uncomfortable holding a little fairy? And you are too light, you should eat more in the future. Chu Ruoling was so amused by him that she was overjoyed. Don't talk nonsense. I still want to lose weight. Seeing the two flirting on the stage, the audience below started to make a noise. Some girls have been deeply attracted to him. Jiang Bai's endurance and firmness are recognized by the public. This kind of man is handsome and physically strong. He is simply the best of the best. The girls were so excited that they couldn't close their legs and wanted to rush up to meet him. Then at this moment, Chu Ruoling took a step forward, and her cold face made her instantly look like an iceberg beauty. Her proud and powerful aura makes all the girls look up to her. His cold and beautiful face makes all the other girls pale in comparison. In front of her, no girl dared to compete with her for a man. The beautiful host also admired Jiang Bai very much. If Chu Ruoling hadn't been there, she would definitely have gone on stage. Congratulations to both of you for winning the championship. This is our prize. The host handed over an exquisite box containing a gold necklace. As a prize, its price is certainly not very high. To a rich lady like Chu Ruoling, it is worthless. But this is a prize won by the couple together, so it really means a lot. She couldn't wait to take off her diamond necklace, and asked Jiang Bai to help her put on a gold necklace. Does it look good? Chu Ruoling asked playfully. Jiang Bai nodded vigorously. It looks good. My wife looks good in anything she wears. The audiences in the audience were extremely envious. What kind of fairy tale love was this? Isn't it too much for these two people to show off their love in public? At this time, someone seemed to recognize the diamond necklace that Chu Ruoling had just taken off. If I'm not mistaken, the diamond necklace she took off seems to be from Tiffany's classic series. Alternating graduated necklace? What do you mean? Is it expensive? Nonsense. This necklace costs 686,000. Oh my god, that means it will cost more than 600,000? Everyone was shocked. Does a necklace cost over 600,000 yuan? Normally, the cars people buy only cost 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. How could you ask them to spend more than 600,000 yuan to buy a small necklace? That's simply impossible. She actually took off such an expensive necklace? Doesn't she know that this gold necklace is actually quite cheap? In their eyes, is a gold necklace worth a few $1,000s really more expensive than a diamond necklace worth more than $600,000? What do you know? This is just a hobby between young lovers. Everyone was shocked and envious. This young couple is a perfect match, with both talent and beauty in their appearance. And they are definitely not short of money. This is simply everyone's ideal love. Seeing that the audience was getting a little excited, Zhang Bai and Xu Ruoling wanted to act more low-key, so they slipped away after leaving the stage. They didn't notice that in a corner, the big man looked sad. Why, they are so rich, but they still come to participate in this kind of competition. Isn't this bullying us poor people? I thought I could get 3 gold necklaces in a row, but I didn't expect to be defeated by Zhang Bai. Whether in terms of appearance, wealth or endurance, he was completely suppressed by Zhang Bai. Zhang Bai and Xu Ruoling, who had left this place, had already arrived on the 5th floor. The restaurants are all on the 5th floor. When passing by the toilet, Xu Ruoling had some personal matters to deal with, so she asked Zhang Bai to wait for her there. Husband, it seems to be leaking a little, I'm going to the toilet to change, you are not allowed to peek at the beautiful lady. Zhang Bai said seriously that he would never peek. While waiting for Xu Ruoling outside the corridor, he openly admired the girls walking past him. Summer is great, the girls are all wearing cool clothes. But compared to my own wife, it's far behind. At this moment, a cheering voice came into his ears. Zhang Bai? You are here too? Hearing someone calling him, Zhang Bai turned his head and saw 2 coolly dressed, youthful and fair girls running towards him excitedly. Chapter 42, Couples Package, Cute and Well-Behaved Wife. Both girls look very good. They are old classmate Li Hui and her younger sister Lu Mingyi. It happened to be a day off today, so the 2 of them went out for a walk together. I didn't expect to meet Zhang Bai here. Both of them were dressed very coolly, and their snow-white legs were very attractive, as if they were glowing white. The upper body is also wearing a small t-shirt that fits well. It perfectly outlines the proud bust lines of both of them. No matter where they are definitely the kind of goddesses that are sought after. The 2 were very excited when they saw Zhang Bai, and ran over holding hands. I'm just walking around and will be going out for dinner later, Zhang Bai said with a smile. Li Hui and Lu Mingyi's eyes were fixed on him, unable to move away no matter what. Especially Lu Mingyi. Zhang Bai had given her a huge achievement before, which had already shocked her. Since then, this handsome, wealthy and cool man has been haunting her. Even before going to sleep at night, I would think of her. She still dreamed of Zhang Bai last night, and they had a wonderful time in her dream. After waking up, she found that she was sweating all over and her whole body was weak. She didn't know what was going on. She just happened to meet Zhang Bai on the street today, and she was wondering if this was their fate. After hearing that Zhang Bai also wanted to eat, they excitedly invited him. That's great, let's eat together. It just so happens that we haven't eaten either. The 2 little girls were full of expectations. In Li Hui's heart, she could not get Zhang Bai, but it was also nice to have dinner with him. Lu Mingyi's beautiful eyes were full of love, and her heart started beating fast when she saw Zhang Bai. If I could have dinner with him, I wonder what I would dream about tonight. However, just when they were full of expectations, Zhang Bai refused with an apologetic look. I'm sorry, I'm afraid that won't work. Ah? Why? Lu Mingyi felt very lost and confused. Some people passing by also looked at him sideways, thinking that this boy was too straight. The girl has invited you out, and you still don't agree? Do you think you deserve to be single? Which boy can resist such a cute and youthful girl? This boy really doesn't understand romance. Before Zhang Bai could explain, a very clear, cold, yet pleasant female voice immediately reached their ears. Because my husband wants to have dinner with me. While wiping her fair little hands with a tissue, Xu Ruoling walked out with a cold face. There was a faint flicker of vigilance in her eyes. What do these 2 women want to do by being so passionate about their husbands? He is a married man. Want to touch him? Have you asked her, Miss Chu? Zhang Bai took Xu Ruoling's slender waist and explained apologetically, sorry, I was planning to have dinner with my wife. This. The 2 girls were stunned on the spot. How sad and embarrassing. I wanted to invite him to dinner, but I didn't expect to provoke his wife. Li Hui took the opportunity to look at Xu Ruoling and thought that Zhang Bai's wife was even more beautiful than he had imagined. Although she didn't have many expensive jewelry on her body, her elegance was very obvious in her every move. As expected, it's an opponent that I have no way of defeating. Lu Mingyi was deeply shocked because Li Hui had not told her that Zhang Bai was married. She also fantasized that one day she would be able to hold hands with Zhang Bai. But I didn't expect that he already has a beautiful young wife with fair skin. She hurriedly apologized to Zhang Bai and Xu Ruoling. I'm sorry, I was impulsive. Chu Ruoling showed a strong aura. Jiang Bai was her beloved husband, how could she let another woman take him away? She smiled and said, "It's okay. We can have dinner together again when we have the chance." After saying that, he took Jiang Bai away. The people around were surprised and envious. No wonder the young man rejected the invitations of the two girls. It turned out that he already had a more beautiful and charming wife. What good fortune did this kid accumulate in his previous life? How could I be favored by so many girls in this life? How abominable. We are all men. This guy just has a good figure, is handsome, and doesn't seem to be short of money, that's all. Why do so many girls throw themselves at him? Li Hui comforted the depressed Lumini. "Xiaomeng, that man is too good, we can't get him." Everyone understands the truth, but Lumini is still very sad. That girl just now is much better than me. Maybe only a girl like that can be worthy of him? Jiang Bai never thought that he would hurt the hearts of two girls just by refusing an invitation to dinner. Only Chu Ruoling, a girl, could see it clearly. Jiang Bai asked her with a smile, "Wife, why are you so anxious to take me away? Are you afraid that I will eat them?" Chu Ruoling was full of jealousy. "I'm afraid they will eat you. Who knows if you, a stinky thing, will agree to them?" Jiang Bai asked back with a strange look in his eyes, "You haven't eaten it, how do you know I'm a stinky thing?" Chu Ruoling was so embarrassed and angry by his words. This guy is so hateful. Does he really think that she can't understand such a profound joke? If any other man dared to say such things in front of her, she would definitely kick him in the crotch and burst his balls first. But when Jiang Bai said this, her face turned red with embarrassment. Chu Ruoling said coquettishly, "I don't care. Answer me, if I show up later, will you agree to them?" Jiang Bai patted his chest and said attentively, "Of course not. This is our world for the two of us. What if someone else gets involved?" Chu Ruoling then pinched his earlobe with satisfaction. "That's right. Having me is enough for you. How can the wildflowers outside be as sweet as the flowers at home?" The two were wandering around aimlessly when they saw a restaurant with a sign saying they had a couple's meal. Chu Ruoling excitedly pulled him in to try it. This is a steak set meal. Since it is an ordinary restaurant, the specifications are definitely not as good as those in high-end restaurants. However, there are quite a lot of customers consuming here. That means it should taste good. I'll eat first. Chu Ruoling cut a small piece of steak, put it in her mouth, and took it out quickly before chewing it. Oh no! It's black pepper sauce. I can't eat spicy food now. Chu Ruoling frowned. It's her menstrual period now, and she doesn't want to touch anything spicy. Not even black pepper sauce. After thinking about it, she simply fed it to Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai didn't care whether the steak was stained with her saliva or not, he ate it very happily. This made many male customers around her envious. Damn, are there girls in this world who would take the initiative to feed boys? Why do their girlfriends never feed them? We are all men, why are there such big differences between our girlfriends? One boy hinted to his girlfriend, "Look, other people's girlfriends feed their partners, why don't you learn from them?" But he almost got beaten up by his girlfriend. "I think you are just bored. Eat it if you want." The boy was extremely helpless. "I didn't say you have to feed me, I just made a suggestion, is that not okay?" The girl stared at him with wide eyes, feeling wronged and angry. "You yelled at me? Did you yell at me? How dare you yell at me?" The boy opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. The girl was so aggrieved that she ignored him and just played with her phone. She posted a message on her moments. "In the end, I had to bear it all by myself." The boy looked at Jiang Bai with envy, thinking, if only his girlfriend could be so gentle and considerate. Jiang Bai also cut a piece of steak and fed it to his beloved wife. Seeing her eating so happily, he felt very satisfied. He suddenly remembered that he had been dating his ex-girlfriend Chen Shui for so many years, but Chen Shui never fed him. Every time there are festivals like Valentine's Day, I have to send her a red envelope with 1,314 yuan. I remember that I sent her a red envelope of 520 yuan one time, but she was not satisfied. She said that the red envelopes her best friend's boyfriend gave her were all in the amount of 1314. And Jiang Bai only sent himself 520, which was too embarrassing. 99 big red roses must be given on every anniversary of love. If she couldn't do it, Chen Shui would start crying again and say something like, "You don't love me anymore." Therefore, seeing Chu Ruoling being so well behaved, gentle and lovely, he cherished and loved her especially. Halfway through the meal, Jiang Bai said to Chu Ruoling, "Wife, tell me about your parents. When talking about this topic, Chu Ruoling paused for a moment. She has always disliked talking about this topic because she was worried that it would bring too much pressure to Jiang Bai. However, he brought it up now. Chapter 43: Chen Shue's Confession and Jiang Bai's Rejection. After thinking for a while, Chu Ruoling said seriously, "That day at the Civil Affairs Bureau, I dragged you to get the certificate. Now thinking back, it was really reckless. I don't regret being with you, but I'm worried that my dad will put too much pressure on you." Chu Ruoling is very understanding. After experiencing the initial impulse, she also realized that her behavior would bring a lot of trouble to Jiang Bai. Perhaps these pressures will come in the future. But at least now she hopes to be able to be more relaxed and happy in the future. Jiang Bai held her soft little hands, looked into her eyes and said seriously, "It doesn't matter, I can bear any pressure. I can give you the happiness you want." Chu Ruoling was very moved. After thinking for a while, she said, "My father is Chu Yonggang, the richest man in Magic City. He controls the Chu Group and is worth over 100 billion. She looked into Jiang Bai's eyes nervously, worried that he would panic and get scared after hearing what she said. But she was surprised to find that Jiang Bai looked normal and his eyes were very calm. It seemed as if the words "the richest man in Shanghai and worth hundreds of billions" were nothing new to him. Jiang Bai nodded. "The richest man in the Magic City, worth hundreds of billions? It's indeed a bit troublesome. A top boss like this is definitely someone with extraordinary vision. Now I really don't deserve to be taken seriously by him." If it were in the past, he would definitely feel tremendous pressure and even feel breathless. But now with the support of the system, he has full confidence to marry Chu Ruoling openly. It's not a matter of time. Chu Ruoling also held his hand tightly, and comforted him with a smile. "Don't worry, no matter how fierce my father is, he will listen to me. As long as I am determined to be with you, he can't do anything to us." Jiang Bai was touched. Where could he find such a good girl? After dinner, they walked outside hand in hand. There seemed to be quite a lot of people ahead. Did something happen? Chu Ruoling was very curious when she saw a lot of people gathered ahead. Jiang Bai took her hand and went over to join in the fun. In the middle of the circle formed by the crowd, there was a tall and good-looking girl standing aside. In front of her was a man wearing an expensive suit and with a shiny slicked-back hair. He was obviously from a wealthy family and was holding a large bouquet of red roses. Roses are enchanting and have a fragrant scent. The man handed the rose to the girl and smiled handsomely. "Shuer, be with me and be my girlfriend." The Shuer he was talking about was Jiang Bai's ex-girlfriend Chen Shui. Chen Shui looked at this man with good conditions, but she didn't feel moved at all. So she didn't accept the bouquet of roses. Seeing her hesitation, the man immediately declared loudly, "Shuer, as long as you are my girlfriend, you can buy expensive bags or jewelry in the future." The crowd, who were eager to watch the fun, quickly started to make a noise. "Together! Together! Promise him, this guy has good conditions. You two are such a perfect match, perfect for each other. Is this what love tastes like? I admit I'm jealous." The people around started to make a fuss, shouting for Chen Shui to accept his rose and accept his confession. However, the louder the noises around her, the more irritated Chen Shui became. Ever since she broke up with Jiang Bai, her heart has never been at peace for a single day. Although I met this man by chance and agreed to have dinner with him a few times. But that was all due to pressure from her mother. She personally didn't like the man. Chen Shui stood there like a piece of wood, not knowing what to do. She took a deep breath and finally mustered up the courage to speak her mind. "Xin Shou, we've only known each other for a short time, isn't it too fast?" She is rarely good at rejecting people, so her expressions are always very tactful. Xin Shou's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that even after he had put up such a fuss, Chen Shui was still making excuses. "Are my conditions very bad?" On the contrary, his conditions are not bad. His father's company is a partner of Hongyu Real Estate. Although it is not a very big company, it can still make a lot of money with the support of the 10 billion yuan group Hongyu Real Estate. And as the eldest son, he will naturally have a glorious future. Is it embarrassing to be his girlfriend? Although he was angry, Xin Shou couldn't lose his composure, so he had to put on a forced smile. "It's okay, we can try to date first." Chen Shui didn't know how to refuse, and subconsciously looked around in panic. At this moment, I saw an extremely familiar figure. This figure would appear in her dreams every night, even waking her up in the middle of the night. Every time she thought of this figure, her heart ached and she regretted it so much. If she could do it again, she would never lose this man again. But will God really give her another chance? Jiang Bai? Jiang Bai. Is it really you? Chen Shui stared at Jiang Bai with wide eyes, feeling very excited. Jiang Bai wanted to sneak away, but he was discovered by her unexpectedly. When she called out like that, everyone's eyes were focused on him. This way, it would be difficult for him to leave. Jiang Bai turned around with a complicated look and said in a deep voice, "Is there something wrong? I'm just passing by." To be honest, there was no major conflict between him and Chen Shui. If all had gone well, they would have been husband and wife by now. The reason they separated was because her family was so disgusting. But she was too weak and only listened to her mother, which ultimately made Jiang Bai feel hopeless. Hearing these cold words, Chen Shui felt a pain in her heart and was extremely uncomfortable. It was obvious that just a short while ago, the two of them were very close and were each other's closest people. When Jiang Bai talked to her, his tone always became very gentle. Therefore, these cold and stiff words now made her feel unbelievable. "Do you know? I miss you so much these days, I really miss you." Chen Shui couldn't care less. Her tears burst out instantly and she cried like a tearful person. All the booing audience members opened their eyes wide, the fire of gossip burning fiercely. Damn, this show is so exciting. I thought it was just a romantic confession, but I didn't expect that the heroine's lover was another man watching. Isn't this too melodramatic? But, it's so exciting. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Chen Shui's heart was entirely on Jiang Bai, and she had nothing to do with Qin Shou at all. Qin Shou, who was holding a huge bouquet of roses in his hand, was stiff at this moment. The boundless anger made him stunned for a moment. He didn't understand how the clown suddenly became himself. Chen Shui, who he already regarded as his woman, actually said such ambiguous words to another man in front of him? In an instant, he felt his face burning, angry and ashamed. If it were the Jiang Bai from the past, when Chen Shui burst into tears, he would rush up to her without hesitation and give her a warm hug. But now Jiang Bai can no longer remain indifferent. On the contrary, he subconsciously held Chu Ruoling's hand tightly and took a step back. "It's impossible for us to be together anymore. We just met the right person at the wrong time, but we are not destined to be together in the end. I have now obtained a marriage certificate with my wife. You also saw it with your own eyes at the Civil Affairs Bureau, didn't you?" Jiang Bai's tone was somewhat cold. Thinking of what happened at the Civil Affairs Bureau that day, Chen Shui no longer had the face to speak. Because it was their family that forced Jiang Bai away. Looking again, the top beauty who got the marriage certificate with Jiang Bai at the Civil Affairs Bureau that day is now holding hands with him. It can be as sweet as it can be. This scene was a complete devastation to Chen Shui. She swayed all over, her face turned pale, and she almost fell to the ground. At this time, the onlookers finally noticed that Jiang Bai already had a fairy-like wife next to him. This brother is amazing. The two women are more beautiful than each other. Is this the legendary ancestor of scumbag men? He can make one woman want to die for him, and another woman be completely devoted to him. This skill is simply too powerful. Everyone envied Jiang Bai's popularity with women. They originally thought Chen Shui was pretty enough. I didn't expect that his wife is such a stunning beauty. In an instant, he became the object of worship for all the men present. If the timing was not inappropriate, many people would probably rush up to him and ask him for advice on how to pick up girls. That's it, my wife and I still have to go shopping. After saying this coldly, Jiang Bai took Chu Ruoling's little hand and left without looking back. Chen Shui finally lost all her strength and collapsed to the ground. She has cried so much that she is in tears. The regret in her heart devoured her. Now Qin Shou next to her couldn't stand or sit, and had to endure everyone's strange looks. It was so embarrassing. Damn it! How can such a rubbish happen to me? Stop looking. Get out of here. The angry Qin Shou drove away the people around him with roses, then carried Chen Shui, who was almost crying to faint, to the back seat of the car and let her rest. When he returned to the driver's seat, he immediately called Chen Shui's mother. The first thing he asked when he got through was a very gloomy question: what was the identity of Chen Shui's previous boyfriend? I want all his information.